Today we'll start talking on the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. Now everybody's got to have this book. Now this book, if you look at the front cover, it's called the Smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. Sukhavati Vyuha. And I will explain it to you, what it means. At the beginning of today, I said, we survived the 21st. Some people predicted that December 21st was the last day for everybody. I thought about it yesterday, and I said, if it really happened that we passed away yesterday, what would happen to us if we passed away yesterday? The Buddha said we have an afterlife. We have a life before, we have a present life, we have an afterlife. Actually, we have afterlives. We have a lot of lives after if we don't get out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. We always will be reincarnating life after life and life after life. And if we have to die, everybody has to. No, anybody here who does not have to die, raise your hand. No, everybody has to die. No exception. Why don't we think about this after-death situation? Do we have to think about it? I think we should think about it. What happened after we died? I can think of 2 possibilities. Of course, there's a lot of possibilities. It's just like when people ask me, is 21st the last day? I always say, no, we're going to survive. And he said, that's a smart answer. Why? Because if we die, who's going to testify that you're right or you're wrong? So if you say, we'll survive on the 21st, and if you're right, so we can talk about it, we say, oh, you're right, we didn't die. But if we died, nobody's going to testify you. So if after this life we have to die, then we want to make sure that we go to a place that is good for us. And 2,600 years ago, on one occasion, the Buddha mentioned a place, a location, a world that we can go after death. That is to say, if we follow the Buddha's teaching, we meditate, we do it every day, and we get enlightened in this life. In other words, with our self-efforts, we reach nirvana. And after body, we shut off this body, then we don't go into reincarnation, we go to nirvana, a place where we achieve complete enlightenment, a place where we say, anuttara samya sambuddhi, or a place where no more suffering, no more pain for us. But we want to go there, we have to work at it. In other words, you have to use your self-efforts to work at it every day, purifying your karma, then you go to nirvana, then no more reincarnation. What happened to those that we tried our very best in this life? We don't succeed. We still have to go to reincarnation. The Buddha said, don't go into reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation again. For all those who don't get enlightened, go to the Pure Land, the land of bliss. And one day the Buddha disclosed that such a location, such a world that we can go, even though we haven't gotten enlightened in this world, we still can go to that world where no more reincarnation. And we call that the expedient means of the practice. The land where Amitabha Buddha was in there teaching all sentient beings who were living in there to attain enlightenment. In other words, in this world, we have a lot of teachers, a lot of gurus telling you about the Buddha's teaching, and you follow the Buddha's teaching, then you get enlightened. But for those who don't get enlightened, what happened? You want to go to that Pure Land, where Amitabha Buddha was there teaching you to become the Buddha. If I am teaching you to become the Buddha, your chance of success is slim. Because I'm not a Buddha. I'm like you. I'm not the Buddha yet. But if you have the Buddha teaching you to be the Buddha, your chance of success is extremely high. Your probability is probably about more than 90%. It's a matter of time. Because in that world, the principal is Amitabha Buddha. The assistant principal or the assistant professor is Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Another assistant professor is Mahapasmaprapta Bodhisattva. So there are two Bodhisattvas there. And there are also many, many arahats in there. There are many, many anagamins in there, sakridagamins in there. There are many saints in there who are your friends, who are your fellow students. So with them, in that university, your chance of retrogressing into the samsara world of suffering is extremely slim. So, how do we go there? We have to die anyway. So, why don't we plan on when we die, we don't roll into reincarnation again, no more suffering for us. And one day the Buddha disclosed this world, and in the sutra it is called the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. And I plan to talk on it, research on it with you, everybody, talk about it. The content of the sutra, or the concept, the main concept of going to the Pure Land, going to Amitabha's land, actually it's quite analogous to, it's more or less similar to another religion going to heaven. There's another religion that say, oh, if we believe in God, and God would take us to heaven. Everybody wants to go to heaven. But the Buddha's sutra contains a lot of details about the how, the when, the where, the why. A lot of more details than just say, come to God's heaven. Not just going there, how to go there. You've got to have the map. You've got to have to pack up a knapsack, get all ready. Get the map, fill up your knapsack with all the food required to go on to your journey. How do we get there? So we need to know all these details. And all these details are here. Not just say, I want to go to heaven. Not enough. So then on second thought, I said, the Buddha's religion never discriminate any other religion. Because they're going to heaven. It's just a matter of, have they got the map, but they've got the details. The intention is the same in this kind of approach. Of course, the Buddha's teaching contains a lot of approaches. One of the approaches is meditation. Another approach is Tantric Buddhism. Many, many approaches. And this, the Sukhavati Vyuha, or going to the land of bliss, is the approach. We call it the heavenly approach. We can call it the heavenly approach, which is quite similar to believing in God and going to heaven after death. But if you're always committing sin, can you say, when I die, I just say, God, forgive all my sins, and I can go there. Is it that easy? It's not that easy. You got to get prepared. You have to know the why, the when, the how. And it's all contained in here. It's all contained in the sutra. Now this sutra is called the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, but this is one of the many translations. This name was translated by Max Muller. Max Muller was a Sanskrit expert, a German scholar who translated the Buddhist teaching from Sanskrit into English. So in other words, It's not translated from Chinese. You don't think that the Chinese monk went over to India, learned the Chinese, the Indian language, and then translated into Chinese, and then somebody translated it later. Somebody translated it from Chinese into English. No, it's just directly from Sanskrit. Max Muller found the Sanskrit script, the Sanskrit scripture in India, and he translated it directly from Sanskrit. What does that tell us? That tells us that this is not fictitious, it's a real sutra, a truthful sutra. Now today I just want to give an introduction. Maybe it takes about two lectures, two occasions. Maybe the next session we'll do a little bit of introduction, because you should know about all these things before actually getting into the sutra. Let's deal with it in detail. We have more patience to deal with it in detail so that you understand it properly. Sukhavati Vyuha. What does Sukhavati Vyuha means? Sukhavati, if you are taking notes, you can take this down. Sukhavati is Vyuha, is a Sanskrit word. Sukhavati means realm of bliss, or the land of happiness. And Vyuha means magnificent display. That means the Buddha talked about this land of bliss, the magnificence of this land of bliss, where people who pass away from this world can go over there. Of course, there are conditions, there are methods used to go over there. It's all contained in the sutra. This sutra also is called the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha, A-M-I-T-A-B-H-A. Muller prefers to use the name Sukhavati Vyuha to Amitabha, but many translators translated it into just Amitabha, the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. So if you are using internet to search for information, you should search the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. What's the meaning of Amitabha? Mitta, let's take a look at Mitta. Mitta means that can be measured or measurable. If you put A in front, it's just it's immeasurable. It's immeasurable. So Amitabha means immeasurable. Ba, B-H-A, Ba. Ba means light. So this is the Buddha of immeasurable light. Amitabha means immeasurable light Buddha. It's also called Amitabha. Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha means immeasurable, right? Now, A-M-I-T-A-Y-U-S. I think there's an S there. A-Y-U-S. Amitabha. Amitabha. So Amitabha is the same, immeasurable. What's the meaning of use? Y-U-S. It means life, immeasurable life. That means infinite life. So this Buddha it's also called the Buddha of infinite light, and also the Buddha of infinite lifetime, length of lifetime, longevity. It has two names. He has two names. Light stands for the essence of Tathagata. In other words, the essence of truth. Light symbolizes wisdom. The wisdom is immeasurable. It contains the truth in there. It contains the Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. It contains the real mind, let's call it. There's so many names for the truth. So light means the wisdom part of it. Life, longevity, means the uses of it. The uses of it relates to the world. The wisdom of it relates to the truth. Because you use this body to practice Buddhism. Light signifies going beyond form. And life, longevity, signifies form. You need, it's both. It's both. One coin has two sides. The wisdom side, the side that you can see, you can feel, you can touch, and the other side is the form. It's just like light. Light contains two things, the light itself and the bulb. Without a bulb, you cannot express the light. Without the light, the bulb is dead. So you actually, it's in one and two, two in one. So that's why this Buddha has two names. Let me remind you, this practice is very important, especially to senior people. Because if you're very young, maybe you have a lot of time to meditate, you have a lot of time to follow the Buddha's teaching. But if you are not very young, it's time to go to the Pure Land. It's time to go to that land of happiness. Don't stay around in here anymore. Not worth it. A lot of suffering in this world. Now, when you are there, you learn and you become the Buddha, you can come back. A lot of sentient beings vow, in their vow they say, when I die, I don't want to get into the samsara of reincarnation. I want to go to the land of happiness where I learned from Buddha Amitabha. And if I get into nirvana, then I come back as a Buddha, and then I start to help all others. In other words, I want to learn how to swim first before I can save all those people who are drowning. I still want to come back, but I want to learn it first. I want to be the Buddha first. And there are some people who vow to say, no, I'm so earnestly want to save sentient beings that I don't need to be the Buddha first. I'm learning at the same time. In other words, I'm learning to become the Buddha, and at the same time, I'm doing this charity work. I'm doing this compassionate saving sentient beings work. I don't wait. That is Siddhikapa Bodhisattva. You know Siddhikapa Bodhisattva? He vowed to say, I won't become the Buddha until hell is empty. In other words, I don't want to go to the Pure Land now, for living in there and learn. I want to live with people who suffer. I want to be with them and learning at the same time. I don't want to get away from my folks and be in that land of bliss. I want to be with them. But not a lot of people have that kind of courage and energy. Some people say, no, I can't swim, how can I help? Let me learn how to swim. I will come back, but let me learn how to swim first. How can I save drowning people if I myself don't know how to swim? Who is right and who is wrong? It's your choice. You're always given a choice. It's great, you know, the Buddha's teaching is great. You're always given a choice. That's what we like in here in North America, striking for democracy. Which choice do you want? Don't say this one is better than the other. They're both good. Last time we introduced this sutra. In the book here, it is called the Smaller Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. We explained the meaning of Sukhavati Vyuha. Sukhavati means the realm of bliss or the land of happiness, and Vyuha means magnificent display. So this is the sutra on magnificent display of the land of bliss. And if we use conventional common English, it's just like heaven. We call it, some people call it heaven. We're going to heaven. So the content of this sutra has some similarity to the concept of going to heaven after death. And this sutra has some similarity with that concept that after death, then we'll be reborn again in heaven. But I think the major differences are in this sutra, it talks in detail as to how to get there. Not just based on faith alone. Just based on faith alone, you want to go to heaven and you can go there after death. It's not that simple. You really have to have some conditions. Some conditions have to be made sure for you to go to heaven. It contains all the details. In the concept of heaven, the Buddha's teaching contains 3 main sutras. The first one is the sutra on Amitabha Buddha. In the Chinese language is 佛说阿弥陀经, the sutra on Amitabha Buddha. It is translated as the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha by Max Muller. Now, Max Muller translated this sutra from Sanskrit, not from Chinese, from Sanskrit. That goes on to prove that the sutra was real, authentic sutra, because at one source, Max Muller, a German scholar, translated directly from Sanskrit. And on the other hand, there was this 佛说阿弥陀经, the sutra on Amitabha Buddha, translated from Sanskrit into Chinese by Kumarajiva. So that means it's a true, authentic sutra. So now, but what you've got to remember is there are 3 very important major sutras on this concept of land of bliss, or the concept of heaven. The first one is a sutra on Amitabha Buddha, which in here, Max Muller translated it as the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, the smaller. There's also the larger, but we'll mention it later. The first one, the sutra on Amitabha Buddha, which is similar to this one that we're talking about. The second one is the sutra of visualization of the Buddha of infinite life, and translated as the longer Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra, the longer. The second one is the sutra of visualization of the Buddha of infinite life. In the Chinese language is Guan Wuliang Shou Jing. Guan Wuliang Shou Jing. Guan, that means visualize. Wuliang Shou is infinite life. So Guan Wuliang Shou Jing. Max Muller translated it as the Sutra of Visualization of the Buddha of Immeasurable Length of Life, or he called it the longer Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. There is the shorter and there's the longer one. So that's the second one. The third one is the Sutra on Buddha Amitabha. Not Amitabha, Amitabha. Now what's the difference? Amitabha, that means immeasurable life. Amitabha is immeasurable light, but Amitabha is immeasurable life, lifetime, longevity, one's life. In the Chinese language is Wuliang Shou Jing, immeasurable life sutra. So you see the difference? Everybody got this difference? Now why do you have to know all these? Because then you know what literature, authentic literature are there to support the concept, to support the belief of going to heaven, giving you all the details of the when, the where, the how of going to heaven. Not just, I believe in the heaven, I believe in God, then after I die, then I go to heaven. Not that simple. Not just on blind faith. You have to work towards it. You have to apply your efforts to it. In other words, this concept of going to heaven is not just 100% reliance on a God. You have to, of course, there's 100% reliance on the Buddha, we call God, somebody called Buddha God. It does not make any difference. Name does not make any difference. But this here tells you in detail as to tell you that going to heaven other than relying on the power of the supernatural being. Somebody call it God, somebody call it Buddha, you name it, does not matter. Other than that, you still have to apply your own efforts to it. In other words, you have to work towards it. You have to be qualified for it. You have to make sure that all your conditions are made sure for going to heaven. It all contains in these 3 sutras in detail. Of course, there are 200 more sutras, not as detailed as this, that mention how to go to heaven, when, where, how, exactly what conditions you have to fulfill to go into heaven. Let me give you, for the rest of the 10 minutes before the gong goes, I'll give you just the 3 outlines, very brief outline on each sutra. The first one is the sutra on Amitabha Buddha, which is the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha by Max Muller. Now, one day the Buddha was staying at Sravasti, northeast India, together with 1,250 monks and many bodhisattvas. He began to address the audience headed by Sariputra, and he said there is in the western direction a Buddha land called Utmost Bliss, where the Buddha Amitabha presides in there. The land is full of wonders, pleasing to the mind and comforting to the senses, and those born there, they enjoy the highest spiritual bliss. People who were born there enjoy the highest spiritual bliss, which is the land of happiness, or heaven, some people call it. This land of bliss is totally free from suffering that we have in this present world that we're living in. Of course, you have to know what kind of suffering we are going through in this world. And there, in that land of bliss, there's no more suffering. The Buddha there is called Amitabha, at the same time it's also called Amitayus, because his lifespan is immeasurable. He's also called Amitabha because his light shines out boundlessly. All beings there dwell in the stage of non-retrogression. What is that stage of non-retrogression? When you retrogress, that means you're going back to the 6 paths of reincarnation when you die. You retrogress in there. Non-retrogression, that means you're not going to be reborn again in the 6 paths of reincarnations. What are these 6 paths that usually people go to after death? There's 3 vicious paths and 3 beneficial paths, or non-vicious paths. What are these 3 vicious paths? Animal realm, the hell realm, and the ghost realm. If this person who passes away has very heavy karma, polluted karma, bad karma, he'll reincarnate into animal realm, ghost realm, or infernal realm, victims of hell. Now these are the 3 realms, vicious realms. There are the non-vicious realm, or more or less the virtuous realm, a human realm, Asura realm, and the heaven realm. Now this heaven realm is not the same as the heaven that we use in here. This heaven realm is still in the 6 paths of reincarnation. But this heaven realm, or the land of bliss, is a non-retrogressive realm. This heaven is still a retrogressive realm because after you live in there for a certain number of years, maybe thousands of years, you still have to go back to reincarnation. Now, the retrogressive realm in the land of Amitabha is you don't go back to this 6 paths of reincarnation again. We, the common people, after we died, we usually roll into another path of reincarnation. Be human again, or in the animal realm, or in the ghost realm, or in the infernal realm, the hell realm. Most go into vicious realms. In other words, the animal realm, the ghost realm, and the hell realm. Why? Because most people committed a lot of bad karma. Also, these people who were born in the Amitabha's land of bliss, they were assured of attaining enlightenment. Why? Because who are their professors? The Buddha, the Bodhisattvas, the Arahats. They have all kinds of saintly fellow students in there. They have all kinds of saintly professors in there teaching them enlightenment. And enlightenment is a kind of mission that you should achieve. It's not a given thing. It's not the Buddha give you enlightenment, no such thing. You have to work towards it. It's your self-enlightenment. But you need a location, a place where you won't be bothered by anything. A place that you won't be bothered by your own karma, that you have all kinds of suffering, you have earthquake, you have tsunami, you have hurricanes, you have wars, you have sickness, death, aging. You don't have those anymore in there. You're free from those. But you're not the Buddha yet in there. You're just a student in there. But you've got to register first. You've got to register for admissions first. The Sutra tells you how to register for the admission. So, in order to be born there, one must concentrate on Amitabha, holding fast to his name for 1 to 7 days. Then at the time of death, Amitabha, accompanied by a host of sages, appear before you and ensure your attainment of birth in the Pure Land at the juncture of death. Everybody has to die anyway. At that moment of death, it's extremely important as to where you would go next. You don't want to go into another hotel again. You don't want your soul to be rolled into a 5-star, a 4-star, a 3-star, or a bed and breakfast. Terrible, bed and breakfast only. So you want to make sure that you want to go to the land of bliss. Now, this sutra on Amitabha Buddha tells you what that world looks like, what that heaven, if you call it heaven, what that land of bliss looks like. Now that is the details in that smaller sutra. Now the next one is, I'm going to give you an outline of the sutra on the visualization of the Buddha of infinite life. There's another sutra. It's called Sutra on the Visualization of the Buddha of Infinite Life, maximally translated as the longer Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. Now at one time the Buddha Sakyamuni Buddha was staying on the Vulture Peak together with 1,250 monks and 32,000 Bodhisattvas. Now, he was staying in there. Now, at that time there was a king. The king was called Bimbisara. Incited by a man, not a virtuous man, called Devadatta, the son, the prince, Ajatasattu, the prince, imprisoned his father, King Bimbisara. It's in the history of India. In other words, the son, Ajata, imprisoned his own father and tried to kill his father so that he can be the king. So he first of all imprisoned King Bimbisara, and then later even the queen, Vaidehi, the queen was called Vaidehi because the queen brought food to the king. So the son also imprisoned the mother. In utter despair, the queen, while at prison, requested the Buddha in her prayer to help her out. The Buddha immediately sent 2 disciples to her, and afterwards even the Buddha himself appeared in the prison where she was confined. Now as she wished to be born in the land where there is no sorrow, no suffering, she didn't want to be in this world because her son wanted to kill his own father, wanted to kill his own mother. So this is not a world worth living, so he requested the Buddha to be reborn again to another world. She didn't like this world anymore. This is a world of suffering. Even the son was going to kill his own father and his mother. So the Buddha showed her many Buddha lands to let her have a choice to choose. There's so many Buddha lands. Not just one Buddha, there's so many Buddhas. So she chose the Pure Land, Amitabha's land. So Vaidehi was thus able to visualize the pure land of the Amitabha. And for the sake of the later generations, the Buddha also expounded in the Sutra the 16 ways of visualization. In other words, if you every day you visualize using the 16 method of visualization in meditation, while you're meditating, you visualize that land, and at the time of death, your visualization will lead you to the land of bliss. We call it the 16 visualization. 16 Guan Jing, 16 visualization. It's also called the 16 visualization sutra. So that's the second one. That's the longer. The shorter is the sutra on Amitabha Buddha. The longer is the sutra on the visualization, which Max Muller called the longer Sukhavati Vyuha. Now this last one outlined on the sutra of Amitabha's Buddha. It's not the Amitabha now, it's called the Amitabha's Buddha. Wu Liang Shou Jing. So this sutra gives an account of the history of Amitabha. In other words, who is this Amitabha or Amitabha? Why did he become the Buddha? How? How about his life history? What leads him to have this land? What leads him to have this vow of trying to receive all the souls into that land of bliss? Many kalpas ago, there was at the time of a Buddha called Lokitesvara Raja. There was a king, and he was called Dharmakara, Fa Zhang Bi Qiu, Fa Zhang, store of the Dharma, Dharmakara. He was a king, but he didn't want to be a king. He wanted to be a monk. And later he became a Buddha. Later he became a Buddha and he made 48 vows. And one of the most important vows is to receive all those who passed away into his land, the land of bliss, so that he won't reincarnate again. And in the land of bliss, he will receive the education of enlightenment and became a Buddha. So in there, it contains the history of Amitabha Buddha, how he became the Buddha, why he would like to become the Buddha. So that's a historical approach to this land of bliss concept. So I already have explained it to you, the three outlines of the three sutras, and in the next session we should start with the sutra. We should start with, we would like to tackle the sutra word for word. Of course, I'll point out the most important words. This is not a long sutra. You have Chinese on one side and English on the other side. And I would explain it to you. But if you are learning Chinese, you can also at the same time read the Chinese version. But the Chinese version is in classical, ancient Chinese. It's not that easy. Okay, so I finished the outlines of the three sutras, and next time I'm going to get into the detail. What's the meaning of thus it was heard by me? What does it mean? And every one of these, what does it mean by Bhagavate? What does it mean by bhikshus? So we'll get into details next time. I already have started 2 sessions before talking on this sutra. Since today is the first day, maybe I may as well start from a PowerPoint. So right now we are holding in our hands a booklet, the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha and the Sutra of Visualizing the Buddha of Immeasurable Length of Life. Now it is the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha that we're talking about. And This smaller Sukhavati Vyuha is also called the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. So actually, the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha is a sutra that we'll be lecturing on and until finished, like the Diamond Sutra. And from now on, maybe I'll use the PowerPoint for the convenience of those who like to take notes during the session. Buddhism is not just a superstition of worshiping and meditating. There's a lot of profound and subtle philosophy in it. It has been a spiritual teaching for 2,600 years. It has its very significant impact on human civilization, human culture. Now, right now, without further ado, I'll start on the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha, spoken by Sakyamuni Buddha. In the Chinese language, it is called 佛说阿弥陀经. In the Cantonese language, it's 佛說阿彌陀經. And spoken by Sakyamuni Buddha, because this sutra 2,600 years ago was spoken by our historical Buddha. There is such a historical Buddha in the history of human civilization 2,600 years ago in India. It's not a fake story, it's a fact that such a Buddha exists according to the history of the world, according to the history of India. The Sutra on Amitabha Buddha, translated into Chinese from Sanskrit by Kumarajiva around 400 AD. The way I am lecturing on a sutra is a combination of philosophy, literature, how it applies to common life, to daily life. And there's also an academic side to it, because there's a lot of researches done on sutras, and a lot of researches done on Sanskrit. So I would take a combination of all of these. It's not just simply explaining it according to philosophy or explaining it according to how it relates to our everyday life. It has to be covering all facets. So that's the way we'll treat it, because we're getting more and more advanced. We've been here for 10 years, except for those who come for the first time, and you may not know about it. We've been here for a number of years. It's time to absorb more into it. And as a matter of fact, we're planning on, this is as a sidetrack of what we're talking about, we're planning on setting up what we call a Sunday and Saturday Buddhist Academy. We'll start with a Sanskrit course and a Chinese course, of course, and then we will slowly, gradually develop it into more courses. But anyway, let's get back to this. The Sutra on Amitabha Buddha, translated into Chinese from Sanskrit by Kumarajiva around 400 AD. 400 AD is approximately about 1600 years ago, 1,600 years ago. Kumarajiva was an Indian monk who lived in Kucha, which is the present-day Xinjiang. That's about 1,600 years ago. And he came to China. He was a prince. He was going to succeed his father to be a king, but he didn't want to be a king. He wanted to be a monk. Why did he want to be a monk? Because he wanted to go on to a spiritual odyssey in which he can find liberation for humans, not just for himself, for all sentient beings who suffer from the hardship of life. So he wanted to forsake his throne and become a monk and in search of his way. He's been learning Chinese, and from literature we know that this monk was able to speak at least 20 languages. He's a genius in languages. Some people, even in some literature, it even mentions that he understands the language of the birds. In other words, the bird is singing, he knows what that bird feels. But anyway, Kumarajiva, around 400 AD, he came to China, he set up a translation academy in China, training approximately about 800 Chinese monks studying Sanskrit. And he was the main translator, translating a lot of sutras from Sanskrit into Chinese. What is Sanskrit? Sanskrit is a classical Indian language. People even learn Sanskrit now in Indian universities, Sanskrit. It's a royal language. At the time of the Buddha, there are many, many languages. Just like in China now, there are many, many dialects, 30, 40 dialects. And that in those days in the ancient India, it's more than 100 dialects. But the two most common ones are Pali and Sanskrit. Pali belongs to the common populace of the people, and Sanskrit more or less spoken by the royal family. So Kumarajiva learned Sanskrit and learned Chinese, and he was able to translate the sutra from Sanskrit into Chinese, a sutra about Amitabha Buddha. Now, who is Amitabha Buddha? What is the content of it? We'll deal with it. We don't need to rush. We have to take it step by step, so that after the course, you know everything about Amitabha Buddha. It's important you should know about it. The lower half of the PowerPoint, it says, the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, translated into English from Sanskrit by Max Muller around 1880. What's the relationship between these two? What's the relationship about the timing? Kumarajiva exists 1600 years ago, and Max Muller exists in the 1880s. What a coincidence. Max Muller was an archaeologist specializing in Sanskrit. He was a British scholar, very famous international, well-known scholar in the study of Oriental philosophy, in the study of Oriental languages. And he was also an archaeologist. Now, about 150 years ago or 200 years ago, there were a lot of expeditions, a lot of groups going into India. These archaeologists, and archaeologists started to dig relics under the ground. Soviet team, British teams, many teams were working in India. And accidentally, they dug out a lot of manuscripts written on birch bark. You know birch bark? There's a tree called birch. The bark is very thin. So they dug out from clay pots. This birch bark was stored in clay pots. And they dug it out, they opened the pots, and they find a lot of manuscripts, and they're written in birch bark, and they produced it, and these were written in Sanskrit. So they started to gather all the Sanskrit specialists and try to decipher and understand what those birch bark were all about. And Max Muller was one of the archaeologists. And he found a Sanskrit MSS stands for manuscript, a Sanskrit manuscript. By the way, since Sanskrit were found, the government put their hands on the control of the Sanskrit. The Bengal government ordered the publication of the Sanskrits, and in the present day, some of this Sanskrit were stored in British library and some in Soviet libraries. You know, they were all over the world, but they were under control. They're very valuable relics in ancient India. So Max Muller translated from Sanskrit into English. And this is what it is today. So you're reading on something, you're reading on some words, some literature translated close to 150 years ago by Max Muller. He translated from Sanskrit into English, not from Chinese. But the name that he would like to use is the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. What is Sukhavati Vyuha? Sukhavati stands for the land of bliss, the land of happiness, or in the common English language, we may call it heaven. Heaven, the land of bliss, the pure land, heaven. Vyuha means magnificent display. In other words, the content of this manuscript contains details about where is heaven. How does it look like? A magnificent display of heaven, of the land of bliss, of the land of happiness. So it contains a detailed description of where heaven is, where the land of bliss is. It also contains the Buddha's teaching as to how you can get there. Under what conditions can you get there? How do you work towards going to heaven? Not just believing in God, not just believing in Buddha, you have to know how to get there. Not just a blind belief. In other words, not just saying, I want to go to Victoria. What it says is, get the map, get the schedule of the ship. How do you get there? How do you get the money to buy the ticket? How do you drive to Nanaimo so that you can cross to Victoria? They give you all the details, not just say, that is a Victoria. It's not enough just to say there's a Victoria. How to get there? It contains all the details in there. So, Max Muller found this. Oh, he said, this is the content. Buddha says how to get to heaven, how to qualify yourself, how to get this admissions requirement to get to India, to get to heaven. So he translated it into English. This is what it is now. 150 years ago, he translated it into English. And he didn't know that there was already a Chinese book translated from Sanskrit into Chinese 1,600 years ago by Kumarajiva. And he got that Sanskrit from India. He translated already. So the two manuscripts coincidentally work out to be the same thing, but they're using different names. Now what does that mean? What does that mean? That means if we do not have Max Muller's version, we'll say, how do we know that Kumarajiva is right? Maybe he created something fake and he said something about heaven that he translated something, he pulled it out from the air. Nobody knows whether it's true or not, but it is proven now. Sanskrit discovered 1600 years later, which coincide with the content that Kumarajiva translated around 400 AD. You got the idea? That's the reason why I'm bringing out this PowerPoint to you, so that you know this is truthful. This is not fake. This is authentic. Because these are people of different times. There's no way that Max Muller talked to Kumarajiva, and Kumarajiva talked to Max Muller. Now, and then we say, okay, we have these two books. Are there any other sutras that show where heaven is, where the land of bliss is, how to go to heaven and all that? Yes. There were 3 significant sutras translated from Sanskrit into Chinese thousands of years ago. From Sanskrit into Chinese. The 3 significant sutras introducing Amitabha Buddha, commonly called the 3 sutras of the Pure Land sect of Buddhism. We're talking about a Pure Land, chanting the name of Amitabha. Why people chant Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha all the time? That we call the Pure Land, chanting of the Buddha's name, Pure Land sect of Buddhism. What are the most significant literature, books in that sect of the Buddhist teaching? Now here I lay it out for you. 3 of the most important ones. The Sutra on Amitabha Buddha, which is the same as the smaller Sukhabhati Vyuha now here, but Kumarajiva called it the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha. They use a different title, but it's the same content. And the second sutra, the Sutra of Visualization of the Buddha of Infinite Life, translated by Kalayasa. That's even earlier than the first one, 383 to 442 AD. The first one in Chinese language, we call it 佛说阿弥陀经. The second one is 佛说观无量寿经. The Buddha of Infinite Life Why call the Buddha infinite life? Is it the same as Amitabha Buddha? Yes, they are the same. Amitabha Buddha is also called the Buddha of infinite life. So this sutra is even more ancient than the first one. And then the third sutra, the sutra on Amitabha's Buddha, 佛说无量寿经, translated by Zamga Varman around 252 AD, which is even more ancient than the first two, 1,800 years ago. Now, these are the three most important sutras. Sutra is a Sanskrit word. It means, in common English, it means discourse, manuscript. Sutra means tying up together, combining it together, tying up together like a rosary, tying all the meaning together, combining all the words together to form a discourse, to form a book. That's what a sutra is all about. So we know the literature behind it, and if you want to know more about it, you Google into it. I'm not promoting Google, but you can always get more information from it. Now is the time to learn more about it. Meditation is the basic. Now you need to go one step further. Now you need to know something very important. Why is it important? Because we're living in this world of suffering. Everybody has to die. It does not matter who you are. I always ask the question, anybody who does not have to die, raise your hand, please. I would like to learn more from you. Anybody here who does not have to die? No exception. Well, when you die, people say, what happened to me after death? They start to flip to a lot of after-death experiences to find out more information about it, and they couldn't get any answer from it. What do we do? What do we do after death? Hold your patience. We're going to know more and more about it. If you just attend this lecture for the first time and you don't plan to come back, and you're losing out. Sorry. You can Google more. This is for those who just come for the first time and who don't want to come again. These are the sutras that you should Google more into it. We say Amitabha is also called Amitabha. It's in Sanskrit language. Amita means immeasurable or boundless. Ba means light. So Amitabha Buddha means the Buddha of immeasurable and infinite life. That's the Buddha. So Amitabha Buddha means the Buddha of immeasurable light. Use means immeasurable and infinite life. Light and life is different. Immeasurable light, and use means infinite, immeasurable life, lifetime, lifespan, or longevity. Just for those who don't know too much about Buddhism, there's not just one Buddha, you know. There are millions of Buddhas. Buddhas are those people, those beings who are enlightened, who don't have to go through the karma or reincarnation. You can become the Buddha. You have that nature to become the Buddha. In other words, don't just cultivate blind faith. Just don't say, God, I'm always the follower of God. I'm always the follower of Buddha. You are your own master. You can be the master, not just the follower. You could be a follower now when you're confused, when you have the karmic force dominating you. But once all this karmic force is eliminated and you become pure, you are the Buddha. You have that Buddha inside of you. You just don't know about it. Today you should know. So if you find in the sutra, if you find out if you read Amitabha or Amitabha, they are the same. Why? It contains in the sutra that you will read about in the future. The first one, the sutra on Amitabha Buddha, it's a small version of the third one. So in other words, if you want a brief summary, the number one is a brief summary of number three. Number three is in detail. So what is number one all about? On one occasion, that is 2,600 years ago, the Buddha was staying at Sravasti, northeast India, a location in northwest India, northeast India, together with 1,250 monks and many bodhisattvas, he began to address the audience headed by Sariputra, one of his disciples. And the Buddha said, to the west of this world, to that direction, there is a Buddha called the Buddha of boundless life. He's now teaching in there, in another world, not in this world, in another world, to the west, millions of miles away. Would people believe in that 2,600 years ago? We didn't even know the galaxy exists. Just about 400-500 years ago, we never believed that we can go to the moon. We always think that this world is the only world. But 2,600 years ago, the Buddha already said, this is one of the many worlds that exist. And to the west of this world, there's another world, and we call it the land of bliss, the land of happiness, where that Buddha is teaching in there. And you can go to that land, the land of bliss. You can go to that land if you train yourself chanting that name, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, the name of that Buddha. If you train yourself all the time, that at the juncture of death, you don't have any confused thoughts. You're all concentrated. And if you continue to chant that name continuously with one purity of mind, then your soul will be received in that land. In other words, Amitabha, Buddha, will come to receive your soul into that land of happiness. Then why do we have to go there? Because this land, this world is a world of suffering. You really have to know this world before you know, why should I go there after death? This is a world of suffering. What kind of sufferings we have? Some people may not even know that we are suffering now. Do you know the kind of sufferings that we're suffering now? Well, I usually ask that question, especially that question to teenagers, and they never can imagine what kind of sufferings I have. I'm going to school. I'm licking my ice cream cone. Oh, that's happiness. I'm going to go holidays. I'm going to have parties. I'm going to play soccer ball, play my hockey. What is suffering? They don't know about it. Until you get older and older and older, then you know more about suffering. So you have to build up your wisdom to understand what are sufferings. And in the Sutra, it summarizes the sufferings for you. There are 8 sufferings. Birth is suffering. Aging is suffering. Death is suffering. Sickness is suffering. The 4 sufferings. Nobody can get away from these 4 sufferings. Can you get away from aging? Can you get away from death? Can you get away from sickness? Can you get away from birth? When you crawl into your mom's embryo and you say, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to come out. Can you say that? Do you have a choice? Do you have a choice as to which family you choose to be in? You want to be into a multi-billion-dollar family or in a poverty, a poor family? No. Anybody who wants to go into a poor family, raise your hand. Anybody wants to be born in a rich family, raise your hand. No, nobody wants to be born in a rich family. That's good. No attachment. No attachment. We call that born with the golden key, treasures. Now, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, birth is suffering. Suffering arising from departure from beloved ones. You have beloved ones who left you. Your great-grandfathers who passed away, your father who passed away, your friends, your relative who passed away, and you agonize on it. People passed away, accidents, sickness, a lot of reasons. and you're agonizing for people who passed away. You don't want to miss, you don't want them to leave, but you have no choice. So suffering arising from departure of beloved ones, suffering arising from living with hated ones. You hate your wife and you hate your husband, you hate your brothers and your sisters. There's so many people you hate, there's people you love, and this hatred irritates you. It breeds anger in you. That is suffering. Some people hate the society, they blame the society, blame the family, except himself. So suffering arising from living with hated ones. Suffering arising from not being able to satisfy his desires. You want to go to university, but you can't finish even grade 10. How can you go to university? You want to get a good job, but you're always unemployed. You want to have a good home, you can't. You want to raise a good family, you have nice kids, but that seems to work always against you. There's always insatiable desire in you that you cannot fulfill. You have money, you may not have health. You have health, you may not have money. You have money and health, you may not have a good family. There's always something that is deficient that you want to get. You can't get it. Isn't that suffering? Some people say, no, I want to get it by all means. Yes, you wind up going to jail. You wind up suffering, more suffering. Because you want to satisfy these insatiable desires by illegal means that induce more suffering to you in the future. I haven't mentioned a lot of others. How about human wars, genocide, atrocities arising from, and suffering arising from crimes that you don't expect, raping, killing, homicide, you name them, earthquake, tsunamis, wars, epidemic disease. All these things, do you realize these things surrounding you? And then finally you wind up in death. You wind up in sickness. Most people die from sickness. Very few people die without sickness. Most of them die in hospitals. Some were bedridden for 10 years before they died. You got that experience of seeing some of these people. A lot of suffering. If you don't know what suffering is all about, visit hospitals, nursing homes, hospital for crippled children. You visit these places and you know sufferings in here. And the Sutra tells you everybody has to die anyway. After your death, don't go to this world. Go to that land, that heaven, that land of bliss where Amitabha is. He made the vow to receive your soul in there before he became the Buddha. But there are something that you have to do before you get there. Not just blind belief in, I am Buddha Amitabha. You believe in me. When you die, I get you there. No. You have to pave your way. In other words, Amitabha is the universal grand station that's sending out all this signal. You are that transistor radio in you. You need that frequency to connect to that channel. If you do not have that frequency, you cannot go there. You cannot get that universal channel. You cannot receive that channel. 1470, 1880, CHUM, 900, 99.9, whatever you want to name them, you got to have that frequencies to get the radio station. That frequency is that name that you chant every day. Namo Amitabha. You build up the practice. You train your mind in getting that frequency. That at the juncture of death, no more confusion, you'll get there. So that is what the first sutra is all about. Briefly, of course, we've got to study it. It's the whole book in here. I'm just only giving you a brief introduction as to what it talks about. It talks about a magnificent display of what that heaven looks like, the location of that heaven, what appear in that heaven, who are there already, How do you train yourself to be there at the juncture of death? That contains in there. And how do you help your relatives, your friends to get there? It's in there already. Not just say, God, I want to go there, and God will take me there. God can't take you there. Your friends cannot see you in Victoria if you don't drive to Nanaimo to cross the ferry. You need to walk. You need to drive. You got to get a ticket to cross the ferry to go to Victoria. That's what is in there. Second one is the Sutra of Visualization of the Buddha of Infinite Life, translated by Kalayasa. It contains the 16 visualizations, in other words, the 16 contemplations as to how to train your mind so that at the juncture of death, you won't have difficulty in getting in there. 16 contemplations. The 16 contemplations contain all these meditation methods that you should have. The sutra starts with a history. I'm talking about the second sutra. King Bimbisara had a son, and his son is called Ajatasattu, the prince. The son wanted to become a king. So he planned a plot against his father. He imprisoned his father. He imprisoned King Bimbisara by strategies. And then the queen, his mom, Vaidehi went to prison and smuggled food for her husband inside so that her husbands can eat properly. And later she was discovered, and the prince threw her in jail too. So the prince, Ajatasattu, put his dad and his mom in jail, the King Bimbisara and Vaidehi. Nothing happened that in history. And he planned even to kill his own father. So the queen was so sorrowful. But the queen always maintained some sort of communication with the Buddha. He communicated with the Buddha through his prayers, and he said, I don't want to live in this world. Bhagavate, the world honored one. Is there any way that I can choose to live in other worlds? Are there other worlds that I can go to, pure land that there's no suffering? I suffer so much. I'm the queen, but my son killed my husband and is planning to kill me too. I don't want to live in this world. This is a cruel world. I want to go to the world where there's no such thing happen. And the Buddha showed him all these different worlds. So that contains in that sutra. It's a longer one. The third, the Sutra on Amitabha's Buddha. It contains a history of who was that practitioner before he became Amitabha Buddha. His name is Dhammakara. Many millions of kalpas ago, there was a king called Dhammakara, by the name Dhammakara, Fa Zhang Biqiu. It translated into common English, the store of the Dharma. That's his name. And he was a king at the time of the Buddha of Lokitesvara Raja. Lokitesvara Raja. That's the Buddha's name. The Buddha's name in our civilization is Buddha Sakyamuni. But in those millions of years ago, the Buddha there is Lokitesvara Raja. That's the name of the Buddha, who was Buddha then. And then there was a king, and his name is Dhammakara. He didn't want to be the king. He wanted to be a monk. He became a monk, and he made vows, 48 vows. He vowed that the content of these vows all contained in that sutra. One of the vows is, any sentient being in the future, if he chant my name, I would by all means come to his rescue and receive it into the land of happiness. So it contains a history, a biography of that sentient being, of that monk who later became Amitabha's Buddha, who later became Amitabha Sutra. Contains a detailed account of it, spoken by the Buddha. So that's the content of these three sutras. The first sentence, thus it was heard by me. And sometimes it was translated as, thus have I heard. thus it was heard by me. In other words, this is what I hear. That's always the first sentence in a sutra. Why is there always a first sentence in a sutra? There's a story behind it. Before the Buddha passed away, the last 4 questions were asked of the Buddha. All the disciples were weeping sorrowfully, and at his bedside, the eldest disciple, there's an arahat. He already was an arahat by the name Anuruddha. There's a history behind why he became blind, because he worked so hard. He worked so hard that day and night he worked so hard that he became blind. But once he became the arahat, he could see galaxies away when he's in meditation. He was blind. He was a blind monk. He was, blind. But if he sit still and meditate, he could see everything. He still appeared as a blind arahat, but when he gathered his superpower, he immediately can see even galaxies away. So Anuruddha said to Alanda. Alanda is the attendant of the Buddha. And he says, Alanda, stop weeping. The Buddha is going to leave us. You should ask the Buddha some last questions that you have not asked before. So Alanda asked the well-known last 4 questions of the Buddha. The first question, number 1, the Buddha has been our teacher, but after his nirvana, who will be our teacher? In other words, who is our teacher? Who is our teacher who will be our teacher when the Buddha passed away? That's the first question asked of the Buddha. The second question is, when we compile the Buddha's teaching later, with what words would begin the sutra to have authority on this is true, this is authentic? How do we prove that that's what the Buddha has been talking about? That's the second question that Alanda asked. The third question, now we live with the Buddha, but when he goes to nirvana, where we will live? Without a place to live, how can we cultivate the way? Should we find someplace else to live? Where do we live? That's the third question. Very practical question. The fourth question, the Buddha can discipline evil nature, bhikshus are monks. But after he goes to nirvana, how shall we discipline them? We may not have the power, the force to discipline bad monks. So the Buddha answered these 4 questions. How about the first question? Let's do a very brief summary before we go on to the cafeteria. The Buddha has been our teacher, but after his nirvana, who will be our teacher? The Buddha said, the Vinaya is your teacher. What is the Vinaya? All the precepts that you should observe, the Pratimoksha, the Vinaya, all the disciplines, that's your teacher. In other words, doesn't have to be a human flesh and blood teacher. All those precepts that you follow, those are your teachers. Follow all the precepts that have been set to you, the 250 precepts for the bhikshus and the 348 precepts for the bhikshunis and all these other precepts for the layman, upasika and the upasaka. Follow them strictly. That combination of Vinaya is your teacher. Second, when we compile the Buddha's teaching later, what words will begin so that we know that we have the authority? And the Buddha said, you begin that with, thus have I heard. Alanda has heard it from me. Because Alanda has been an attendant with me. He attended every session of all my congregations. And he is famous for having the best memory in the group. He could memorize a lot of verses. He has the best memory. So Alanda will repeat what I will repeat in the congregation later, and the congregation will say, thus have I heard. That means this is what I, Alanda, have heard from the Buddha. So that's the reason why you have the 4 words. Thus have I heard. The third question. Now we live with the Buddha, so when the Buddha is gone, passed away, where should we live? You know the answer to this question? In effect, the Buddha says, I'm going to summarize it for you. Don't worry about where your body lives. So many places. But the most important is, where does your mind reside? Where does your mind live? Your body could be living in a place and your mind could be living millions of miles away. So your mind is the most important, not your body. Don't worry about your body. Your mind should be living in, should reside in, should abide in the 4 contemplations. You know the 4 contemplations? Contemplation of the body is impure, contemplation of feelings, being, suffering, contemplation of the mind being ephemeral, fleeting, impermanent, contemplation of everything as not having its real nature, as emptiness. That's where you resign your mind. Don't worry about the body. You know how to look after your body. That's your body. But do you know how to look after your mind? You always know how to bathe your body, your own body, to clean your body. Do you know how to clean your mind? How to maintain your mind? Everybody knows how to clean up his own body. You take a bath every day. Do you know how to clean up your mind? Do you have a regular bath of your own mind? Not many people. Who worry about cleaning the mind? That's what the Buddha's teaching is talking about. Cleaning your mind is more important, is as important or more important as cleaning your body. The 4th question. The Buddha can discipline ill-natured bhikshus, but after he goes to Nirvana, how shall we discipline them? The answer is very simple. Ignore them. Don't argue. Don't fight. Just cool, without attachment, let them, ignore them. Ignore them and don't live with them. Don't agree with them, you just ignore them. So don't argue. Don't say that this Sankhya is bad, that monk is bad. Don't badmouth on the other monks, just ignore them. So last time we talked about who translated it, the literature of it. Kumarajiva translated it, and it was translated again by Max Muller around 80. And then we also talk about the 3 significant sutras introducing Amitabha Buddha. We already talked about that. And we also talk about the meaning of Amitabha. What is Amita, what is Ba? And Amitabha is also known as Amitayus. We explained that already. So the last 4 questions asked by the Buddha immediately before his nirvana. Ananda asked these 4 questions. We already have talked about it in detail. And the reason why we brought these last 4 questions up is because in the sutra, the first sentence is, thus it was heard by me. Thus it was heard by me in the book, in the sutra. Most of the sutra, 90% of the sutra starts with, thus it was heard by me, or thus have I heard. Why? Because that's what the Buddha said. In the future, all sutras started with that sentence. So that was in the second question. When we compile the Buddha's teaching later, with what words would begin the sutra? Thus have I heard. So if a sutra does not begin with thus have I heard, It may not be the Buddha's teaching. It may not be, but there are some exceptions, of course. In the first sentence, thus it was heard by me, the first sentence of the sutra, thus it was heard by me, every congregation of the Buddha requires 6 conditions to fulfill. In other words, in almost every congregation, not just the Buddha's congregation, actually in every congregation, there are 6 requirements, 6 conditions. Now, thus it was heard by me. Thus, it means faith. That word thus means faith. Why? Because only people of the same faith would come together for that congregation. So the first requirement is the faith requirement. In any kind of assembly, in any kind of congregation, only those who have a common belief, only those who have certain belief to talk about, to analyze, or to research into, then they come together. So faith is one of the most important requirements, the 6 requirements. Thus means the faith requirements. In the Chinese language, we call it 6种成就, 信成就, faith. The second one, it was heard by me. Thus, it was heard by me. It was heard by me. There must be hearers, people who listened, the audience. It was heard by me, that means there's certain amount of audience, certain number of audience, so there's audience condition. In the Chinese language is 闻成就. It was heard by me, audience. The third requirement, in the sutra it says at one time, it's a time requirement, at certain time, at one time. Now all these up to 1250 bhikshus, the first sentence, thus it was heard by me, up to 1250 bhikshus, already contain the 6 conditions. That means for the congregation to be successfully held, you require these 6 conditions. So just the first sentence already have indicated the 6 conditions, requirements fulfilled. That's the reason why the Buddha starting to talk about certain teaching, some of his teaching. So thus the faith requirement, it was heard by me, audience requirement, at one time, time requirement. There must be a host, it's a host requirement, the blessed, that means the Buddha. There must be a host in any kind of congregation. 12 at Sravasti, in the Jeta Grove, in the garden of Anathapindaka, the place requirement, location requirement. They are at Sravasti, in that city, in a monastery, Jeta Grove Monastery. Now, together with a large assembly of bhikshus is the audience requirement. Now, this should be the hearer. In other words, there must be someone who listened to the Buddha's teaching and compiled the teaching later. So it was heard by me. Who was the hearer? When the 6 requirements are there, then the congregation began. The Buddha has 10 epithets, the 10 names. Buddha has 10 names, so if you reading other sutras, it may use other names. The first name is thus come one. In the Chinese language is Ru Lai. The Sanskrit is Tathagata. What does it mean, thus come one? This is the saint who came to this world with a universal truth to teach. Thus come one. The second is worthy of offerings, like the arahats. So he's worthy of offerings by humans and by heavenly beings. He's worthy of offerings by all beings, like the arahats. So the Buddha is also called arahat. As a matter of fact, in the Theravada school, a Buddha is the arahat. The third is right and universal knowledge. Cheng, bian, zhi, samya, samputi. In the Sanskrit language is samya, sambuddha. You heard that mentioned all the time in the Chinese sutras. Right and universal knowledge. That means the Buddha, also called Samya Sambuddha, because he has right and universal knowledge of everything. 4. Perfect clarity and conduct. 明行主. Sanskrit, Vidya Charana Sampanna. It's also called perfect clarity and conduct. He has perfect clarity of what he was talking about, and he had perfect conduct. Well gone, that means he's gone to the world where there's no mental afflictions. He's gone to nirvana. Well gone. He's already gone to nirvana. Sugata, well gone, is also called well gone. So the sixth, understanding the world. 世间解, Sanskrit, look of it, understanding the world. The seventh name is unexcelled, worthy, 无上士, in the Sanskrit language is Anuttara. There's nothing on top of that. There's nothing on top of him. Anuttara. Nuttara is on top. Anuttara, there's nothing higher than that. Unexcelled, worthy. Number 8 names, leader of all people. 调御丈夫, in the Sanskrit language is Purusa Dhamya Sarati. Number 9, teacher of gods and humans. 天人师, Sanskrit language is Shasta Deva Manu Zayanam. Teacher of gods and humans. So people say, is Buddha a god? There's so many gods. Buddha is the teacher of all gods and all humans. This sutra on Amitabha Sutra contains information in there which is very similar to other common religions as believing in the concept of heaven. Some of the religions believe in the concept of heaven. When a person dies, then he can go to heaven. But in this sutra, in the Buddha's teaching, it contains details as to how to get to heaven. Where is heaven? What does heaven look like? How do you prepare yourself to go to heaven? What must you do in order to go to heaven? Not just say, I will go to heaven. Not just say that I believe in God and then I can go to heaven. Just a simply belief does not qualify for going to heaven. You must know how to get there, what are the conditions, and also, where is heaven? Now basically heaven has two kinds of heavens. Heavens with non-retrogression and heaven with retrogression. There are 28 heavens that if you perform all kinds of good deeds in your present life, in your previous life, after you die, you go to those heavens, the 28 heavens, but they are retrogressive. In other words, once you enjoy millions and millions years of happiness in those heavens, you still will retrogress into life and death. Because you haven't achieved nirvana. You haven't achieved that universal Tathagata. You haven't achieved that nirvana, samya sambuddhi. If you are in heavens that after you enjoy happiness, you will retrogress again to the 6 paths of reincarnation. In other words, you will retrogress into the 3 vicious realms or the 3 virtuous realms. The 3 vicious realms being animal, hell, and hungry ghost. The other 3 will be humans, asuras, and heavenly beings. You still reincarnate, in other words, going to those heavens, much better than in this world, of course. This is a world of suffering. But if you go to those heavens, you don't have any suffering. But you still died in there. But there's also heaven that is non-retrogressive. In other words, once you get to that heaven, you won't go back into reincarnation again. And Amitabha's Pure Land, Sugavati, is that kind of heaven that is non-retrogressive. Not coming back again for reincarnation. So there are very detailed descriptions as what heavens are all about. Where are they, how, what conditions, it all laid out in the Buddha's teaching. Not just simply a belief. I believe in God and then I can go to heaven. If you believe in God, if you kill, if you steal, if you lie, if you commit sexual misconduct, if you do all kinds of unvirtuous deeds, you still go to heaven? Wouldn't that be fair? So, you have to, now we found the Buddha's teaching. This is one of the many Buddhist teaching for those who were not successful in their meditation, for going to nirvana in the present life. They can rely on Amitabha's assistance, Amitabha's vows to receive your soul into that heaven. In there, it's just like a university where you study to be the Buddha. You never retrogress back again. And many people have taken up that kind of method, because how much meditation, how much time, given the busyness of our daily lives now, that we spend in meditation. We're so busy with our daily life that we don't have that much time to spend in meditation. In the ancient days, people spend 20 hours per day in meditation. They spend all their time in meditation. They may be able to attain nirvana in the present life. But we are so busy, and also we are not right now in the Dharma ending, the starting of the Dharma ending period, where gradually there will be no more Buddha's teaching. In the first 500 years after the demise of the Buddha, after the nirvana of the Buddha, there are still a lot of arahats. In other words, they achieve arahatship, Buddhahood, in their present lifetimes. But as time goes on, less and less people are like that, because there's more and more mental afflictions. And now this is an expedient way, since we have to die anyway. So after you die, which way do you choose? You choose to come back to this world again to experience the same hardship or even worse hardships than your present life. So you have to make a choice. You have to make a selection. When I die, after I don't want to come back to this world again. This is a world of suffering. I want to go to that university where I learn from the Buddha to be the Buddha. And that is the Amitabha Buddha's land, Sukhavati, or the land of bliss. So these are the different names. I'm just explaining. This is a sidetrack. Teachers of gods, and when we mention gods and humans, I just mentioned that. That's a very high, a profound, a subtle concept of heaven that the Buddha expounded to us. And we have to go there. Because in this world, you're learning from temporal monks like us. But in there, you're learning from Amitabha. He's your professor. You're learning from Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. He is your professor. You're learning from Mahasprapta. He's your professor. And many arahats in there, in that land, that you're going to learn from the Buddha's teaching. How does that land, what does that land look like? All right? The 10th one, with the Buddha, the awakened one, the well-honored one, is also called Buddha, is also called Bhagavat. If you encounter the word Bhagavat, which is in here, the blessed Bhagavat, that is Buddha, same name. So there are 10 names, then you should know all about this. I'm going through this sutra in detail. So after you learn this sutra, you must have picked up a lot after you learn all this, because there's so much in the Buddha's teaching. If you live up to 100 years, I don't know, maybe you can only read about 50% or 20% of the Buddha's teaching. There's so much in there. So much translation, more and more of the English translation too. The Chinese translation, if you live up to 100 years, you don't even have time to read all the literature once. But there are more and more English translations now, done by many scholars. So here it says that Buddha was at one time at Sravasti. Where is Sravasti? In the Chinese language, the capital of the kingdom of Kosala, where the residents of who is the king of Kosala at that time, at the time of the Buddha? King Prasenajit, Bosili Huang, which with the kingdom of Magadha cover most of the country in Sakyamuni's time. In other words, Kosala and Magadha are the two large countries, territories The Buddha spent a lot of rainy seasons in there, the Vasa, the rainy seasons. The Buddha spent about at least 50% of the rainy seasons, out of the 49 rainy seasons, almost about 50% of rainy season in Sravasti, some in other parts like Makata. And it says also the location in Sravasti, in a Jeta Grove, in a monastery by the name Jeta Grove. Jeta Grove. Now, in the garden of Anathapindaka. Now, what is Anathapindaka? That's a Sanskrit. It means feeder of the helpless. In other words, this man, he liked to do a lot of charity work. It is also called the feeder. He always feed the helpless people who didn't have food to eat. Feeder of the helpless. He was a rich merchant in Sravasti. He paid for the construction of a monastery for the Buddha's Sangha in a park owned by Prince Jeta. The Jeta monastery was one of the most famous of the Buddhist monasteries in India, located just outside the city of Sravasti. The land was owned by Prince Jeta, who donated it to the Buddha, and Anathapindaka paid for the construction of all the buildings. It's still there. One day if you visit India, you can go to that garden, Anathapindaka garden, in the Jetavana Grove. It's still there. In Sravasti, in the ancient city of Sravasti. So that's the location. As we just mentioned earlier, there must be 6 conditions. There must be a host, which is the Buddha who talked about in a congregation. There must be a hearer, Ananda, listened to the Buddha's teaching and recorded all these later. And also, at one time, there's a time condition. And also, location, that's a location. Now, the audience of bhikshus, it says with 1,200 bhikshus, together with a large company of bhikshus. What's the meaning of bhikshus? In the common English language, we call them monks. A bhikshu is called a monk. Bhikshuni is a nun. Bhikshuni, a nun. Bhikshu is a Sanskrit word. Bhikshu, it means a mendicant flower, which means that a beggar, a religious practitioner who goes on alms round to beg for food. Why do they beg for food? Are they lazy? They don't want to do any work? Are they lazy? No, they wanted to spend all their time in the practice. And also they want to make themselves humble. So subduing ego. So you're begging around, that means in order to keep this body going, you have to eat food. It's not that you glorify your ego, you cook your own food, you go to work and you earn the money and you buy food, and you're humble, you're very humble, and reducing the ego, and at the same time you spend all your time not in preparing the food, cooking the food, washing the dishes and washing the bowl. You spend all your time in the practice. So imagine how much time a bhikshu spend in the practice, and they become the Buddha in his or her present lifetime, because they spend every day in the practice, in meditation. Every day, every minute they're meditating, and they have the joy in meditation. Now, in meditation, if you meditate for a long time, finally, the first thing you experience is the joy in you. And the joy starts to increase more and more and more and more until you're overwhelmed by the joy. You don't attach to the joy, but you're overwhelmed by that joy. So they want to spend all the time in the practice. What is a bhikshu? Someone who has broken evil. They don't want to do any evil. They don't want to commit any evil deeds. Abstain from killing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from stealing, abstain from killing. There are 250 precepts of a bhikshu, and we'll explain that later. Another meaning of bhikshu is someone who tries to eliminate mental delusions or mental afflictions. Today, we explain the 6th condition of a congregation, We explain faith, because only those who believe in the same faith they come together. We explain the hearer, Ananda is the hearer. He later spoke out what the Buddha's teaching was all about. And then we also have the host. We also have the time, the location, and the audience. The bhikshus are the audience. All these bhikshus are the audience. Why 1,250? Now, the sutra starts very analytically and logically. The sutra starts with all these conditions coming through. What does it show you? It shows you everything is cause and effect. Without those causes, so 6 causes, no congregation. The fact that you're coming here today listening is not without a cause. The fact that you believe in the Buddhist teaching now and you want to go to the Pure Land is not without a cause. Everything is causality. There's no effect without a cause. So that's why we have to cultivate, we have to germinate the seeds for causes for going to the Pure Land, to going to heaven, to going to Amitabha's land, causes to be the Buddha, causes to get away from mental afflictions, causes to get away from reincarnation, causes to get away from all this suffering, causes to help other people, not just yourself, to get away from suffering. So the sutra in the first sentence already have explained causality. So just one sentence, you can think about it and start to enlighten yourself. There's so much in it just in the first sentence, up to with 1,250 bhikshus. Of course, there's more to go, more to come. So this is a treasure, a human treasure. It contains saving yourself and saving your folks. But how many people are interested in it? What are they interested in? Material, wealth, reputation, money, greediness, hatred, jealousy, depression. Are they interested in the Buddhist teaching? It is so important. But how many people are really practicing it and interested in it? Now you have. You must appreciate what you yourself have done. You have opened that door for yourself. When you learn it, tell others, tell all your folks that the door can be opened for them too. This is our path. This is what we're going to do. The sutra on Amitabha Buddha is also called the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. Now we know that Sukhavati means the land of bliss, or some people would like to call it, in common English, we'll call it heaven. Vyuha is magnificent display. So this sutra explains have a magnificent display of heaven. Sakyamuni Buddha's teaching has many facets. It has many ways to go to enlightenment. This is one of the many ways. This is as close to the common English concept of going to heaven. But going to heaven is not just blind faith. It's not just say, I believe in heaven, I believe in God, then I can go to heaven. It's not just that. You really have, there's a lot of conditions. There has to be a causality of causes and effects for you to go to heaven. So this sutra explains the conditions of going to heaven. How do you qualify yourself for going to heaven? Where is heaven? How does heaven look like? How do you pave your way to go to heaven? It all contains in there. How do you practice? Not just saying it, I want to go to heaven, and that is it? No. It's not as simple as that. So this sutra contains all of that. And this is the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. There's also the larger Sukhavati Vyuha that we explained already. Sukhavati Vyuha is a Sanskrit language. Amitabha is also a Sanskrit language. Amita Amitabha means limitless light, immeasurable light. And Amitabha also has another name, Amitabha, which means limitless lifespan or longevity, immeasurable lifespan. So we also go through translators, the modern day translators from Sanskrit into English by Max Muller, and also by Kumarajiva around 400 AD, which is more than 1600 years ago. A Sanskrit scroll was found in the early 1980s, 1900, and it was translated from English too by Max Muller, a scholar, a German scholar who specialized in the study of Sanskrit, Pali, and Oriental philosophy. So we explained the literature pertaining to the land of bliss concept, the heaven concept. There's so many literature about going to heaven, but not just blind faith. You really have to practice it. There's a foundation on which you have to build before you go to heaven. We explained the first four. If you turn to the Sutra, page 3, the first sentence we explain, thus it was heard by me. It usually begins, most sutras begin with this sentence, thus have I heard, or thus it was heard by me. Why? There are 4 questions asked by Buddha immediately before his nirvana by Alanda, and this is one of the reasons why most sutras start with that sentence. We all explained that already. So the lecture 2, we explain a congregation requires 6 conditions. In other words, 6 requirements for the congregations to convene. Thus, it is the faith requirement. It was heard by me, the hearer requirement. Who heard it? Alanda heard it. Alanda heard it, and with 500 other bhikshus congregate and convene, gathered to gather all the information together, to gather all the Buddha's teachings together. They had a convention, but the hearer is Alanda. At one time, the time requirement, the blessed Bhagavat Buddha, the host requirement, there must be a speaker in all kind. In every congregation, there must be a speaker. It's just like in every lecture, there has to be a speaker. So a place requirement, Sravasti, the place in which the congregation was held, and the audience requirements. We all explained that. Every sutra, when it starts a sutra, those 6 requirements fulfill. So a sutra is very logical. It was written in such a way that if you really analyze it very carefully, every sentence has meaning. Every sentence has a subtlety and profundity. Now, it says, at one time, the blessed, the Bhagavat, or the Buddha has 10 names, 10 epithets. So we already have explained every one of these 10 names. One of it is the Buddha or the Bhagavat. There are also other names too. The location, Anathapindika. It was one of the most famous of the Buddhist monasteries in India, located just outside the city of Sravasti. The land was owned by Prince Jeta, who donated it to the Buddha, and Anathapindika paid for the construction of the building. So that's the reason why it is called Anathapindika Jetagrove. And now, let's go to the 4th line. Together with a large company of bhikshus, American Varas, namely with 1,250 bhikshus, all of them acquainted with the 5 kinds of knowledge. Bhikshus, what's the meaning of bhikshus? Bhikshus has 3 meanings. It's a Sanskrit. It means a mendicant, begging for food. A religious practitioner who's begging, going on arms round, begging for food. Why did they beg for food? Is it too humble? Is it Is it he become a parasite of society, only begging for food? Are they productive at all in the society? How come these bhikshus, these monks, beg for food? We already explained that. The meaning is clear. They want to spend all their time in the practice. They don't want to go to the supermarket. They don't want to wash the dishes. They want to cook and all this. And also they're humble in begging for food, also allowing people to build up merits in giving, to practice giving. People like to receive. They don't like to give. You remember what President Kennedy said? Don't consider what the country can do for you, what you can do for the country. But everybody expects the country to do for them, and they don't expect to contribute to the country. So giving, always giving. So in order to allow laymen to practice giving, the monks go in arms round to receive. That's one reason. Another reason is they are humble. They don't aggrandize their own ego. They are humble. They're always keeping humble and always going on arms round and always spend their time just in the practice, not spending the time in cooking or selection of food. The second meaning is someone who has broken the cocoons of evil. That's the meaning of a bhikshu. The third, someone who tries to eliminate mental illusions, delusions, mental afflictions. We have mental afflictions. What are our mental afflictions? The common ones, the three broad categories: greediness, hatred, and ignorance. And all these branch out from these three major mental afflictions: jealousy, hatred, depression, fraudulence, greedy, many mental afflictions. Bhikshus tries to eliminate them by meditation, by practice. So that's the meaning of a bhikshu. But why is it written here with a company of 1,250? Why 1,250 and not 1,000, not 900, not 800? That's a long story for it. After Buddha became enlightened, became the Buddha, he went around teaching, and there are many disciples who, with their disciples, took refuge under the Buddha's congregation. I analyze it for you under 5 categories. The first category is when Buddha first turned the Dharma wheel at Mrigadava at the deer park, converting the 5 ascetics, and then Yasa, the son of a wealthy man, also became the Buddha's disciple. And then Yasa's 49 friends become the Buddha's disciples. And there are also the 3 Kassapa brothers, Uruvela Kassapa with 500 other ascetics, Nadi Kassapa with 300 other disciples, and Gaya Kassapa with 200 of his followers. They all went into the Buddha's monastery and become the Buddha's disciple. And that's 1,000, Kassapa, 1,000 disciples altogether. And then Zaraputra, Mahamodgalya Yayana, and their disciples, 200 of them. So if you add this all together, it's 1,250. There's a reason for the number. It's not just putting it down, 1,250. That's the minimum. In most congregations, this 1,250 disciples follow the Buddha's congregation. Whenever the Buddha went to teach, these 1,200 disciples always follow them. And of course, there are other Bodhisattvas, there are other arahats, there are other elders, there are laymen, there are upasaka and upasikas. We'll explain that later. So this is why there's 1,200 bhikshus. All of them are acquainted with the 5 kinds of knowledge. Now, all of them, most of them, are arahats. They have the 5 kinds of knowledge, the 5 supernatural power. The first one is divine eye, or clairvoyance. The second is divine ear, clairaudience. Third, telepathy. 4, remembrance of one's former existence. 5th, magic powers, power to be anywhere and to do anything at will. This is unbelievable. When you're at that level of enlightenment, you would acquire this power. But you don't exaggerate it, you don't show it. The power is within. An Arahat would not say, I have the 5 kinds of knowledge, I have the power. They won't say that. They only express that when it is required, when it is... some Arahats, they may show these supernatural powers, or they may use their own supernatural powers to help you without you knowing it. An Arahat would not brag on their powers because it's against their precepts. But they do help them. Anyone, they reach an enlightenment level, they would have some of these powers. Some acquire this power gradually. The magnitude of this kind of powers differ from different individuals. Divine eyes, what does that mean? They see millions of miles away. They can see the galaxy, constellations. They can see other worlds when they are in meditation. When they just walk about like a common man, they may not express their power, but when they are in meditation, when they are in deep meditation, they can see other worlds. They can see hell, they can see other heavens, they can see galaxies millions of miles away. Divine ears, they can hear millions of miles away. Telepathy, they know what you think. In other words, when they're in deep concentration, they know, Tom is thinking about this, Jeanette is thinking about this. They know what you think. Or maybe when they are speaking to you, if they are meditating at the same time that they're speaking to you, they know what you think. They know your thought. They know all your thoughts. Fourth, remembrance of one's former existence. They know your last reincarnation, your previous reincarnations. What's the magnitude of the knowledge and how much reincarnations they cover in the knowledge depends on how deep is the meditation. Some people know 500 reincarnations away. In other words, not just the last reincarnation, your last life, 500 previous lives. They know every one of this life. We all know that according to the Buddhist teaching, the time dimension is extremely broad. The universe is time and space. The universe, if we can categorize it, is time and space. Time is not just of the present. It's just like it's not today. You have yesterday, you have tomorrow. But time extends not just of this life. You have a previous life, a present life, and if you still have to go with your karma into the next reincarnation, you have a next life. You see how logical it is? Some people may not recognize they have a past life because they restrict the view only on one life. It's just like some people, if they're ignorant, they say, I only have today. I don't have yesterday. Is that right? I only have today. I don't have tomorrow. I don't have the day after tomorrow. The time dimension is broad. If you extrapolate that thinking, can you be so obstinate in thinking that I only have this life, I didn't have last? Can you be that? Think about it. Space, this world, this is not the only world sentient beings live in. The other worlds. So all these other 5 kinds of knowledge acquired by the Arahats. But they didn't have the 6th power to completely eliminate the cocoons of all delusions and mental afflictions. In other words, the power to be extremely free from all mental afflictions and transcend samsara. Arahats already transcend reincarnation, but they still have this Dharma attachment. In other words, I have Buddhism. I have to practice the Buddhist teaching. Yes, but after you practice the Buddhist teaching, even the Buddhist teaching you have to let go. Even Buddhism, throw it away. You don't need Buddhism. Why call it Buddhism? Call it something else. Buddhism is just a means. The Buddhist teaching, the Buddha already said, the Buddhist teaching is just leading you the way there. Don't attach to it. Finally, even the Buddha has to let go of it. As I always give an example, you go to Victoria, you go to Nanaimo, you go onto the ship, you reach your destination. You still hang on to the ship? You got to let go of your ship. Let go of Buddhism. No Buddhism anymore. But you need it. Don't say you don't need it. Don't say you don't need that ship to going to Victoria. You still need it. But after you have to get on shore. If you're attached to it, you can never get ashore. All right, that's the 5 kinds of knowledge. And then, of course, all of them are arahats. What's the meaning of arahat? It's a Sanskrit language. It means the most honored to receive offerings from devas and humans. What are devas? Devas are gods. So people say, does Buddhism believe in a god? There's so many gods just in this world of karma. There's 6 heavens. And in the Rupa world, there's another levels of heavens. But going to heaven, you enjoy happiness in there. But you still have to retrogress back to reincarnation after your karma is served. Except the realm of bliss of Amitabha, where there's non-retrogression. Now that you really have to learn about it as we go on. So arahat means the most honored to receive offerings from devas and humans. Devas are gods. There's so many gods. They are sentient beings superior to us. But they still reincarnate. Second, destroyer of all delusions of views and thoughts. In other words, they already have eliminated most or all of the mental defilements. Third, no rebirth. That means no more reincarnation. You and I, we're still subject to reincarnation. After you serve this life, in your body, if we take this body as a jail that we're in, or someone would call it an apartment, some people call it the jail, that locks up your ego in there. When you have to leave this apartment, you roll into the next apartment in the next life. But to the arahat, they don't need to. No more next life. They enjoy nirvana. And some people, if they don't understand what nirvana is all about, they say, oh, I don't have a next life. Oh, then I worry about it. I should have a next life, right? I should have a next life. Do you know that in samsara, if you're going to life after life, you are suffering, we are suffering? The world is full of sufferings. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering. Suffering arising from beloved departure or death of beloved ones. Suffering arising from living with hated ones. Suffering arising from insatiable desire that you cannot fulfill. Suffering arising from the 5 skandhas that you really have to explain to understand it. Suffering arising from natural disasters, wars, earthquake, tsunami, epidemic diseases, crimes. Don't get reborn again. Go to nirvana, enlightenment. What is that all like? Study. It's similar to the realm of bliss. Study the Sutra to find out what enlightenment is all about. What's after enlightenment? I still come up with questions like this, especially from teenagers. And they ask, Reverend, how good is it to be a Buddha? I don't want to be sitting in there, in a shrine, lock yourself up to be the Buddha. This is just a symbol. You have to know what happened to you after death. Are you not interested in what happened to you before and after death? Or are you just interested in the materialistic style of life? You just, every day you go into you eat your breakfast, your lunch, you go to work, you get married, you get old, you go to the nursing home, you visit hospitals, and Is that what you're after in life? Is that the only objective of life? If that's the only objective, it's a very boring life. Go on to this spiritual odyssey where you find out more about yourself. Dig into the wisdom of the enlightened ones. Find out more. Not just material, not just fame, reputation, and money, and not just that. That won't give you happiness. What is your definition of happiness? We'll talk about it. We don't want to go back to that again. How do you define happiness? Money? Reputation? So that's arahat. So when you read, you have to understand what the sutra is all about. So you need to understand every word of it. So when we talk about the Buddha's assembly of monastic order, we say in most sutras it explains a lot about bhikshus, about arahats, about bodhisattvas, about laymen. What is the assembly made up of? We have bhikshus, bhikshunis. A bhikshu has to observe 250 precepts. Like me, we have to observe 250 precepts. And every 15 days, we have to recite it in a congregation in here to remind ourselves to observe those precepts. 250, 250. If you become a monk, you really have to familiarize yourself with 250 precepts. Bhikshunis, the nuns, 348 precepts. Why? Why is unfair? How come the ladies, nuns, have 348 precepts and the bhikshus have 250 precepts? You really have to understand to know it. I won't spend the time in explaining it now. I've already explained it quite a while ago, and that's something that you should know. You should know more about. Zamanara, male novices. In other words, before you become a bhikshu, a monk, you have to be a zamanara first. If you're a male, a novice, then you observe 10 precepts before taking the 250. So if you're a female seminary, so you still have to observe the 10 precepts before you become a nun, taking the 348 precepts. Now I just put it in here just to let you understand what those 10 precepts are. The first one is abstain from killing. Second, abstain from stealing. Abstain from sexual conduct. Abstain from lying. Abstain from taking alcohol or intoxicants. Abstain from bodily adornments. Abstain from entertainment. Abstain from bedroom luxuries. Abstain from eating afternoon time. Abstain from handling money. These are the 10 precepts that a seminara or seminary has to observe before qualifying yourself to become a bhikshu or a bhikshuni. People may ask, why do I have all these rules? I don't want to be controlled by rules. Why do I have to observe all these? I want to do whatever I want to do. How come my behavior, my speech become controlled by all these rules that are imposed on me? You know the problems of society? What happens if the society do not have any rules at all? You become very egoistic and selfish. So this is a foundation of precepts of morality that you must be standing on before going to heaven. Other than having bhikshu, bhikshuni, samanara, samanari, there's still the sikhamana. What is sikhamana? Female novices before becoming bhikshuni. A samanari has to live in a temple for 2 years. So if you are 18, you are a lady, you are 18, and you want to be a bhikshuni, a nun, do you have to live in a temple for 2 years to become a sikhamana until you become 20 years old? Say if you are 21, 22 years old, you still have to live 2 years in a temple for further observation before ordination. So this kind of sikhamana, in addition to the 10 precepts, a sikhamana has to take an additionally 6 precepts. And also, the Sangha order would like to take these 2 years to observe you. Because if you are a lady, and if you are pregnant for already 1 month, you go into a temple and you want to be a nun, and in 10 months, your belly shows up, and they say, what did you do in the temple? Then they would suspect that the monks, the monks are doing something. So every temple had, the ladies who go into a temple to become a nun, they have to observe you for 2 years to see that there's no pregnancy. You understand? They're very strict. And you have to take additionally 6 precepts. Abstain from body contact with a man, with a sensuous mind. Abstain from stealing under 4 chins. That's a criteria. If you steal something, the value of which is above certain value and under certain value. If it's under certain value, it will be regarded as stealing, but minor offense. If it's a lot of money, it will become a major offense. But if you take the 6 additional precepts, even if you steal something of a value below, you still have broken the precept, then you're not qualified for being a Sikhamana. The 6 additional precepts are more strict than the 10 precepts. Abstain from killing animals. As far as killing is concerned, if you kill a human being, that would be a very serious, the most major offense. But if you're killing, for example, an insect, they're still regarded as killing. You're still regarded as you committed killing, but that would be a minor offense. But in this case, not even a mosquito you can kill, not even a mosquito. Abstain from minor lying, abstain from eating after noontime, abstain from drinking alcohol. All that we already have explained, so I'm not going to explain this in detail. This is just to give you more information for those who like to understand what a monastic order in a temple. We have 7 kinds of disciples. The bhikshu, bhikshuni, samanera, samaneri, sikhamana, 5. That this 5 belongs to the Sangha side. There's 2 laymen, upasaka and upasika. You are upasaka, upasika, the layman and laywoman. So these 7 categories make up the whole disciple network, the whole disciple congregations of the Buddha. So that's the reason why at the beginning of a congregation, all this gather together and they become the audience of the Buddha. 1250. Let's read down the line. All of them acquainted with the 5 kinds of knowledge, elders, great disciples, and arahats such as Sariputra, the elder, Maha-Madhikaliyana, Maha-Kassapa, Maha-Katyayana. Only 16 significant disciples were mentioned in the sutra in here. Elder Sariputra, foremost in wisdom, famous for being very wise. Maha-Madhikaliyana, foremost in supernatural powers. These are well-known disciples of the Buddha. Maha-Kasyapa, foremost in ascetic practice. Maha-Katyayana, foremost in explaining the Dharma. Because they all appear at the beginning and in the first paragraph of the sutra. That's the reason why I brought it out to you and let you know that every one of these disciples, they were expert in something. They were the foremost in something. They are arahats already, but there are certain things that they specialize in. Maha-Kaustila, foremost in providing the best answers to questions. Q&A time, he gave the best answers for questions. Rivada. All these are Sanskrit names. Rivada, also called deceptive combination. His kata is, such body is not yours, it is deceptively combined causes. Let me explain to you Rivada. The next one I will explain it in the next lecture. Rivada is very special. The name Rivada is a Sanskrit name. It means constellation or galaxy, constellation. He also has another name, a nickname called deceptive combination. Why constellation? Because when his parents wanted to give birth to a boy, and they requested constellation to be given a boy, and their wish was granted. That's the reason why they call the baby Rivada. But Rivada also has a nickname of deceptive combination. Why? There's a story. a true story behind it, according to the Sutra's literature, the Buddhist literature. Revada, at the age of 18, was working in a rice field. And one day he was traveling, and it was getting dark. So he went into a worn-out, a broken temple, an old temple, and he was prepared to spend the night in there, behind the altar table. And he was sleeping at nighttime behind the altar table. It's a deserted temple, a very old deserted temple. And then a couple of hours later, after midnight, and then he saw two ghosts coming in. A small ghost, about 3 feet, carrying a corpse on his back, a dead body on his back, hurrying into this deserted temple. And following him is a bigger ghost, trying to catch up. And they had an argument once to get inside the temple. This corpse belonged to me. I saw it first. No, you saw it, but I picked it up. It belonged to me. Because ghosts feed on corpse, dead body. So they have an argument. And this ghost heard some noise made by Revada. Revada behind was listening to all this. He was trembling like hell. He was really frightened. Two ghosts were arguing in the shrines. And he was behind it, and this is an ugly ghost. He was trembling, shaking. And then the big ghost said, "Come out, you be our judge. Who do you think this corpse belonged to?" He was trembling. He said, "I saw the small ghost came in first with the corpse, and then you come in later, so I think this belonged to the small ghost." The big ghost was very angry. He ripped off Revada's left hand, ripped it off immediately. But the smaller ghost was sympathetic. The smaller ghost ripped off the left hand of the dead body and stick it into Revada's body to make up for it. Because Revada lost his left hand. So the smaller ghost ripped off the left hand of the dead body and stick it and repaired it, so to speak. And then the big ghost ripped off the right hand of Revada. The smaller ghost ripped off the dead body's right hand and stick it into his right hand. So he got right and left hand of a ghost. Rip off the left leg, stick it on again, little right leg, stick it on again, the body, the head, everything was replaced by a dead body. And then the ghost ate Revada's body. So his body is gone. In the morning, he was worrying, what kind of body? Where am I? Where is Revada? Am I Revada? I have this dead body, but am I Revada? He get crazy. He was running down the street and say, where am I? Who am I? Where is myself? I lost myself. He became crazy. Because he lost his body, but he's still Revada. He was deceptively combined by the parts of a dead body. Deceptively combined. He didn't have a body anymore, but he's still Revada. He was looking for his self. Do I have a self? Do I have an ego? My body is a dead corpse body, but I'm Revada. How about your body? Who are you? Who is yourself? What is your real identity? Are you sitting in your body? Are you deceptively combined? What make up of you? So Revada was running down the street and he met Sariputra, the Arahat. And Sariputra at that time, having supernatural power, knew this is the time that Revada can become the monk and wanted to practice the Buddha's teaching. Because he lost his self, he knew that the whole self is made up of causes. Our body is made up of causality. None of it is true. It's all fictitiously come together. It will be dead. Your body and my body will be dead later, sooner or later. If not later or sooner, if not sooner or later. Who doesn't have to die? Who does not have to leave this body? You raise your hand. Who can hang on to your body permanently? You raise your hand. So who are you? How do you identify your real identity? What is your identity? Venerable became a monk and he found the real identity. Later he became the Arahat. Let's find out more next time. Last time I have already explained the title and what has left to be, what is still left to be explained is the word Sutra. The word Sutra is a Sanskrit word. It means a tallying text. It tallies with the wonderful principles of all the Buddhas and with the opportunities for teaching sentient beings. The sutra is like a garland. The principles are linked together in the sutras like flowers woven into a garland. It's also like the rosary beads. The rosary beads link up all the 108 beads together. It ties it together. So the word sutra means tying together, tying all the principles together and expressed it. That's the meaning of the word sutra. And getting back to the book, if you read your book, it's the same. Yeah, okay. If you read the book, it's the same. I put the Chinese side on one side and the Sanskrit translation on the other side. This side is a translation not from the Chinese, it's from the Sanskrit. About 120 years ago. And this side is also translated from Sanskrit, that's about 1900 years ago. But the two match. So you can know that we should know that it's not a fake sutra. What was discovered, what was translated 1900 years ago is similar to a translation that we have done 120 years ago by a German scholar. So we already have almost finished the first sentence. Let's read it again. Thus it was heard by me at one time the blessed Bhagavat, that is the Buddha, dwelt at Sravasti in the Jata Grove in the garden of Anathapindaka, together with a large company of bhikshus, mendicant friars, namely with 1250 bhikshus, all of them acquainted with the 5 kinds of knowledge, elders, great disciples, and arahats, such as Sariputra, the elder, Mahamatigalyayana, Mahakazapa, Mahakapina, Mahakatyayana, Mahakastila, Revada, Zutipantaka, Nanda Ananda, Rahula, Gavanpati, Bharadvaja, Kaladayan, Bakula, and Aniruddha. So we finished that, but we haven't explained some of the 16 arahats. We have finished up to explanation of Revada. This is a disciple, an arahat also. You should know the meaning of arahat. We have already explained it. Arahat is the enlightened being who is already out from reincarnation, who has achieved Samya Sambuddhi. That's an arahat. Now, Revada, we already explained. And the next one is Zutipantaka. Now, there's a long story about this arahat, about this disciple. who I would leave it to the last to explain, because I have something very interesting to show you about Sutti Pantaka. Now then, we should explain Landa. Landa means happiness. As a Sanskrit word means happiness, it's the Buddha's brother. His deportment was quite similar to that of the Buddha. It's also called beautiful Nanda. In India, many people still use that name, Nanda. He has almost the same facial features as the Buddha. Next is Alanda, meaning joy, Alanda, with an A in front, meaning joy. Foremost in hearing most of the Buddha's teaching, 25 years personal attendant of the Buddha. He attended on the Buddha for 25 years, following the Buddha whenever he went, in Sravasti, in Mrigadava, everywhere. And Alanda has photographic memory. He could remember the content of every congregation, the content of all the Buddha's principles. Rahula, foremost in quietly doing good deeds, son of the Buddha. Gavanpati, meaning cowherd, going an arm's round in heaven. Now, getting a little bit more details in Nanda. Nanda meaning, as we said, wholesome bliss. He was a cowherd, tending to the cow, grazing the cow. He attained arahatship. On one occasion, the Buddha instructed Landa to preach to a group of 500 bhikshunis. Bhikshunis are nuns, bhikshunis. Hearing him speak, they all attained arahatship. Sangha community was surprised and they asked the Buddha why. How come Nanda was so effective in preaching to these bhikshunis? The Buddha said the 500 bhikshunis were the concubines of a king many kalpas ago. Kalpa is millions of years, many lifetimes ago. These 500 nuns or bhikshunis were the concubines of a king. A king has a lot of concubines in the harem of concubines in the palace. The king was a great Dharma protector too, and he built a large pagoda in honor of the Buddha then. The concubines believe in the Buddha and make daily offerings at the pagoda. And they all, the 500 concubines and the king went to make daily offerings to the pagoda, and they all vowed that they would in the future all obtain liberation with the king. All of us will work towards enlightenment, free ourselves from all suffering, and went on to Anuttara Samya Samputti, to enlightenment and to be free from all reincarnation. They make that vow. You know, once a vow is made, it becomes very powerful, you know. Whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can do. That's how powerful the mind is. You want to achieve something, and you tried it so hard, you make a vow, you plan for it, you contribute all your efforts to it, life after life after life after life, finally you'll be successful. And in this life, in the lifetime of Sakyamuni Buddha, all these concubines, the 500 concubines, became nuns under many years later, under Sakyamuni Buddha, and they met their king, who is Nanda. The king was the former incarnation of Nanda. So the 500 concubines met the king, who they fell in love with many kalpas ago, many years ago, and they all make that vow and they work towards it. Once a vow was made and you tried it, every life you work on it, you'll be successful. And this is the mature lifetime that all these 500 plus 1 sentient beings became enlightened. So that's the reason why the community, the Sangha community, was surprised. So powerful, Landa, how could you preach to 500 bhikshunis and they all become enlightened to be arahats? There was a long story behind that. That's the story in brief. That's Landa. So it's very important that you make a vow. It's very important that you make a vow that you become the Buddha. That you make a vow that you will stay away from all these sufferings. You make a vow that you start to improve on your morality standard, that you start for meditation, then you start to clean up your mind. You make up all these vows for good deeds, and you work towards it, and you will finally be successful in it. Alanda. the Sanskrit meaning rejoicing. He was the Buddha's cousin. His memory was extremely accurate and long-lasting. He edited and compiled all the Buddha's sutras and remembered clearly without ever forgetting all the Dharma the Buddha talked about. That's Alanda. Rahula, the son of the Buddha, he worked very hard at his practice. He was foremost in secret practices. He practiced everywhere, whenever he went, whenever the Buddha went, at all times, but he didn't tell anybody. He didn't brag on it. He never advertised that I am practicing meditation. I'm practicing the Buddha's teaching. He never disclosed what he's doing, but he's working very hard at it. He never bragged about what he was doing. He never boasted of his cultivation. So he was very good at that. He was not always telling and cursing and lying. He always kept a very low profile, a very quiet profile, but he worked with a lot of efforts towards it. That's Rahula, the Buddha's son. So when the Buddha became the Buddha, when the prince, Siddhartha Gautama, became the Buddha, many of his relatives followed him to become monks and nuns. Even the king, his wife, Yosudhara became a bhikshuni under the Buddha. Have you heard of the Yosudhara story? Yosudhara had been 500 lives the wife of Sakyamuni Buddha in previous lives. And there was a long romantic love story in it. And you can always find out more about it. The reason why I want to tell you some stories about these disciples, about these arahats, every one of them had a story to tell. Every one of them have a background. Every one of them have a biography. Like every one of you have a biography. Every one of you have a background. Your background has been very important to you. What did you do in your background? What did you do in your previous life? What did you do in your yesterday, the day before? All add up to how you are now. If you've done a lot of bad deeds, it all add up. If you do a lot of good deeds, it all add up. It's causality, cause and effect. Every thought counts. Be very careful with your thought. Not just the action, not just the speech. Action and speech is already expressed, a thought expressed. The Buddha said, be very careful with every thought from the mind. It must be a decent, virtuous thought. That's the reason why we meditate. Why do we meditate? It's because we want to relax our body, we want to be healthy. That's just secondary. We want to clean up our mind. We want the control of your mind. And if you say, of course I can control my mind, it's my own mind. If you can control your mind, how come you become mad? How come you curse? How come you yell? How come you become greedy? How come you become jealous? How come all these other people committed criminal crimes? Criminal offenses. Why? Because they couldn't control themselves. Now you are when you're meditating. You practice meditation. That's the reason why. Meditation is to get to your mind, not to worship Buddha, not to get God's blessings. No. Your destiny depends on your practice, you yourself, not on God, not on Buddha. The Buddha is only a teacher who teaches you how to achieve it. He gives you the map. You got to travel. You got to pack up your knapsack and you go. You have to walk. Nobody can walk it out for you. So that's Rahula. Number 12, Pindula Bharavaja, foremost in charity work. He did a lot of charity work. This Arahat, this enlightened being, he was famous in doing a lot of charitable work. Kaladayan, foremost in Dharma propagation. He likes to spread the Dharma. Mahakathina, foremost in astrology and horoscope. Vakula, foremost in longevity. He lived up to 160 years old. Every one of this Arahat had a long story to tell. You can always find out more about it. Why did Vakula live to 160 years old? He had never killed animals for food for 500 lives before. Every one of us, we kill animals for food. We support killing animals for food. And he, in addition to not killing animals, he freed animals, caged animals. He saved animals. For that, he had longevity, always be blessed with longevity in his deeds. It's causality, cause and effect. Anuruddha, the Buddha's brother, foremost in divine eyesight. How about this Arahat? Aniruddha. He was so lazy when he first became a monk. So the Buddha admonished him and said, you cannot be lazy, you have to start practicing. So he started to work very hard. He worked very hard in reading sutras, in meditation, in doing his practice, that he lost his eyesight. He lost completely his eye, couldn't see, he lost his eyesight. But then, not very long after, he attained arahatship. And when he attained arahatship, when he was in meditation, he could see with divine eyes. In other words, whenever he's in a trance in meditation, he could see galaxies millions of miles away. Other than that, he could see, he has clairvoyance. He has also telepathy. He knows what to think. He had all these supernatural powers. He didn't have the flesh and blood eyes, but he had the divine eyesight. He could see through walls. He was blind as far as the flesh and blood eyes is concerned, but it was all eyesight with divinity. So this Anuruddha. I finished all the arahats, but there's one I want to explain it to you, is Zuttipantaka. Prior to enlightenment, he is the most foolish of all bhikshus, also with extremely poor memory. His gatha later is, after he had got enlightened, that's his poem. Sweep clean, guard your speech and mind, control your action against evil doing. Now he had a story so interesting that I leave that last so that now I can explain it to you. Zuttipantaka is a Sanskrit word, and this Sanskrit word means little roadside. What does that mean? He had a brother who was also a monk. His brother, of course, attained arahatship also. His mother gave birth to his brother in India in the ancient days. When the pregnant woman was ready to give birth to a baby, they had to travel back to their own home to give birth to the baby. They didn't give birth to the baby in the husband's home. That's the custom. They travel back to the mother's home to give birth to a baby. And his mother was so busy that he waited till the last minute. So on her way, she gave birth to his brother by the roadside. So his brother's name was the Big Roadside. That's his nickname, the Big Roadside. And then the mother, of course, giving birth to him now, the second baby. She was so busy that she forgot again. And along the roadside too. What a coincidence. He didn't make it to her home. She gave birth to the second baby on the roadside. So he was also nicknamed the Little Roadside. The Little Roadside, born on the roadside. But there's a difference between the Big Roadside and the Little Roadside. The Big Roadside was extremely smart and intelligent. And he could learn very fast. Very good memory. So after becoming a monk for about 3-4 years, he attained arahatship. You know the meaning of arahatship, right? Arahatship, that means all his egoistic mental attitude is all eliminated. No more ego in him. And when he dies out this body, he does not have to reincarnate into another body. He's always in nirvana, we call it. Nirvana, enlightenment. When we die out our body, we have to go through another life because we have the karmic energy that pulls us to where we are going. And that's suffering. We've been suffering life after life like that. But this arahat's already in that, we don't know how to call it, in that bliss, in that purity, in that complete enlightenment that is, they don't have to go through any suffering. That's an arahat. So his brother attained arahatship within 3-4 years. So smart. But the little Rosai was just the opposite. Extremely stupid and foolish. Didn't even have a memory. So the Buddha Sakyamuni instructed some arahats to teach him, the little Rosai, about a verse, a poem. But he could not even remember 2 or 3 words. Some people are like that. They were so poor in their memory that they couldn't remember. You may be amazed. Some people cannot remember even 2 or 3 words. Yes, there are people like that. Some people are autistic. Some people have different level of autism. It happened that way. So he couldn't remember even 3-4 words. So couldn't learn. And at a certain time, the big Rosai was not completely enlightened yet, not became the arahat, and he got quite disgusted with his brother, because look, he thought to himself, we left home, our parents are still plowing the land, they're peasants, plowing the land, nobody look after our parents. Now, both of us became monk under the Buddha. Who's going to look after our parents? So he talked to little Rosai, and he said, little Rosai, you got no hope. I mean, you better go home. Well, I don't want you to be here, because look, you're not making any progress at all. You're not learning anything. So why don't you go back home and look after our parents so that I can practice peacefully? Now I'm always thinking about my parents. I feel sorry about our parents losing 2 sons. We should be looking after them. Now, can you go back home, little Rosai, and look after them so that I can practice peacefully? Little Rosai did not want to go home. So he was so sorrowful that he was being scolded by his brother, and he was crying and weeping at the entrance of the monastery. The Buddha saw it, and the Buddha said, what happened to you, little Rosai? Little Rosai told the whole story about being pushed to go back to look after his parents. And the Buddha said, don't worry about it. Who said that you cannot practice? Let me teach you 2 words. Can you remember 2 words? I don't know, I'll try. Just 2 words. Sweep clean. Sweep clean. Using a broom to sweep the floor clean. Can you remember these 2 words? And combined with these 2 words, you do that action. Now, you don't have to read any sutras. You don't have to read any literature. You don't have to read any words. Just remember, sweep clean, and you're brooming the floor for the monastery. Every day you are sweeping clean all the land in the monastery, inside and out. That's your chore. Can you do that? Yes, I can. Yes. And if you forget, you're sweeping clean. Your action remind your words, and your words remind your action. You sweep clean. Every time when you say sweep clean, then you're doing the action, then you'll remember it. So little Rosai tried to remember these 2 words. It was difficult at first, but he was doing this action that reminds him sweep clean or broom clean. And after a few years, one day, he was brooming inside the meditation hall. And in the morning, it was quite dark. It was a cloudy day. And all of a sudden, after brooming for a while, the sun broke out, and the sunlight shines into the room, and it brightens up the room, and he saw the dust flowing in the air. He couldn't see the dust with his naked eyes because it was so dark and gloomy. And all of a sudden there was a breakthrough of the sunlight and shine through into the room, and he saw this dust flowing in the air. And all of a sudden, because of this incident, he got enlightened. And he said, oh, am I sweeping the floor or I'm sweeping my mind? The floor is dirty, I sweep it off, but even the air has dirt in it. I didn't notice the air has dirt in it. I should be sweeping clean everything, not just the ground, not just the floor. What do I have to sweep? How about my mind? What am I doing now? I'm thinking, I'm seeing all these things. What do I see these things with? Not just with the eyes, but with my thought behind it. So I should be sweeping my thought, my mind. So it's not sweep clean, it should be sweep mind clean. So he started to meditate. I sweep my mind clean. I broom my mind clean. I broom up all this dust from my mind. No more dust from my mind. Just to recap on what we talked about, we finished the first paragraph. For those who come for the first time, you probably don't know what we are talking about. We are talking on a sutra written about a Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. We've been listening to a lot of people chanting the name Amitabha, or in Chinese, Namo Amitabha, Amitabha. Why do we have to chant a Buddha name? What's the significance of it? Why do we have to chant at all? We could just meditate. Why is there chanting meditation? Where does the chanting words come from? What is a mantra? All these you need to clear up in your mind. You see, the Buddhist teaching is not blind faith. It's not just believing in a Buddha and I'm safe. No. Buddha is the teacher who told you the right way to go. You have to walk the way yourself. If you don't walk the way, you can't get to your destination. But the most important is you're going to have the map to guide you to go to that way. So we need to study sutras to increase wisdom. So we always have been studying sutra. This is the first paragraph that we have covered already. We have covered quite a bit. And today we're going to the second paragraph. He dwelt together with, he means the Buddha. He dwelt together with these and many other great disciples, and together with many noble-minded Bodhisattva, such as Manjusri, the prince, the Bodhisattva Ajita, the Bodhisattva Gandhahastin, the Bodhisattva Niyota Yukoto, the Bodhisattva Anixita Dura. He dwelt together with them and many other noble-minded Bodhisattvas, and with Sakra, the Indra or king of the Devas, and with Brahman Sahampanti, with these and many other 100,000 Nayutas of the sons of the gods. The scripture that we have been talking now was translated 1,900 years ago from Sanskrit into Chinese. And then just about 120 years ago, a German scholar dug from an Indian ground a scroll of Sanskrit, and he translated the Sanskrit from Sanskrit into English. And this is the translation. The two matches. The two happen in two different times, but the content matched together. He dwelt together with these many other great disciples and together with noble-minded. We all know what noble-minded means. Bodhisattvas, we may not know what it means. What is a bodhisattva? Bodhisattvas are Buddha to be. They will be Buddha. They are practicing the way to become the Buddha. They are called bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas have different levels. If you vow to follow the Bodhi way, the enlightened way, you are a preliminary, an initial bodhisattva, because you have vowed to follow the Bodhi way, the enlightenment way. You have vowed to follow Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. Of course, you have to know what Buddhi means. You have to know what Buddhi means. We already have explained that in detail, but just for people who may not understand, Bodhi is enlightenment. In other words, you come to a realization within yourself. Your wisdom level, you continue to cultivate your wisdom level gradually until it reaches the higher and higher and higher point until you get to the highest point of the wisdom. You, everybody, has that wisdom inside of you. Have you started your cultivation? Now let's come together to find out more about this. Let's come together to understand ourselves. Not talking about understand gods, understand Buddha. Did you understand yourself first? Before you understand the Buddha and gods? Buddhism is about understanding of yourself. What is a bodhisattva? A bodhisattva is the Buddha to be in pursuit of the highest wisdom. You have that wisdom, and that wisdom has been polluted for many, many lifetimes. Let's find out what a bodhisattva. Before we find out, let's generalize it and say, how many ways are there to go on to this enlightenment? A bodhisattva is pursuing enlightenment. How many ways we can do it? Many, many ways. I summarize it for you in here. The Stravakas, we call it. These practitioners lived at the time of the Buddha when they had listened to the Buddha's teaching personally. Or they later read the Buddha's teachings and listened to teachers of Buddhism and practiced accordingly. Like you and me. We've been reading the Buddha's teaching in the form of literature, in the form of language and words. We listen to teachers. Or if you were born 2,600 years ago in India, in Kapilavastu, you could be one of the followers of the Buddha. You actually listen to the Buddha. Sakyamuni Buddha is a historical Buddha of human civilization. We all know that. That's world history. There is such a Buddha 2,600 years ago in India, Sakyamuni Buddha. He practiced the way, and he had a lot of followers and disciples. If you lived then, at that time, you are a Stravaka pursuing the enlightened way through the teaching of the Buddha. When the Buddha passed away, then you read his teaching in the form of language, translations. So you are Stravakas, because actually you have something to rely on. You have literature, you have teachings to rely on. You have teachers to rely on. And there are also 4 levels for the Stravakas. The first level is Strota Apana. Second is Anagaman. Third, Sakritagaman. Fourth, and Arahats. They work gradually up. Of course, if we want to venture into how each level works out, you got to study it. I'm just giving you a generalization now. There's so much to study in Buddhism. If you live up to 100 years old, you cannot read all the literature in Buddhism. Of course, right now, the most extensive is in the Chinese language. Because throughout the centuries, all these Chinese monks, they travel to India through the desert, through the Silk Way, many of them. And they carry sutras back to China, organized translation academies, hundreds of people translating this literature into Chinese. They work their way. They put in a lot of work over the centuries. That's the reason why the richest, the largest resource of the Buddhist teaching is in the Chinese language, because these people, they work towards it for centuries. since thousands of years ago. But recently, for the past 200-300 years, there have been a lot of English translations, lots of them, hundreds of them. A Chinese philosopher, Lao Tzu, and he said, a million miles of journey starts from the first step. Have you taken your first step? The most important is your first step. Or you haven't taken any step at all. If you stride out your first step, and you continue and continue, you get to your destination. That first step is very important. A big tree, start with a shooting, start with a little seed. So you got to start somewhere. The Sravakers now, okay? These people, they have literature to rely on, they have written records to rely on, and there are also others. The second kind of practitioners, the Pratyakas, those who lived at a time when there was no Buddha and no Buddhist teaching. These practitioners attained self-enlightenment through contemplation of the 12 dependent links of origination. We already have taught it. Paticca Samuppada, you already have known it. We live in a time now where there's no Buddha. The Buddha passed away 2,600 years ago, but we still have the Buddhist teaching in words, in language. We're the lucky ones. There are other times when there's actually no Buddhist teaching at all. The 12 links of dependent origination, about the origin of life. People usually ask, where did we come from? How come we born to this world? Why do we have to go through all that we have experienced? What's the point of all these things? Why is there a link of life and death? Why is there no samsara? We studied that in Paticca Samuppada. If you missed it, get into internet. Find out the 12 dependent links of origination to study the origin of life. How life evolved from life after life, one after another. We don't just live in this lifetime, you know. The time dimension the Buddha brought to us is not about just one lifetime. It's not just about today. In a short perspective, we have today, yesterday, and tomorrow. It's three-dimensional. The past, the present, and the future. But you're considering that just within your own lifetime. The Buddha extended this one lifetime to many lifetimes, and he said, you got a life not only of this life, you got a previous lives too. Many previous lives. You evolve from those previous lives into what you are today, bringing yourself a lot of karma. You know what karma means? Everybody is different. Their plies are different. What they encounter are different. Some are rich, some are poor, some are healthy, some are not healthy. Some have good families, some have broken families, some got divorced, some got good husbands and wives, some got good children, filial pieties, and some got miserable lives. Why? Why are all these differences? Because our karma are different. What you have done in your past are different. You were very generous in your past life. And that cultivation of cause may be the main reason for you being very, very rich in this life. Because you have cultivated, you have sowed all these seeds of being rich. So your richness did not come without any reason. There's cause and effect, when we call it causality. A very profound concept in the Buddhist teaching is causality. Let's go down the line. So the Pratyeka Buddhas depend on themselves for the 12 links of dependent origination. Next is Bodhisattvas, practitioners who vow to attain Bodhi, complete enlightenment, and practice the 6 paramitas. Generosity, morality, endurance, diligence, meditation, and wisdom. These are the 6 paramitas. What's the meaning of paramitas? Paramitas is going to perfection. Paramitas is all-embracive and includes all the good deeds. It's like panorama. What does that panorama word comes from? A broad view that is all including all the good deeds. Did you do all the good deeds? These are just general keywords. Are you generous? Do you follow morality? What is sila? Did you kill? Did you steal? Did you commit sexual misconduct? Did you slander? Did you curse? Do you do all these bad deeds? If you have done all those bad deeds, you created karma. You can't get away with this. You created energy. And that energy carried you all the way through to what you are today. So a bodhisattva vowed to attain bodhi through all these. And the bodhisattva vowed to attain bodhi not just for himself, but for all sentient beings. So the first two, 1 and 2, are self-enlighteners, mostly, generally. They care for themselves more. And the bodhisattva are one with all sentient beings. That means they care not just for themselves, for all others. They cannot live alone by enlightening himself. He has to enlighten others. In other words, the first two learn how to swim. They can swim across the ocean of life and death. A bodhisattva participate in not just learning how to swim, in teaching others how to swim, so that all sentient beings can swim across the ocean of life and death and get to that nirvana, that shore of nirvana, that shore of a bodhi, that shore of enlightenment, from this confused shore of mental afflictions. A bodhisattva is an enlightened being who is practicing every day towards complete enlightenment, and we call it Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. It's a Sanskrit word. If you want to pursue more about the meaning of it, write down the Sanskrit word and get into Google and find out more information. You are right now in the middle of some Buddhist philosophy which is very profound. You don't expect yourself to understand everything. If you're a first-time comer, probably you haven't read this before. Probably you don't even know that Buddhism is not just about worshiping. Buddhism is about understanding yourself and resolve all your problems through yourself. And of course, Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, they are ready to help you too. It's just like when you are in this shore of confusion and mental affliction, and you want to go to that shore of enlightenment, you got to swim across that ocean of life and death. How do you swim across it? You swim yourself. You depend on yourself. But there are also boats that you can sit in. Those boats are available to you. Those boats are prepared by Bodhisattvas and Buddhas and Arahats and all the saints. Are you ready to get onto those boats? Or you just learn it yourself? You can swim by yourself, but you can get onto the boat. You still have to walk onto the boats though. Mahasattvas, Maha Sanskrit meaning great, Sattva meaning beings. These Bodhisattvas are not just ordinary beings, they're great Bodhisattvas. If you vow to enlighten all others, if you vow to do all the good deeds, if you vow to take on a mission of purifying not just yourself, the whole world, you are a Bodhisattva. So in other words, if I'm a politician and I vow I'm going to introduce measures to benefit my citizens, my country people, but at the same time, I want to take an international perspective. I want to purify not just our people, but people of the whole world. At the same time, not just egoistic about your own country, internationally about everybody. So that's a great Bodhisattva's thinking. A Bodhisattva has many levels. The 10 spiritual realms of the Bodhisattvas all have meaning. In the Chinese language, 菩萨有10地, the great joy realm, 欢喜地, stillness realm, 离垢地 luminous realm, 颜慧地 radiant realm, 法光地 very difficult to train, 难生地 in other words, help sentient beings attain maturity and do not become emotionally involved when such beings respond negatively, both of which are difficult to do. The emphasized perfection is meditative concentration. So what we are learning, all the practice would gear us towards the Bodhisattva's way. But when you're helping others, at the same time you're helping yourself. The great joy is the first glimpse of enlightenment, feeling great joy, emphasizing on all parameters, especially dana. What does that mean? Let's simplify our talking by not using too much nomenclature of Buddhism, by not using too much jargons. Why are we meditating? We're meditating. Why? I gave an example at the beginning of the session. We're taking a bath every day to clean the dirt off our body. But none of us think about cleaning our mind. What happened to you if you don't clean up your mind regularly? It's the same as not cleaning up your body. Your mind gets all the garbage. That's the reason why people have depression, jealousy, hatred, fear, anger, violence. How many mental afflictions? I give you a piece of paper and I said, write down all the mental garbage that people have or what you have. Maybe you don't even think about it. Maybe you can't even write. I said, do you have any mental garbage? No, I don't have any mental garbage. I'm okay. But the next minute you were crying, you were sad, you were jealous, you were egoistic. Are those not mental garbage? Not just you, that includes me. If you still don't know what is mental afflictions, why don't you buy Sun, the Globe and Mail, flip to the first page and try to find out what relates to mental affliction. International wars, even natural disasters, earthquake, genocide, killing, raping, stealing. You can write a lot. Get a piece of paper and start from the first page. Try to find out what relates to mental afflictions, what relates to mental garbage, what comes out because of mental garbage. And you have a very long list. Do we need to clean them? Nobody thought about it. They say, you clean up your garbage, you better be nice to me. I feel unhappy because of you. I feel angry because you make me angry. Did you ever blame yourself? You think all the others make you angry. You think all the others make you have violence behavior. You think you curse because you infuriate me. That's why I curse. You always blame the other guys. You don't blame yourself because you don't see, you don't reflect on yourself. You don't contemplate on your mind. You always blame the others. You always blame your family members. You always blame your dad for not giving you the education, your mom for not looking after you. You always blame your boyfriend for not treating you nicely, or your girlfriend for getting away from you. Have you ever looked at yourself? Why? If everybody knows how to clean up his mind every day, doing a half hour or 15 minutes meditation, you know how much help that would be to your life? You sit down and say, oh yeah, I shouldn't be greedy. I shouldn't be egoistic. But you need a basis to work on. You don't even know what is egoism. So you need a morality foundation to work on. You need to know what is wrong and what is right. There's so much to learn in Buddhism. Just morality. Buddhism has 3 columns to support a foundation. Morality, meditation, and wisdom. You got to know in your everyday life what you should do and what you should not do. It's extremely important that you know what you should not do. You should not kill, you should not steal, for example. You should not commit sexual misconduct. You should not slander. You should not use immoral language. You should not be double-tonguing. There's a lot of things we should not do, but we have been doing them. Generally, all these things that you have done fall into three categories: greediness, hatred, and ignorance. That covers almost all. But if you are an inquisitive listener, you will say, no, what you're saying is not right. I've been doing good things too. I've been courteous, I've been helpful. Yes, you have been. Whatever good things you have done, you got good karma. Whatever bad things you have done, you got bad karma. How many good karma you have accumulated? And how many bad ones? I can tell you, maybe more bad than good. Okay, another 5 levels. Obviously, transcendent level, 先前地. Gone afar level, 远行地. Immovable realm, 不动地. Good discriminating wisdom, 三位地. So if you've gone to the obviously transcendent realm, but depending on the perfection of wisdom, the Bodhisattva does not abide in either samsara or nirvana. The emphasized perfection is wisdom or prajna. This is not easy for beginners. When you're up to the 8th realm, the immovable realm, that's the turning point. You don't need to work with efforts. You work spontaneously. In other words, when you meditate for a long time, your mind is geared towards this purification that you don't need efforts to work at it. You just continuously work at it without applying efforts at all. This is getting more and more profound, but for the time being, just know that the Bodhisattvas have different levels of study, different level of practice. But all this practice includes 3 broad categories: the practice of morality, the practice of meditation, and the practice of elevation of wisdom. We call it samadhi and vipassana. Let's get on, Bodhisattvas. Now let's get on to the book. The book said that Buddha, when Buddha started to talk about the Sutra, talk about Amitabha, there's so many Bodhisattvas in the assembly. Like you are in the assembly, yeah, you are in our congregation now. But when Buddha was talking on the history, the significance of Amitabha Buddha, a lot of Bodhisattvas participated, a lot of arahats participated, a lot of disciples, his disciples participated. And one of the many Bodhisattvas is Manjusri Bodhisattva. Manjusri meaning gentle glory. He's a personification of transcendent wisdom. His name appears frequently in various sutras. He was foremost in cultivation of wisdom. He's also called the Prince of the Dharma. So that's the reason why it says Prince of the Dharma. He's called the Prince because the Buddha was the king of the Dharma. So he's the Prince of the Dharma. 4 important Bodhisattvas in Mahayana Buddhism: Manjusri Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Siddhagapa Bodhisattva. The 4 important ones. Now if you go to the main gracious hall in this temple, the 4 standing Bodhisattvas, these are the 4. Wenshu Sri Pusa, Manjusri Bodhisattva, Guan Pusa, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Puxian Pusa, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Siddhagapa Bodhisattva, Dijang Pusa. They personify 4 things: wisdom, compassion, practice, and vow. So Manjusri Bodhisattva was present in the congregation when Buddha was talking about Amitabha Buddha. And then Ajita Bodhisattva, Sanskrit for invincible, also known as Maitreya, the compassionate one. Who is Ajita Bodhisattva? When you first walk into the temple from the garden into the driveway, what do you see? You see a laughing Buddha with a big belly, right? That's Ajita. He appeared in many forms, sometimes in a big belly monk. It's a fat, laughing monk. He's Ajita. He specialized in cultivating compassion, samadhi, compassionate to all beings. He's now in Tushita heaven and will come to this world as the next Buddha after Sakyamuni Buddha. I can only finish 4 slides. I plan to finish more, but I should talk maybe a little bit more about Ajita Bodhisattva. Our historical Buddha is Sakyamuni Buddha, who was born in India 2,600 years ago. Actually, history of human civilization had a record of this Buddha. It's not fake. A Buddha is not a fake person. It's written in history of human beings. In Kapilavastu, 2,600 years ago, his name was Siddhartha Gautama. He was the prince of Kapilavastu in a country in India. He became a monk and he later attained enlightenment, and he promoted his teaching that he found to the whole world, even up to now. Some people will ask, why did Buddha born in India? How come not in North America? How come not in China? I'm a Mexican, maybe he should be born in Mexico. I'm a Japanese, why didn't Buddha born in Japan? Why pick India? According to some scriptures, at that time, geographically, India was the center of the planes of existence. There's 3 planes of existence, I'll explain it to you. According to the Buddhist cosmology. You know what cosmology? The shape and evolution of the universe. Buddhism study cosmology. Buddhism has a very extensive literature in cosmology, how the world is formed, how the universe evolved. And according to scriptures, India is considered to be the center. So when the Buddha came out, it's natural that came from the center. And then this prince, this person, this saint, he reincarnated into a prince, Siddhartha Gautama, and became the Buddha. But previously, he had been practicing many, many lifetimes. And Ajita Bodhisattva is the next Buddha. Slowly, gradually, Buddhism will die out in this world. I don't know how many years, maybe thousands of years later, there will be none. There will be no Buddhism. Because everything has its arising, maintaining, disintegrating, and disappearing. Our body goes through the same process. We're being born, and we go through adulthood, childhood, adulthood, and then we age, and then we die. The body goes through that cycle. Everything in the universe goes through this cycle. You name me one thing that does not die. You name me one thing that would exist permanently. You think this will exist permanently? I'm sure you know that my body, your body, will not exist permanently. Will anything exist permanently? Nothing exists permanently. Everything is impermanent. But everything is impermanent, but we take it as everlasting. We know that death is always confronting us. You are 25 years old and you think, I'm young, I will live until 96. We don't know. Nobody knows what tomorrow would be. One accident would take you away. Nobody knows. So death is always confronting us. But to everybody, death is so remote. You never think of it. You never think of dying. You think of dying? Nobody thinks of dying. Because it sounds so remote. It is not. It is not. So why don't we start to know, what are we going to do? Yes, we're not. It is not. But how do we get away from all this suffering? Why do we have to reincarnate again? The heaven concept in religion takes a very significant role in discussion, this heaven concept. And usually people, when they discussed about heaven, religiously or spiritually, they discussed from a few perspectives. And of course, these perspectives relate to questions they ask. Where is heaven? How do we go to heaven? So where is heaven is the how to get there. Or where is it? Where? How to go there? How? When can we go there? The how, the where, the when. And perspectives such as, is it a permanent place? Perspectives such as a reward. Is it a reward from God? In many religions it says, if you follow God, if you believe in God, if you have faith in God, when you die, you go to heaven. And that poses another perspective. Is it fair to all beings? You believe in God, and if I don't, that means I can't go to heaven? Should God be fair? I mean, only if you believe in me, then you go to heaven. For those who don't believe in me, you don't go to heaven. So that means you're setting up a demarcation between believers and non-believers. And what's the definition of a God? You mean a God takes sides politically? Like you have a Democratic Party, you have a Progressive Party, and you're my members, and you're not my members. Well, is that the definition of a God? Do you consider all these questions? Or you don't really care about it? Just go to heaven. And then we also ask questions. Is it a permanent place? In some religions it says the final day will come when there's resurrections and everybody gets up from the tombs and go to heaven. That is an awful view. Everybody gets up from the ground and then go to heaven. If everybody gets up from the ground up to being dead for hundreds of years, you mean all the skeletons stand up and ready to go? Or at that time they already resumed their original bodies? All this poses a lot of mystical thinking in minds. Some of these questions can be answered. Some require deep thinking to answer. And also, given that everybody's wisdom is not the same, it does not matter what answer you give. Some people don't get it. It does not matter what kind of answers. Because wisdom has different levels. Give you an example. Wisdom can step from a level of materiality to non-materiality. We call it stepping from the physical to the metaphysical. From the physical to the philosophical. So, why am I talking about this? I'm talking about a sutra. But this is just to give you a prelude, an example as to in what way should you think. Do you just follow blindly in God, and that is it? And who qualifies for going to heaven? How to get there? It all contains in this sutra, the Sutra of Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha at that time, when he was gathering the assembly and giving out a lecture on the Sutra of Amitabha about going to heaven and what is this place and who is the professor in there, who is the main speaker in there. The Buddha dwelt together with these and many other Greek disciples, and together with many noble-minded bodhisattvas such as Manjushri, the prince, the Bodhisattva Ajita, the Bodhisattva Gandhahastin, the Bodhisattva Niyodyukta, the Bodhisattva Anizipatora. He dwelt together with them and many other noble-minded bodhisattvas up to there. Bodhisattvas are the Buddhas to be, and they have different levels. You are also a Buddha to be, because you've got that Buddha nature in you. Everybody will become the Buddha if you practice accordingly. Everybody has that God nature in everybody. There's no permanent demarcation between God and the follower. The God is right inside of your mind, not physically somewhere else. So this Bodhisattva is Sanskrit for never resting. This Bodhisattva was so full of determination that his efforts were endless and it did not require any rest. Bodhisattva Niyuk-yukta, Chang Jing Jin Pusa, Sanskrit for ever vigorous. The Bodhisattva was always vigorous in his cultivation. Bodhisattva Anik-zipta Dura, Buchi Jing Jin Pusa, Sanskrit for not giving up on efforts. This Bodhisattva never gave up on his cultivation even in times of extreme hardship. So all these Bodhisattvas and so on were with the Buddha. And why did the Sutra particularly mention this few? Because these are the very vigorous, very diligent Bodhisattvas who never give up on the practice. They have the very high determination in their spiritual odyssey, in their Buddha to be course. So I have explained all that. And let's explain another audience. Sakra, the Indra king of the Devas. He is the ruler of Trayasrimsa's heaven, Dao Li Tian. He is the protector of Buddhism. He was once a Brahmin in Magadha, India. He cultivated the 10 virtuous deeds and was reborn in that heaven as his king. So he's a heaven king. And when we talk about that, now this is the king in a certain heaven. And according to the Buddhist scriptures, according to the Buddha's teaching, there's not only just one heaven. There's so many heavens. And that, when we mention this word heaven, we always want to ask ourselves a question. What is heaven located? If I have to go there, I have to find out its location, right? If you want to find out location of the heaven, you really have to study the Buddhist cosmology, which is the shape and the evolution of the universe, according to scriptures. Not just blindly believe, oh, there's a heaven. You don't know where, you don't know how, you don't know, you don't know its location, you don't know how it gets there. So you really have to study it in detail, not just blindly believe in heaven. So let's talk about a little bit on a Buddhist cosmology, about the cosmos. You know what the cosmos is? The whole universe. How does this universe wake up, and what's the evolution of it? Are there any beings in other universes? A few hundred years ago, we don't believe in a world other than the world you live in. But then when we land on the moon, we know that there's many other places. The Buddha already said 2,600 years ago, the universe is unlimited. In those days, India would just say, oh, India is the only world. Or China, oh, we are in China, we are the only place. Until they discovered North America. They know there's so many other places. Until people venture by ships to go to different places, then they know that, then they extend the limitless of the horizon. Human intelligence is still very restricted. We explore more and more, but we are still very restricted. Maybe a few hundred years from now, humans discover something that we can't even dream of these days. Maybe 100 years from now we can fly to the moon. Maybe we visit your grandparents or visit your friends by just not driving a car, putting a knapsack on your back and push a button and then boom, you shoot over there. You don't have any parking problem. But you will have traffic accidents in the sky. That's my imagination. So let's talk about Buddhist cosmology. We call it the planes of existence. We exist in a location. And you know these locations had 3 tiers to it, 3 rams to it. Ram meaning location. But this location is so vast, so magnificent, so unlimited, so boundless, no boundary at all. Let's look at the lowest level first. We call it the Kama Dhatu, the desired ram, Yu Jie. The next ram, higher level, is the Rupa Dhatu, the form ram. And then another higher level is Arupa Dhatu, the formless ram. And then going back to the Kama Dhatu, the desired ram. Why is it called a desired ram? Because in that ram, that's the ram that we're living in now. We are now, you and I, we're in a desire ram because we always have insatiable desires. We have the desires to be rich, we have the desire to eat, desire to be rich, wealth, reputation, desire to man and women relationship, all kinds of desires in this world. We call it the desire ram. The desire ram is, of course, having forms. This desire ram is made up of matter, protons, electrons, and neutrons. We're made up by matters. We're made up with material. So this desire also has material. In other words, I can see this book. Everything is made up of material. You, your body, everything is made up of material plus desire. Material plus desire. And the desire wants material, and desire grow up from materials. So we're living in a materialistic world. You're always striving to satisfy your desires by looking for material. You seldom look for anything that is non-material. If you start to look for something non-material, you start to be philosophical. If you start to be philosophical, you start to build up your wisdom. But how many people start to be philosophical? Or they're thinking of wealth, money, reputation, food, sleeping, drinking, partying, playing, you name them. But everybody has been doing that. We're in the desire realm. We look for material. Beings in here differ in degree of happiness, but they are all, other than Buddhas and Arahats, under the domination of Mara. What is Mara? Mara is a Sanskrit word for devil. And are bound by sensual desires which cause sufferings. We are dominated by devil. And would you ask the question, what is devil? Is it a guy with a horn, 2 horns, and holding a shaft, and then in front of the TV, and ugly faces showing up at you and say, you follow me? Is that a Mara? The Mara, the devil, is not anywhere. It's also within you. You have that Mara in you, that ego in you that is dominating you. It's your mind. It's very interesting. Your mind dominates you. You are the God, you are the devil. You have that God and devil in you. 1 minute you're God, the next minute you're a devil. Do you have that experience? I always give that experience of driving a car. You're driving a car, somebody honk. Do you know how to drive? That's the devil in you. And then the next minute you say, oh no, I should keep myself cool. I should watch road safety. I shouldn't get mad. Oh, suddenly the God concept is coming in. You're always that way. We're always that way. If you're dominated more by Mara, you're in trouble. How many people are nourished by that God instead of dominated by Mara? You tell me. Okay, I don't want to go into details. I'm watching the clock right there. I want to finish the whole page today. I've been talking for 5 lectures and I can't even finish the page 1. I don't know if that's Mara or God, but I try to keep it the right way. Okay, so we are living in this world of the desire world, and then we're thinking, are there any other beings in other classification? The Buddha said, yes, we are in the lowest classification. We have sensual desires to satisfy, which cause suffering. And we are acting just the opposite. We thought that sensual desires are good for us. That's the reason why you're looking for a relationship. That's the reason why you think that I got pleasure in sensual desires. That's the reason why people have man and woman relationship, one night stand, you name them. They thought it's pleasure, but it's a Mara, because you are dominated by it. Let's look higher beings than us. Rupadhatu, the form realm, this is a physical realm, and its inhabitants all have a body and location. Their bodies are composed of a subtle substance, which is of itself invisible to the inhabitants of the Gama Dhatu. We can't see them. Sentient beings here are not governed by desires for things pleasing to the senses. Their bodies do not have sexual distinction. They always enjoy happiness as materials come naturally and spontaneously as they wish. So in other words, there's another realm, we call it Rupa Dhatu. Rupa means matter, Dhatu means realm. So in that location, beings there, they don't have any desires, but they still have form. And the careless thinker would think, or the naive thinker would think, oh, that's good. We have a form, we have desires. But it's because of desires that we suffer. These people, they already transcend desires. They don't have any more attachment and not being dominated by sensual pleasures. We are. Our eyes want to see beautiful things. Our ears want to listen to praises, not criticisms. Our tongue want to taste meat. We don't care about killing animals. We like to taste the meat. We like to kill them for food. We like fish. We like chicken. We like cows. We like goat. We like lamb chop. We like steak. You name lobsters. We don't care killing them. We've created a lot of karma, but we like our tongue to taste that, what we call deliciousness. We don't care about the expense of hurting sentient beings, at the expense of killing sentient beings. We incur a lot of karma, sure, but we don't care. But in that level, Rupa Dhatu, they don't have that kind of desires. They already have transcended all these desires, but they haven't completed their enlightenment. They still have a body. You think your body is good? Our body is a burden. Your body is a burden. Your body is no good. We don't want to abuse this body, of course, but you come with this karmic body. You got to protect it. You can't just abuse it. Nobody would abuse a body unless you commit suicide or you hurt yourself. But in that level, they transcend desires. So they don't have any more desires, but they still have a form because they haven't completed the enlightenment yet. And having a body, they already have getting rid of their desires, which is much more superior to us. We not only have form, not only do we have forms, we have desires that pull us down. But they don't have any desires. They are higher level sentient beings, but they still have forms. They don't have a sexual relationship anymore. In other words, there's no such thing as you're a woman and I'm a man. But people think it otherwise. They always think that, it's good to have women and men. But in there, these beings, they live without that distinction because they transcend it already. Being in that realm, I talk about the characteristics of that realm. How do they differ from us in their mentality? Now, first of all, they're extremely happy. They're not like us. So we're sad, we are depressed, we are angry, we're jealous, we got fear, we got disappointment, we cry, we weep, life is suffering. We kill each other in wars, genocide, criminal offense, any kind of these things induce suffering. In there, none of these things. Only happiness. That's what we call heaven. That's a location for heaven. But I yet want to have more details to tell you about the divisions of heavens in there. That is heaven. Only happiness. Other than happiness, they enjoy longevity. In other words, we only live for 100 years. Our death will show up pretty soon. You may think it's remote. It's not. We always think of death as something so remote from us. I'm only 23, I'm only 30, I'm only 50, I still have another 50 years to go. It's not like that. Death is unexpected. Nobody knows what happened tomorrow. Do you know? You could be healthy today, or you could be unhealthy today. You could pronounce death today, and then tomorrow the doctor said, no, it's a miracle, you survive. Or it's vice versa. You could be healthy today, one accident will take your life away. Not even tomorrow. Maybe the next hour. We don't know. But in there, they enjoy longevity. Their lifespan, it differs from one heaven to another for millions of years. Long term, long happiness. How come they have that? Because in their cultivation, they have done a lot of good deeds. I have more to tell you about this. I can't rush this because this concept, some of you have already heard about that concept, but it's always good to review about it so that you can tell others about the heaven. Actually, if you look in the heaven concept, that is the most significant, the most important concept in a belief. So there's Rupadhatu. How many heavens are there? 18 heavens. Every heaven is a little different. Why is every heaven a little different? Because everybody's cultivation is different. Even in this world of desire, not to talk about the Rupadhatu, which is the higher realm, everybody's different. You are richer than me. You're prettier than me. You're uglier than me. You're healthier than me, or vice versa. Why all these inequities, inequalities? Because of what your karma has brought you to where you are, not God. Nothing to do with God. It's you yourself. You did that. You created your own destiny. You created your own cause. You realize this retribution. Good cause, good effect. Bad cause, bad effect. Neutral ones, neutral effect. That's causality. That's Rupadhatu. Now we go one higher level, Arupadhatu. When we get A in there, that means just the opposite of it. No form. Into a formless realm. In there, they are much better than the lower two levels. They don't have a body anymore. No material anymore. Only consciousness left. This body is a burden. Even though this body is a burden, we hang on to it, we're attached to it. In hospice care, volunteers of hospice care always say, we try to comfort the dying patient, but they are choking and panting and waiting for hours, for days, for months, and they can't go. They're always on oxygen. Why? Because they don't want to leave their body. They're attached to their body so much, not just to their body, to families, to properties, to houses. Some may even to a diamond ring. They can't go. An old woman could be on the verge of death, and in her mind she thought, oh, I still left my 2 carats diamond ring in a deposit box in TD Bank. I can't talk now. I forgot where my key is. I got to tell my daughter, I can't talk. I got to talk for this. She lingered on for months, going back to Arupa Dhatu. This ram has no place in a purely physical cosmology, as none of the beings inhabiting it has either shape or location. And correspondingly, the ram has no location either. This ram belongs to those devas who attain and remain in the 4 absorptions of the Arupa Dhatu dhyanas in the previous life, and now enjoys the fruits, vipaka, of the good karma of that accomplishment. Some people may not even understand this, but anyway, up to the Arupa Dhatu, there's no physical form. When there's no physical form, that means no matter. There's no protons, no electrons, no molecules, no matters. When there's no matter, if there's no matter, you think there's a location? But it's not even matter. How can you say of a location? A location gives us the idea that it's a place, or it's a place, it's a matter. But how can you say, well, where is this Arupa Dhatu? It has no form. At that time, those people in there, they achieve a very high level of spirituality. Of course, they're in extreme happiness. They live very long, but they still haven't finished the enlightenment. In other words, they still haven't, if I put it in common English, if we thought of enlightenment as purifying the mind, it gets to a level that they almost purified it extremely clean, but they still have taints and pollutants in it, and they haven't finished it. We have all kinds of pollutants. We're in the lowest ram. The Rupa Dhatu has a ram. In other galaxies, in other universes, they still have a location. But this Rupa Dhatu transcend material, they don't have a location. And some naive thinkers will say, poor, they don't even have a location. You have a location, you are the poorer sentient beings than them. Because to them, the space is the location. Their mind is the whole unlimited space. Imagine, our mind is only within here, but their mind is space. It's as wide as space. It's like you're living in a little hut. Now all of a sudden you're flying out to the sky, all by yourself, you're the pilot, and you see all this boundless vistas of horizon, of sceneries in front of you. All of a sudden you are elevated to a level that the world is like this. I was living in that shack. But they were up much higher level. So remember, these 3 planes of existence, desire ram, the form ram, and the formless ram. We are in the desire ram. You and I, we're poor guys. We're so sympathetic with each other that we are living in a world of suffering. And there's other beings. They're not ETs. ETs could be still in here. Have you heard of ETs? ET could be still in here at a higher level. The people's imagination, people have that wisdom. Some of them have that wisdom to imagine much higher. And those are kind of people who are wiser. And that shows in the box office too. They make money because they know how to imagine. Let's just talk about the first hour level, the world with form and desires. 6 categories of sentient beings in it. We are one of them. There's the devas, we call them gods. Many gods, not just one. There's also the asuras. I explained it to you what asuras mean. Humans, animals, ghosts, and victims of hell. What is asuras? Asuras is another classification. that fit into the other 5. For example, in animal realm, the tame goat who won't hurt anybody, the tame deers who won't hurt anybody, they're not the Asuras. The ferocious lions and tigers who bite on all others, junior animals, they are the Asuras. The ferocious, the competitive, the higher level in power. Who are the Asuras in human realm? Hitler, tyrants, people who suppress others, killers. In every one of these 5 other realms, there are a classification that fit into the Asuras realm. There are classifications like that. We are inhuman. Even in human, there's inequalities in it, and victims of hell. So there are beings in these 6 locations. What is devas? Devas are gods. Gods are the highest level of the 6. In this Kamadhatu, this ram has 6 heavens in it. In other words, just in this desired realm, there are 6 heavens. Now these are the lower level of heavens. We're not even in heaven. We are much lower than these 6. We're not in heaven. These are the heavens, the different levels of heavens. Now this, for example, the first level, Chatur Maha Raja Yikha. One day there, celestial day, is equivalent to 50 years in us. So in other words, when they pass one day, day and night, they pass one day, in here it's already 50 years. So the time at our time is different. They are the heaven time. The heaven time. The higher they are, for example, the second level, Trayastram Saha. It's one day, celestial day and night is equivalent to human world of 100 years. Nama Deva Loka, one celestial day and night is equivalent to human world of 200 years. Tujita heaven, one day and night, human world 400 years. Nirmana Ratta Yaha, one day and night, human world is 800 years. In the top one day and night is 1,600 years. Para Nirmita Vasa Ratinaya, it's 1,600 years. So they enjoy a much longer lifespan than us. And the time is different. They only enjoy happiness. But then their happiness is not as happy as the form realm. There's a lot more to talk about this. Who qualified to go to heaven in just the desire realm? I mean, there's heaven in the desire realm, there's heavens in the form realm, there's heavens in the formless realm. We are at the lowest level. If we get enlightened, if we become the Buddha, what happened to us? Which heaven we go to? There's another question will come up like that. Oh, fine, everything we talk about is good. I mean, you give me a lot of information, so we can be a Buddha. So if I become a Buddha, which heaven would I go to? I'm interested in what I get. I want to get a heaven. I want to go to heaven. If you become the Buddha, where are you? If you become Buddha, you're not there anymore. You're not in the free planes of existence anymore. You transcend life and death. None of these. You are still in reincarnation. If you are in the free planes of existence, we want to get out from this. We want to go to nirvana. We're going to go to, what is a better word for it? Buddhahood? What is another word for it? Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi? What word you like to use does not matter. You have to use a word. Some people say, why are you calling it Buddha? Can I call it somebody else? Call it whatever you want to say. Tathagata can't be expressed by words, but you need words. It's been about 2 weeks since I haven't been talking about on this sutra. The sutra on the book, on the surface of the book, it says the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. You still remember what Sukhavati means? Sukhavati? Vyuha? What is Sukhavati Vyuha? Sukhavati is the land of bliss. Vyuha, significant display. So this sutra gives you a significant display of the land of bliss. Land of bliss is another word for heaven. So we want to go to heaven. Everybody said, I want to go to heaven. Do you know where heaven is? Do you know how to go there? Do you know, whenever you go anywhere, you have to be, like you go into a university, you go into anywhere, you have to justify your qualifications for going over there, for example. Are you qualifying going over there? Everybody says we want to go to heaven. How to go there? Where is it? What is in there? Why do we have to go there? All these is contained in this. So we don't just talk about I'm going to heaven. The conditions of heaven, location. So in other words, when you study this sutra, you also study the heaven concept of the Buddhist teaching. It is one of the many sutras that contain the heaven concept. There are other sutras that contain information on that, on the heaven. So when you come to think of it, it's very detailed. Let's just say, when I die, I want to go to heaven. How? Where? When? Why? The sutra on Amitabha Buddha, why is it also called a sutra on Amitabha Buddha? Because in that land of bliss, in that heaven, who is the principal in there? It's just like at UBC, you got a principal, and Simon Fraser, you have a principal. At home, you got a principal at home. You're the dad, you're the mom, or you're the granddad, you're the grandmom. There's got to be a principal. Who is the principal in this land of bliss, or in this heaven? Amitabha Buddha. Here's this principal in there. And other than the principal, there are also others, assistants, professors, staff. All these people are there. All these bodhisattvas are there. What is a bodhisattva in very general term? Very, very general. Of course, we have to define what a bodhisattva is. In general term, what is a bodhisattva? A Buddha to be. This bodhisattva is a Buddha to be. He has practiced for many, many eons of time. He practiced. What did he practice? Many, many deeds, virtuous deeds. Well, we have gotten into that. So bodhisattva is a Buddha to be. The Buddha to be. And there are many Buddhas to be over there. There are also many arahats over there. There are many sotapannas over there. There are many sakritigami over there. There are many anagamins over there. I already have finished explaining the whole page 1 except for, and with Sakra, the Indra or king of the Devas, and the Brahman, Sahapati. With these, many other 100,000 Nayutas of the sons of the gods. Now, today I would like to finish this last 4 lines. So in there, it talks about gods. Gods is another name for devas. And when we study a religion, we always relate a religion to gods. The Buddha said that there are many, many gods. Gods is in another existence, like humans is in another existence. Gods is another existence. The gods are a higher level than us in terms of intelligence, in terms of happiness. They are free from suffering, but they still have to go through reincarnation because they really haven't achieved anuttara samya sambuddhi. They are just a higher level than us. So when you say, I believe in God, God created me, that's not the case in the Buddhist teaching. You're not created by God. You're not created by a creator. Then how do I come about? Why do I become what I am today? There's so many explanations on that. If people say, where am I come from? How is this world created? A very simple kindergarten answer would be, we are created. Like a carpenter create a desk, a chair. It's not that simple. It's not that I'm created by God. Just a superficial assessment on this statement that we are created by God, this statement is illogical. If you are created by God, who created God? And who created that create God? There's no, like a chicken and egg. What comes first, chicken or egg? So there's no end to it. It's illogical. But anyway, we're not getting into that. We want to finish this page, 3 lines, so we carry on. Now we call it the last 3 lines. The first page talk about the congregation members. When the Buddha was talking on this sutra, there are many, many attendants who attended the Buddha's assembly, congregation, when the Buddha talked about the universe. This sutra also talk about this cosmology. What is cosmology? Cosmology, generally speaking, is the layout and development of the universe. Don't you have to understand the layout and development of the universe? Or just say, oh, the universe is created by God. That's simple. No. You've got to understand its location. You've got to understand how is it developed. The first page talk about many, many levels of different existence of sentient beings attended the Buddha's congregation and listened to the Buddha's teaching. And I've gone through all those bodhisattvas and arahats. And now we come to there is also a king of devas. The king of devas is the ruler of Trimsa's heaven. There's 28 heavens, is one of the heavens in there. And this king particularly, why did he attend the Buddhist congregations? Because he vowed to be a protector of Buddhism. He wants to protect Buddhism, the Buddhist teaching. He was once a Brahmin in Magadha, India. He cultivated the 10 virtuous deeds and was reborn in Triyamasastri heaven as his king. So he was one of the attendants. And he practiced the 10 virtuous deeds. Well, we should talk about the 10 virtuous deeds later. This is one of the attendants. Now, when we talk about, last time we talked about the cosmology of the universe, we have to understand how the universe was laid out in the whole galaxy. In other words, what are the different existences? It's worth getting back to this picture again. Existence is in 3 levels. The Kamadhatu level, which is the desire realm, the Rupadhatu, which is the form realm, and the Arupadhatu. So in other words, existence, ascension beings exist in these 3 existence levels, the 3 planes of existence. And right now, we are at the lowest level in here, desire realm. Beings in here differ in degree of happiness, but they are all other than Buddhas and Arahats under the domination of Mara and are bound by sensual desires which cause sufferings. In other words, in this world is full of suffering. This world is full of suffering. If you don't know, if you're denying suffering, you say, this world is all happiness. This world has no suffering. I mean, you should know better because you just open up the newspapers, you can see a lot of suffering, wars, catastrophes, natural disasters, you name them. So this world is a world of suffering. And this world is a world of desire. So when you talk about the Buddhist teaching, you have to introduce the concept of suffering of the world. So this desire realm, we are in the Kamadhatu, which is the desire realm. We have desires for wealth, for eating, for a desire for sexual misconduct, and we have different desires. Because of these desires, because we want to fulfill these greedy desires, we by all means try to satisfy these desires. And in the process of trying to develop and satisfy these insatiable desires, we create karma. For example, I have the desire to possess. But right now, I don't have that ability. I don't have the money. So I want to possess by stealing. I want to steal. I want to break in. I just want possessions, but I'm poor. But I don't want to be poor. So you start to steal. So you are dominated by that greediness desire, and that desire has driven you to steal. Or you have that desire to commit sexual misconduct, to satisfy your sexual desire. Then you want to find an object of the sexual conduct, and sometimes you may not be able to find it. You may conduct criminal offenses like, you know what I mean, raping and injuries and all that will come out. So because of these desires, you want to satisfy your desires. Sometimes you want to satisfy desires by legal means, sometimes by illegal means. That's where we are staying. We're in this desire realm. But you've got to understand this concept very, very clearly. It will help you also to promote the Buddhist teaching. Or not just to say promote, you also have to help to understand the world better. If people around you, they're always dominated with desires, and in the process of satisfying the desires, they hurt you or they hurt others, that you know that is a characteristic of this desire world. So we are in here. And this world has within this world, this desired realm, there's 3 paths of reincarnation, 3 categories of existence. Humans, you and I, we're humans. Human realm, we call it. We're in the desire realm. And then we have the animals realm. And what else? Maybe you can name them to me. I've already talked about it for a long time. Animals realm, humans realm, animals realm, what others? Ghosts realm. Ghosts. There are ghosts realm. Some people may not believe that there are ghosts. I can't see ghosts. How can I believe ghosts? Some scientists say, I cannot prove the existence of ghosts. But they can also they are not able to disprove ghosts. So ghost as a realm. Sometimes we call them spirits, a ghost or ghost realm. What's the population of ghosts? That's an interesting question. As populated as humans. There are ghosts around, everywhere. But sometimes your naked eyes, in certain circumstances, may make you be able to see it. And sometimes, usually, we're not able to see them because our eyes are structured in such a way that the wavelength, the light waves, are not in conformity with the ability to see this ghost. But sometimes some people were born with this kind of eyes that can see ghosts. I know at least 10 people who occasionally be able to see ghosts. And they tell me different stories about them. I can tell you many, many stories about these people actually seeing ghosts. I know them. I always mention the stories, but I don't have time today to tell you a lot of ghost stories. I don't want to scare you off. So I don't want to tell so many ghost stories. But there are people who can see ghosts, seeing ghosts. And which is a little bit higher level. There are people who not only be able to see ghosts, they be able to communicate with ghosts. In other words, they can talk to them. They can sense them. And sometimes you call them the medium, the mediators. And we always visualize a lady with a crystal ball in an old town, maybe just next to Chinatown, looking at the crystal ball, and then who is shaking his body, and then these 2 guys coming into the shop and say, where is my my husband who's dead last year. And then this lady, usually they say a gypsy woman, not necessarily a gypsy, look at the crystal ball and they start shaking and shaking and telling, oh, I see your husband comes up now. He's going to talk to you. It happens. It happens like that. Have you ever, you should have seen that movie, what is that movie called? Ghost, right? What Goldberg? What's that? Huh? No, there's another lady who played the gypsy woman, the black lady, Whoopi Goldberg, right? And it was shaking and it's sharp, and then say, oh, it's coming up. She was just putting a show. It's not real, but they are real medium. They are real. But the ghost sometimes, if that woman was really the medium of a ghost, the husband was able to possess that lady's body and then started to speak. And then, for example, after a while of shaking and then suddenly the voice of that gypsy woman sound like the man's voice. And then they say, hi, Linda. You know what I mean? Linda, I know you've been looking for me. It happened that way. And then started to tell stories. Under my pillow, I still got this $100 bill. And use it properly. Give it to my son. Something like that. And they're ghosts. I don't want to venture too much into the ghost realm. Otherwise, I can't carry on. So there are 3 realms. The human realm, the animal realm, and the ghost realm. What's the 4th realm? The hell realm. There are victims who suffer in hell. There's another level in hell. There's hell. They are victims of hell. And in the sutra, it tells you where it is, its location, in many, many sutras. So we've got 4 realms already, right? And what is the 5th? The 5th realm, Asuras. Asuras. And what is Asuras? Well, let's put Asuras as a last. What is that 5th realm? The God's realm, or the Devas realm. So in other words, these sentient beings are much higher level than us. We call them God, we call them guardian angels, but they are simply just higher level than us. They still have to die, they still have to go through this reincarnation. They are not the creator. There are millions of this God, millions of them. They're just, if I can generalize spirits that we cannot see, we categorize them, that our eyes cannot see. If we categorize them into 2 broad categories, the good ones and the bad ones. The bad ones are the ghosts. The good ones are these gods. And they're much better than us. They have a higher level standard of happiness than us. These ghosts have a lower level of happiness than us. We're in the middle. You see what I mean? So we got this 5 realms already. And sometimes we just talk about this only 5 realms. There's no 6 realms. In some more ancient sutras, they only mention about 5 realms, 5 levels of existence. And then in some other sutras, it talks about 6 levels, the Asuras. Why did they create another category? Because in these 5 realms, there are in each realm, for example, in the human's realm, even the human's realm, there are cruel kings. There are the tyrants, the cruel queens, or there are, for example, Hitler. There are humans that are so wicked that they kill a lot of people, and it's classified as a separate realm. So there is Asura in the human's realm. People who kill, people who like Hitler, like politicians who kill a lot of people, who start to wage wars in the country, who occupy countries, who don't really care about people and just they bombard all these territories and kill a lot of civilians and all that. They are classified as the bad people. So they are classified as the Asuras in the human's realm. There are also Asuras in the animals realm. Who are the Asuras in the animals realm? The lions, the cruel tigers who attack the deers, who attack the tame little raccoons because they kill the crocodiles, all these cruel animals. The animals who are tame, the animals who are cruel, the cruel animals, we call them asuras. Asuras in the animals realm. And how about in the ghost realm? There are ghosts who are very kind, and there are ghosts who are very ferocious. There are ghosts who hurt people, who wanted to get substitutes for them. You know what I mean? They want people to substitute their suffering so that you come, okay, they're trying to make sure that you die and you take their position and they can be reincarnated in somewhere else. Okay, the ghosts, the asuras in the ghost realms too. And how about asuras in the hell realms? Even in the hell realms, there are asuras. So there is asura in every of these 5 realms, and sometimes people split it out and talk about a 6th realm. Asuras is the 6 realms. And how about asuras in the gods realm? Asuras in the gods realm, we call them the semi-god. They're always fighting with the guardian angels, and sometimes we call them that what? The devils, the maras. And in our pictures, in the books we read, we always visualize the guardian angel as a sweet guardian angel with wings, white wings and white guns. And also we visualize this asuras, this devil, as a mara who had long teeth coming out, who hold up a spear and look very ferocious. Now, these are the asuras in the devas realm, but they are very powerful too. They can dominate people. All right, so we have the 6 realms. All right, so in this desire realm, we have this 6 realms, and we call them the 6 paths of reincarnation. In other words, a human being die, and based on his karma, he could reincarnate into an animal. Who determined where he goes? God? No. Buddha? No. Who determines whether a person, after he dies, would say, for example, become a dog, for example, in the next life? What determines that? Your own action and your own behavior. We call it your own karma. When you are a human, you've been doing bad deeds all the time, you're reincarnated into maybe a dog, an animal. So where you go, it's your karma determines where you go. All right, all this is in the desire realm. And you should ask another question. I know where the humans stay because I'm human. I stay in Canada, and the Orient people stay in the Orient, and they stay where they are in different countries. They have a location, right? They have a location. Animals, I know they have a location. My dog is back home, crocodiles in the lakes, and lions in the wood. All these animal realms, human realms, they have a location to stay, right? Then you ask, how about God? Where do they stay? Gods, there's different gods. Where do they stay? They stay in many places. There's 6 heavens in the desire realms, what I'll show you later in a different slide. Some of these gods also stay in the form realm. There's 18 heavens in here. And some of the gods stay in the higher level. There are 4 heavens here in the formless realm. The gods level is a very high level than us. Now the gods stay in the desire realm here. The lower realm is the lower level god. The higher level gods stay upper and upper and upper. We're not even God. We are humans, so we stay lower than God. You understand? So don't think that the God is the creator. The God also die. They are just higher level. They're higher level of cultivation than us. But this God, sometimes most gods are good. The asuras are bad. The gods will be able to help you if they can. So there are gods around, guardian angels around, who help humans. But there are also bodhisattvas around who help humans. But bodhisattvas, especially the higher level bodhisattvas, they are not guardian angels. They're much higher than guardian angels. In what way? Can you tell me in what way that a bodhisattva, an enlightened bodhisattva, or Buddha would be in a much higher level than gods? Because they're already out of this existence. They do not reincarnate. They're out. They're far out. They are much further beyond existence. The gods still have to exist in here. They still have to subject to their own karma. But the Buddha is free of all karma. They are in a different level. All right, just to give you a very simple explanation. But you really have to study more to know more about Buddha. All right, still talking about the desire realm. There's a lot more to talk about the desire realm. We've been talking about where God is. What is the locations for God? In the desire realm, there are 6 heavens. The lower level heavens, the higher level than us, of course. And their time concept and our time concept, there are many, many differences between heavens and where we're staying now. Let's talk about the time concept that they have. In the first heaven, one celestial day and night is equivalent to 50 years in here. In the second heaven, one day and night is equivalent to 100 years in here. So their time and our time are different. Is it logical? Of course, logical. The time in Hong Kong now is 16 hours ahead of us. Right now we are Saturday, they are Sunday. Anywhere you name, they have a time difference. So a heaven so far away, you think there's no time difference? There's hundreds of years of time difference, not just 16 hours. So there was a story that goes like this. There were 2 guys who practiced, were 2 monks who practiced the Buddha's teaching, and they wanted to verify something. And one monk said, one day we'll have to die. We're cultivating, we're always doing good deeds, and maybe we'll be reborn in good places. I hope to be reborn, I hope to be a Buddha. I don't have to go through this reincarnation again. But just unfortunately, if our practice is not good enough and we fall into this existence realms, maybe we'll inform each other where we go. There's the 3 monks doing that kind of promises. And the first one, okay, we cultivate, and whoever died first, come back to tell us, to tell the ones that are still living. And then, of course, finally, one person died. They wait and wait and wait. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. No news. So this monk has broken his promise. No news. He told us that he will be coming back through magical powers, whatnot, to tell us where he is. He didn't come back. And then after another 12 years, another old monk died. When at the verge of dying, he said, please, come back to tell me where you are, where you're going. Of course, I will tell you. He's dying, right? And then he died. 5 or 6 years, no news. And then one day, he really come back in his dream. It seems to be a dream, seems to be real. And this second monk who died said, I'm coming back to tell you. Oh yeah, I've been waiting for you for 5 years. Yeah, the first monk went to south to heaven, and in that heaven there's 2 locations. One is the outside and one the inside. The outside has a lot of pleasures and enjoyments. He was playing around with all these beautiful girls. He didn't come back. He forgot about coming back. But when I got there, I know that's not right, so I went to the inside of that heaven. The inside of the heaven is a studying of further teaching of the Buddha and carry on the cultivations. So I remember I'm coming back to tell you, the first monk, he enjoyed himself so much in that heaven, because heaven is so much luxury, so much. In heaven, there's no suffering, just happiness. Whatever you want, it comes to you. So I want the best food, it comes to you immediately. The best clothes comes to you immediately. But you still have that desire. I want the most beautiful woman, or I want the most handsome man. It comes to you. So in other words, in heaven, you got all kinds of enjoyment. Then you forgot about your own real nature. You forgot about your promise. So, but then after your due, after all your happiness is all used up, you reincarnate back into the 6 paths of reincarnation again. So you see what I mean? So there are 6 heavens in there, in the desire realm. And also there's one thing I forgot to tell you. How come he came back 5 years later? How come it took you 5 years to come back? No, I went over there and opened my eyes and saw, oh, so beautiful. Oh no, I remember I got to go back there. It just seems to me to be here to be a fraction of time, but then it's 5 years to you, which is logical. Right now in Hong Kong, it's 16 hours ahead. Fortunately, we have the phone. Right now they say, what's the time in Hong Kong now? Oh, we're Sunday afternoon. Oh no, we're only Saturday. Oh, of course, we have a time difference. Give you an example. If someone goes to heaven and he remembered to come back and tell his relatives, he saw so beautiful everything there, he could forget about it. I've been suffering in this world, and I open my eyes, I die my body, and then I open my eyes in this heaven. Wow, everything was so wonderful. He forgot about going back, telling the relatives. And once he remembers, it's already maybe 100 years. And all this, the mom and dad, the granddad, already dead. They don't know where he is. We are into this desire realm now. And remember, in here, in the desire realm, we have more suffering than happiness. Sometimes we have happiness, but we have sufferings. And whoever, it does not matter where you are in this plane of existence, in this universe, you always have to die. Finally, you have to die. There's no exception. You and I. Anybody who does not have to die? Raise your hand. You may not want to die, but you must die. Imagine, one day we must die. Isn't that suffering? All right, so this is the desire realm, and Rupa Dhatu, there's 18 heavens in here, and there's a much higher happiness level than even the heavens in here. 18 of them. And there's no more desires in here, only form exists. Just to give you an example, they don't have any sexual desire. Sexual desire was a burden. People say, sexual desire is good. No, it's a burden to you. You attach to it. That's the reason why you fell. That's the reason why you involve in all these intricacies of life. That's something that you should eliminate. That's something that you should throw out. So being a monk, the first lesson we'll learn is we must get rid of this sexual thought. If you're always dominated by this sexual thought, you're finished. You cannot get out from the desire realm. Only when you get rid of your desires can you get out of that desire realm. So that's why we practice the four contemplations. So we are always in we call it a topsy-turvy thought. We turn it upside down. This desire for sexual conduct is extremely bad, but we treat it as joyful. How pitiable we are, how pitiful we are. It's not at all. Because of this we reproduce. But people can kill for it. People can commit a lot of crimes for it. And the pleasure, quote unquote pleasure, what pleasure you get? It's a self-induced 5 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever pleasure. You thought it is important. You thought you take it for granted that it is good, but it is the original sin that pull you down, that pull us down. Get rid of it. Why is a monk respectable or a nun respectable? Because he or she leads a celibate life. He is half a saint already if he can get rid of that desire. Even a monk, if he's not practicing contemplation of the body, he may look like a good monk, but he may not be good in here, in the purity of his mind. A monk has to practice in purity. You, if you want to be a saint, if you want to be successful in your meditation, you really have to get rid of that desire. the concept of chanting the Buddha name, chanting Amitabha Buddha, it's more analogous to the ordinary concept of heaven, of going to heaven. But it's not the same, of course. It's close to the concept of being born in heaven again after we passed away. In the Theravada approach, they don't practice this. They don't practice chanting of Amitabha Buddha. But in the Mahayana approach, it's been repeated again and again in many sutras that there is such a practice. And this practice, basically practice on the divine path of enlightenment, basically you have two ways, broadly speaking. One is self-efforts. The other is combination of self-efforts and other efforts. And other efforts, of course, include the Buddha's help, the Bodhisattva's help. So, if you are in the self-efforts of practice, then you have to go through a long time. You have to do a lot of meditation. You have to go through observing the precepts, going into samadhi, practicing vipassana until you get to be enlightened. So there are, under the self-efforts, there are two approaches. One is the Sravaka, the other is the Pratyeka Buddha. Sravaka is further divided into the four levels. The first is Sotapanna, and the second is Sakritagamin, the third is Anagamin, the fourth is Arhats. Now, if you practice the Stravaka's approach, generally speaking, it takes 3 lifetimes or 60 kalpas. Very long time. 1 kalpa is billions of years. So in other words, it takes a very long time for you to attain arahatship. In the Theravada approach, being an arahat is the Buddha, because an arahat is already away from reincarnation, away from life and death, enlightened. Sotapanna is the first level, which requires you to come back to this world of desire another 7 times for further practice. You have to be reborn again 7 times, but you won't go to the vicious rams. The 6 rams of reincarnation, you don't go to the vicious rams, but you come back again 7 times generally. For the second level of Sakritagamin, you come back 1 time, and then you continue to practice to become the Arahat. For the Anagamin, you don't come back to this world of desire. You go to Rupadhatu, another world in which there is no sensual desires. So it takes a long time for Stravakas. And Pratyeka Buddha, it takes 4 lifetimes or 100 kalpas, also a long time. So on the other hand, the Amitabha approach, you rely also on the help of Amitabha. You train yourself to recite that name, so at the verge of death you are not confused, you're not in extreme physical suffering, so you still can concentrate into the Amitabha's name, and you've been contemplating Amitabha's name. After you died, because you link up with, sometimes we use the word frequency to give an example. Your mind radio has been so much tuned to the universal Guan radio station of Amitabha that at the juncture of death, zoom, you go there. You will go over to the land of bliss, the Pure Land, where Amitabha is, and you continue your practice in there. But the difference between practicing in here and practicing in the Pure Land, Amitabha's land, is in there, no retrogression. In other words, you won't reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation anymore. You don't retrogress to the sensual world anymore. You are in there, you register in that land where you, without retrogression, continue to progress and progress and progress under the patronage of Amitabha Buddha, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Mahasprapta Bodhisattva, until you become enlightened. Why is it such a convenience? Because Amitabha, many kalpas ago, make a vow, because Amitabha Buddha knew that as time goes on, it's very difficult for sentient beings to achieve enlightenment in one's lifetime, which is very obvious. Imagine how busy everybody is. In the ancient days, 24 hours, those practitioners, they practice for at least half a day, which is 12 hours. They're always in meditation. And now, how much time you spend on training yourself in meditation, in samadhi and vipassana? If you can spare 2 hours per day of meditation, you're already it's already a rare opportunity. And even monks sometimes, they're so busy with the temple work that they may not even have time to meditate for 2 hours, because they're so busy in passing the message to the world about Buddhism, promoting Buddhism, temples work, temples chores, and the learning and everything, then they may not have enough time. If they have 2 hours per day consistently for a number of years, then that would be very resourceful already. So given that you have the busyness of people's life is getting more and more serious, more and more busy, and where do you get the time for enlightenment? Where do you get the time to practice meditation? And also given all these seductive attractions outside on your sensual pleasures, all the material wants you want to satisfy, and all the intricacies of mental afflictions at home, on website, on work site, and the international relationships, family relationships, human relationships, all these mental afflictions boil together. You are like in a kettle being boiled. You're like in a prison of mental afflictions. You are in a cocoon of intricacies of mental afflictions that you don't have time for practice. The Buddha already perceived that. So Amitabha Buddha make a vow that any sentient being at the juncture of death, if they practice so much that they get tuned up with the mind-to-mind transmission, then they won't reincarnate into any realms. They would be reborn in that land of bliss. And the Sakyamuni Buddha one day gave a lecture to unravel the vow and such a land to all sentient beings so that they know about it. Because sentient beings, they don't know that there's another world called the Pure Land, Sukhavati Vyuha. So the Sakyamuni Buddha revealed this to sentient beings and narrated a magnificent display of such a land. How does that land look like? What is the location of that land? How do you qualify yourself in going to that land after you die? In the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, it's a broad generalization. But there are other sutras, for example, the Sutra of the visualizing of the Buddha of immeasurable length of life is more in details. But this smaller Sukhavati Vyuha is a short version of the longer version. You have to be aware of such a world, of such a location where one can go to after one dies. Because what's the danger if you do not go to that land and you're reborn again in many other realms? You're reborn into other realms, you lost yourself already. Because you could reincarnate into the vicious realms. Remember, there's 6 realms of reincarnations. The 3 vicious ones and the 3 non-vicious ones. The 3 non-vicious one is animal realm, ghost realm, and the hell realm. And most people go to these 3 vicious realms. Now there are another more benevolent realms, the human realms, Asura's realm, and heavenly being realms. So this is a very important concept, because how can you guarantee that you will be successfully getting enlightenment in this lifetime? that detach you from reincarnation. You go into life and death, in the ocean of life and death, and again and again and again. Keep on rolling. You may be doing good deeds in this life, and the next life will be better for you. And your next life, because you are richer, sometimes you may be ignorant, so ignorant that you do foolish deeds and vicious deeds, then you roll into the three vicious realms again. So we're all in a chain of life and death. So this is absolutely important that we know about this practice. And that's the reason why I introduce it to you. It's not in the Theravada that I know of, but it is in the Mahayana approach. On page 3, the Indra or king of Deva, and with Brahman Sahampati, with these and many other 100,000 Nayutas of sons of the gods. So we've been talking about Devas, gods, heavens. People say we believe in the gods. The God is the creator, but Sakyamuni Buddha said there are so many gods. There are so many heavens, and heaven is not the ultimate way to go, because if you still carry yourself with karma, you will be born in heaven, and after you enjoy the happiness in heaven, then you roll back to reincarnation again. It's not the ultimate complete place that we should go to. Of course, it's better to be in heaven than in hell. So in order to understand more about it, we have to know where we are. And this could be a revision for people who already have understood the concept. Where are we now? What is our positioning? As sentient beings, where are we in this world? How does the world look like? How many levels of the world, and what are the sentient beings in those worlds? So this is what I'm going to put in for this lecture. So remember, we are in a 3-level world: the Kama Dhatu, Rupa Dhatu, and Arupa Dhatu. Kama Dhatu, Dhatu is also called Loka, L-O-K-A. Loka, it's world, a location, a grand, massive location. So Kama Dhatu, Kama is desire, desire realm. We are in the desire realm. We are in Kama Dhatu, desires realm. Kama Dhatu is the lowest realm. And above us, there's another realm, which is called Rupa Dhatu. Rupa, that means matter or form. In Kama Dhatu, all sentient beings who stay in Kama Dhatu, the 6 paths of reincarnations, they all are striving for, looking for, or involved in sensual pleasures. We all like sensual pleasures, desires. We want to satisfy our desires. Our desire for wealth, our desires for fame and reputation. In other words, our desire to satisfy our sensual pleasures. And we think the sensual pleasures are normal. We think the sensual pleasures are good. And there's a Greek philosopher, Epicurus. So that's the reason why we always say, this world is an Epicurean world. We're looking for satisfaction. Our happiness, we think our happiness lies in satisfaction of our sensual pleasures. Of course, that is mistaken. And we have already talked about it, why that is a mistaken concept that in sensual pleasures. Because sensual pleasures would lead you into many mental afflictions. You may have the temporary physical pleasures because of the stimulation of your senses. You want sexual pleasures, or pleasures for food, pleasures for tasting food, pleasures for the touch, pleasures for hearing the music, pleasures for the fragrance. Our senses are attached to all these. We are in that kind of a world. And we thought that's normal. We thought that is good. We always think that a relationship between a man and a woman, it's highly acceptable, it's normal, it's pleasurable, it's love and all that. The Buddha said that arises from ignorance. And of course, the Buddha went into a lot of details A lot of details explaining that. Why we're ignorant about that. And that's the reason why we're in the Karma Dhatu. And there are sentient beings who are above us, who are in the Rupa Dhatu. And these sentient beings, when we look at them, of course, we call them guardian angels, we call them angels, billions of guardian angels, and they don't have sensual pleasures. They don't need sensual pleasures. They don't need to satisfy sensual pleasures. We are in a much higher level of wisdom, a much higher level of meditative state. And they don't have desires, sensual desires anymore, but they still have a body. They still have form. In this world, we have both form and desires. In that level, they eliminate all the desires. They feel extremely happy. We don't have happiness because we relate our happiness to physical stimulation of senses. And that's the reason why many people say you have a lot of money, you have a lot of relationship, but that won't make you happy, because happiness comes from the mentality and not from the physical. It's from the mental. So in Rupa Dhatu, the happiness is all mental satisfaction, mental happiness. There's no desires anymore. And those are the sentient beings who enjoy longevity of life. They enjoy life for millions of years. We only live for 100 years. But those guardian angels, or whatever you call them, what name, doesn't matter what name you give them, the devas, they're called devas, or gods. They live for millions of years. But they still die. When they die, they roll into the 6 paths of reincarnation again. And there's a higher level, which is Arupa Dhatu. Rupa is matter. When you put an A in there in the Sanskrit language, it's just the opposite of it. That means, or none. That means none. That means no matter, no form. Even the form, you eliminate the form. When you have a form, when you still have material, when you still are in physical form, you're still suffering. In there, you only have the consciousness left. And that consciousness is always in consciousness satisfaction, happiness. Happiness comes from the mind, not from the physical, not from matter, not from materials. So in that level, Arupa Dhatu is the highest realm. But even though in this 3 realm, sentient beings in these 3 realms still have to go through reincarnation. And let's take a look at the next slide. Get back to the Karma Dhatu realm, world with form and desires. There are 6 heavens in there, just in these realms. Their time concept is different from us. For example, in the lowest heaven, the first heaven, our first heaven is called Chatu Maharaja Kayika. This is the Sanskrit. 四天王天. 1 day and night there is equivalent to 50 years in our time dimensions. Their day and night is equivalent to our 50 years. So if you multiply 50 years by 365 days, so that's thousands of days already. So in the second level, Trayastrimsa, 倒立天, 1 day and 1 night is equivalent to 100 years in our time dimensions. So in the third heaven, Yama Devaloka, 1 day and 1 night is equivalent to 200 years of our time. In the fourth heaven, Tujita heaven, Dao Shui Tian, 1 day and 1 night is equivalent to 400 years. In Niyamana Rataya, 1 day and 1 night is equivalent to 800 years. And the highest one, Paraniyamita Vasa Vatinaha, it's equivalent to 1,600 years of our lifetime. So different locations have different time dimensions. And are we not all amazed at what the wisdom of the Buddha in perceiving all this? Time dimensions in the whole galaxy in different locations are different. Not to say the complication of all these heavens. Just between, for example, Asia and North America, Between Hong Kong and Canada, we have 16 hours of difference. They are ahead of us by 16 hours. And if these places are so millions and millions of miles away, of course, their time is different from our time. In Hong Kong, they're already Sunday, but we're falling behind with Saturday. So sometimes I imagine if you invent a bullet that's a higher speed, and if you go to one of those heavens, so when you go there, maybe when you just arrive in here, thousands of years have already passed. When you come back, I don't know if you can see your mom and dad anymore, because it's thousands of years. So you got 6 heavens, and then in this Kamadhatu, of course, there's humans, the 6 pops of reincarnations, devas, asuras, humans, animals, ghosts, and hells, the 6 paths. When a person dies, when a sentient being dies, they reincarnate in the 6 paths. Who determined where you should go? Is it God? God said, you got to go to hell. God said, you have to be an animal. God said, you have to be human. Is it determined by God? No. Determined by yourself. What did you do? You build up your karma. You build up your own destiny. Nobody can rule you. You build up your destiny to go to the hell realm because of what you have done. You build up the destiny of becoming an animal or because of your deeds, not created by God, not because of God. God won't give you the dictation. God won't put you in hell. God is so nice. How can God put you to hell? God is so nice. How can God put you to be an animal? You may say, God is testing me out. Why go through the trouble of testing? So you better be careful of what you've done. Everything you've done, every thought counts. Have you accumulated enough thoughts to go into the heaven realm? Or have you accumulated enough bad thoughts for your next life to go down to hell? You know, because you have done all these. Okay, so that's the Kamadhatu. We're always in that reincarnation. And what would qualify you, what would make you going to heaven? Or if I want to go to heaven, what should I do? If you want to go to heaven, you have to practice the 10 deeds. In other words, if you do these 10 deeds, you'll go to heaven. What are these 10 deeds? I'll tell you later, in the later slide. But just remember, in this 6 heavens, the guardian angels, or we call them guardian angels sometimes, these guardian angels, they have supernatural power. If they want, they can see us, but we cannot see them. In other words, they are at a much higher level that they can see us and we can't see them. Because we're not at that level. We're at the lower level. A higher level can see the lower level, but the lower level cannot see the higher level. All these people who were reborn in the 6 heavens, they have done these 10 deeds, but they haven't done one thing. If they have done that thing, they won't be in this realm. They would be in the Rupadhatu, which is the higher realm. What haven't they done? They have not meditated. Because if they've done the 10 deeds plus meditation, you go to a higher realm. That is the Rupadhatu realm. They didn't practice meditation. They only practiced good deeds. So you see the importance of practicing meditation? Okay, the next slide. Then the Rupadhatu, the higher level up, you have the 1st heaven, 2nd heaven, 3rd heaven, and 4th heaven. We call it first dhyana. In the Pali language, it's not called dhyana. Dhyana is Sanskrit. In the Pali language, it's jhana. The 1st jhana, 2nd jhana, 3rd jhana, 4th jhana. If you practice the 10 good deeds plus meditation, when we say meditation, it's not just practicing for 5 minutes per day. No, you have done meditation up to a certain level. You have done meditation up to the 1st jhana level. Then you will be reborn in 1st jhana. You have done meditation up to the second jhana level, you will be reborn as a second jhana sentient being, third jhana, fourth jhana. Now in the Rupa Dhatu, they transcend sensual desires. It's pure materiality. And they don't need food. We need food. We eat a lot of food, and then we excrete this food, and the food become dirty. And they don't need that. To them, light is food and language. When we say light is energy. So in other words, they are always in happiness, mental happiness, and they don't need to work like us. We need to go to work, we need to go work under pleasure, we get unemployed, and then we have to go through a lot of relationships in working, we're all involved in mental afflictions during work. No, they don't have to go work. I mean, they naturally, spontaneously, they have satisfaction. They don't need to eat, they don't need to eat food like us. They don't need to excrete, no more excretion. So that's the heaven. This heaven is even higher than the 6 heavens in Kamadhatu. A higher level is Arupa Dhatu. Arupa Dhatu, even the forms don't exist. They don't have a body anymore. They only have consciousness left, in extreme happiness. So you have to be in a higher level of jhana. You have a higher level of meditative state before you were born in there. The heaven of endlessness of space, the heaven of endlessness of mind, the heaven of nothingness, the heaven of neither consciousness or unconsciousness state. Well, we need to explain that in full detail. But these are the 3 realms, a Rupa Dhatu realm. Now, what are the 10 good deeds? Let's just go through it very quickly. If you want, say, I want to be reborn in heaven. Good. If you want to be reborn in heaven, you really have to do continuously, conscientiously, these 10 good deeds when you are alive. Quit killing. Second is quit stealing. I quote this from the sutras, the 10 good karma sutra. Quit killing, quit stealing, quit sexual misconduct. The 4th, quit false speech, no lying, no fabrication. The 5th, quit divisive speech. In other words, speech that would divide people, speech that is dishonest. One fact, to Mr. A, you talk about this. To Mr. B, you talk about something different, but the fact is just one. 6, quit abusive speech, cursing. People curse all the time. Watch your road manners when you're driving. Quit suggestive speech, which means flattery, to cajole people, or sometimes you're using your language to seduce people. Seductive language, language that involves sultry. Quit greed. That is a very general concept. You're greedy. You're always greedy for things. You don't want to give out. And then quit anger. Quit wrong views. Wrong views include so many things. Now, if you get into Google, you can get the 10 good karmas, then you get the details. Try to know all these so that you know what are the 10 practices. If you practice these 10 good karmas conscientiously, consistently, and continuously, then you'll be reborn in those 6 heavens. You'll be a heavenly beings. If you do your meditation also, you may qualify to go to the first jhana. So at the same time, you're practicing meditation, and you reach that first jhana, or second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana. You are in a much higher level. Okay, so this is the whole world. If you qualify, if you've been doing the 10 good karmas, then you go to heavens. If you're doing the 10 good karmas plus a lot of meditation that qualify you in the first, second, third, fourth jhana, then you go to Rupa Dhatu. If you're at a much higher level, you go to Arupa Dhatu. Now, if you're like the Buddha, at a higher level than the highest in the Arupa Dhatu, you get out from these 3 realms. No more life and death. Because all sentient beings within these 3 realms, does not matter who you are, you have done a lot of good deeds, a lot of meditation, you're still in life and death. The Buddha has already got out from there. The Arahats have already detached from ocean of life and death. And next time I'm going to continue about a revelation of the magnificent display of this pure land, of this land of happiness. And unless you think that I'll be successfully doing my meditation and enlightenment, that I'll be an arahat in this life, I can be a Sotapanna. Right now, I'm the teacher. But in that land, the Buddha is your teacher. Imagine if you have the Buddha as your teacher, and all these Bodhisattvas, Guan Pusa, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Mantris Bodhisattva, you have all these professors, you have all these, even arahats are there. Some arahats, they went to that land to teach. They could be tutors, they could be assistant professors. In there, they're teaching until people become the Buddha. And they are learning to become the Buddha too. Go to that land where there's no suffering. If you are in this land, you're still in suffering. So why not practice both meditation and chanting of the Buddha's name, so that your mind radio is all tuned to the mind, to the universal grand station of Amitabha and Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. At the juncture of death, you're not going anywhere. You're going to that land of happiness, that land without suffering. And tell your friends, your relatives, tell your beloved ones, tell people who are in senior homes, continue to chant. Tell senior people they can't practice meditation anymore. They can't cross the legs anymore. And they're tired, they get into drowsiness. Just concentrate in that name. You still need that training. You still need that training that at your juncture of death, you're so concentrated that you go to that land. Sukhavati Vyuha, I don't know if you still remember. These two are Sanskrit words. Sukhavati means the land of bliss or the land of happiness. And Vyuha means arrangement or magnificent display. So this sutra shows a magnificent display of the land of happiness. And some people call the land of happiness heaven. But in the Buddhist teaching, there's so many heavens. Last time I already showed you the 28 heavens. Each heaven has its own inhabitants in there. And each heaven, if you go to that heaven, you really have to do certain deeds to qualify yourself to go into that heaven. Sukhavati Vyuha means a magnificent display of the land of happiness. Now, why does it call the land of happiness? Now, what do you think, Sariputra? For what reason is that world called Sukhavati? For what reason is that world called the land of happiness? In that world, Sukhavati, O Sariputra, you know, of course, the disciple of the Buddha, there is neither bodily nor mental pain for living beings. The sources of happiness are innumerable there. For that reason is that world called Sukhavati, the land of bliss. Why is that land called the land of bliss? What kind of sufferings we have in this world? In order to understand this world, you really have to understand what bodily sufferings we have in this world. What kind of sufferings? Do you know we have suffering in this world, or do you think this world is totally free from suffering? We only have happiness. We have no suffering. First of all, we have birth as suffering. Embryonic birth. Birth is suffering. It is suffering from the perspective of the mom. It's also suffering from the perspective of the baby. the baby has been like imprisoned in the mom's body for a certain number of months. He or she wants to be free. So when he comes out, he just want to be free. He has been suffering inside. Imagine if there is a living being inside an embryo for 8 months, 9 months, it's not liberated. It's like an imprisonment. But at that time, the baby is so immature that he cannot express his feelings. So birth is actually a kind of suffering. In the ancient days, when a woman give birth to a baby, she subject herself to some risk. But nowadays, of course, it's because of the advancement of medicine, it's not as risky as before. So birth is suffering. Aging is suffering. No one can be free from aging. You think you think you don't have to age? When you are young, you don't know the suffering of aging. But once you are getting old, once you get beyond 50, if you are below 50, you may not realize the significance of aging. But once you get beyond 50, and then 60, people have been telling me when you get to 65 or 70, every day is different. You're weaker and weaker day by day. Your immune system is not the same anymore. Your wrinkles start to appear on your face. All your circulation is not the same. Every time when I talk about aging, the senior people look at me and they smile. They say, oh, this is it. The young guys, they don't even know. Well, what do they know about aging? They want to get old. They want to grow faster. And for people who spend most of the time in the Epicurean ways of life, they don't know what aging is. They spend their time in drinking, eating, partying. They don't know what is aging. But aging is suffering. You used to be able to run, and you cannot run as fast. You used to be able to walk, you cannot walk as fast. Many things happen in aging. I started to feel that myself. Even your voice changes when you age. So aging is suffering, and sickness is suffering. Anybody who does not need to be sick, can you say, I never get sick? Sickness is suffering. Nobody can escape that. The people say, so what? Yeah, I know. But I know this kind of suffering. I just live within it. I just experience it. The Buddha said, let's get out from all this. We don't need to age. We don't need to get sick. There are ways to be away from aging and sickness. Fourth, death. Do you have to die or you don't need to die? I always ask the question. Raise your hand. You don't need to die, raise your hand. You don't have to die. Anybody who does not have to die, raise your hand, please. Nobody. Some people die in accidents, some people die in natural death, some people die in sickness. So people die. We all die. That's the problem of existence. If anybody asks you, what is the problem of existence? Death. We live in the fear of death. We live in the fear of sickness. We live in the fear of aging. And do you want to do something about it? Or you don't care? Until you really die. One day you really die, it's too late. The Buddha said, do something about all these sufferings before you die. That's the reason why the Buddha became the Buddha. He wanted to get away from all these. Fifth, suffering arising from death of beloved ones. When your dad passed away, your mom passed away, your wife, your husband passed away, your children, you're agonizing. You feel very painful because your beloved ones passed away. And that is suffering. That is a mentality, of suffering and mentality. You experience that kind of agonizing period, maybe for a year, maybe for a month, maybe for 5 years, maybe for life. suffering arising from death of beloved ones. What else? Suffering arising from living with hated ones, which is just the opposite of 5. In 5, you love someone and he died, she died. In number 6, you hate someone, but you still have to be living with him or her. Husband and wife, they can't get along, but because of the children, they still bind each other together. But they hate each other. Brothers and sisters, they live together, but they hate each other. Colleagues, friends, suffering arising from interacting with people you dislike. That's suffering. What else? Number 7, suffering arising from insatiable desires. There are always desires that you cannot satisfy. You are poor. You may be healthy, but you are poor. You may be poor. You may be rich, but you're not healthy. You may be both rich and healthy, and you don't have a good home. You don't have a good family. Your wife deserted you. Your husband get away from you. So there are always suffering arising from insatiable desires. Number 8, suffering arising from the 5 scanters. That is an aggregate of all the previous 1 to 6 suffering. The 5 scanters is what make up of the body and mind. The 5 scanters: matter, perception, conception, volitions, and consciousness. Perception, conception, volition, and consciousness is spiritual, and matter is material. So that's the body and mind. There's an aggregate of suffering. Suffering arising from earthquakes, from outside, from tsunami, from starvation, from wars, from accidents. Lots of suffering in this world. And do we realize these sufferings? Are we going to do something about them? Now, given that you can't do anything about it, you continue to live. And by the time you leave this world on the verge of death, you have done so much karmic energy that you have to roll into your next reincarnation. You may roll into the 3 vicious realms or the 3 non-vicious realms. But you have to go with your karma into the reincarnation. There's 6 paths of reincarnation. But the Buddha said there is a place that you can go to which can escape all these sufferings. And that is in the land of happiness that this sutra is about to tell you. In other words, everybody has to die anyway. If you practice meditation in this lifetime so that you become successful in your meditation, you get away from reincarnation. Congratulations to you, because you can done it in this lifetime. You can do it in this lifetime, all on your own self-efforts, that you get enlightenment, that you get away from all this suffering, because you don't have to roll into the next reincarnation again. You are detached from samsara, life and death. But for most people, they would not be successful in this lifetime in their meditation, in their practice to attain enlightenment. So what happened to these people? When they die with their karmic energy, they roll into the next reincarnation, go to animal realm, hell realm, ghost realm, the furious realm, or they become humans again, or heavenly beings, or asuras. Where would they go to? Depends on what kind of karmic energy they created for themselves during their lifetime. So assuming that you're not successful in your meditation to be away from samsara, this sutra tells us when we die, how do we immigrate to this world, which is called the land of bliss, set up by Amitabha. And that is an expedient way in your practice. That is a skillful way. In other words, it's a shortcut. You're not the Buddha yet, you're not enlightened yet, but you can go there. If you follow all the requirements as laid out in the sutra, when you died, you go to that land. And some people call that when you die, your soul will be reborn in there, not in reincarnations, to go through all these sufferings. We've seen that this land of bliss is free from suffering. How free is it from suffering? Let's go through it again. Comparison. In there, in that land, birth is by metamorphosis. In this world, how is a sentient being born? How will we get born? 4 ways. One, biologically we call it viviparous, like a mammals. We are born from the mom's embryo, like a mammal. Viviparous. That's by embryonic birth. That's what we are. We're born from inside of a body. We come out. Another way of being born is oviparous. It's like egg, like chicken from an egg. They're not born from the baby. From the body. They're born from an egg. Oviparous, or oviparous. The third is from moisture and heat. The fourth is metamorphic. Metamorphic is you don't get born from embryo, not from water and heat, and not from egg. You're born out of just the appearance of it. So in that world, it's not born. You're not born from the mom's body. You're born from a lotus flower. So when you die here, in that land, if you can go into that land, the lotus flower opened, and you were born from that flower. You stand up from that flower. So there's metamorphosis. Just like people, when they die, if they have so much vicious karmic energy, when they die, they go down to hell. And people in hell, they also born metamorphosis. In other words, you die here, and then you are born, not from the mom's body, not from egg, not from moisture. You just appear in hell, and suffer in hell. The same with heaven. You're born by metamorphosis, not from embryo. So you don't have to go through the prison of the mom's body for so many months. Aging, in there's no aging. In that land of happiness, you may call that land of happiness heaven, there's no aging. In there's no sickness. In there's no death. Because in there you will practice under the patronage of Buddha Amitabha and Avalokitesvara. You follow, it's just like I give an example. I always give an example. It's just that's the university where you enroll as a student of the Buddha, and you learn to be the Buddha, non-retrogressively. You won't return to this world. You were born in there. No more death for you. You continue to progress until you become the Buddha. So there's no death in there. Now, how is it compared with suffering from death of beloved ones? No death of beloved ones. There's no death of beloved ones in there. Because nobody has to die, so there's no suffering from death of beloved ones. 6, suffering arising from living with hated ones. In there, all the companions are saints and arahats and bodhisattvas. They're all compassionate. There are no hated ones there. And how about suffering arising from insatiable desires? You have mental purity. There's no greediness, there's no ignorance in there, so you don't always have to satisfy your insatiable desires. Desires comes from greediness. You have no more greediness, no more lust. Suffering arising from the 5 skandhas, no such sufferings. So in other words, that's in that land, that land of bliss, people may call it like a heaven. You don't have sufferings anymore. And again, O Saraputra, that world, Sukhavati, is adorned with 7 terraces, with 7 rows of palm trees, and with springs of bells. It is enclosed on every side, beautiful, brilliant, with the 4 germs, gold, silver, beryl, crystal, with such arrays of excellences peculiar to a Buddha country, is that Buddha country adorned. This sutra contains a very detailed description of heaven. People may ask, what is that land of happiness? How does it look like? So in order to tell you how does it look like, it's adorned with the most precious jewels. It does not mean that people over there, they're attached to the greediness of enjoying those jewels because of what they have done. Their karmic energy have created all these good things, good stuff, good crystals. In other words, if somebody lives in a mansion, he must have done something really good so that he lived in that mansion, not without a reason. If somebody lives in a poor, old, dilapidated hut, squatters, is so poor, there must be a reason for it. He must have done some karmic energy that he lived in that poor hut. If he lived in a splendor, in the splendor of living, he must have done a lot of good deeds to be qualified in there. Not God who determine all this. Whether you're greedy or not, it does not matter because you have created that beautiful world. Your energy have qualified you, have created a world for yourself to go over there. So that land of bliss is with all these jewels, all these excellences, which is clearly detailed in that sutra. And again, O Sariputra, in that world Sukhavati, there are lotus lakes adorned with the 7 germs, gold, silver, beryl, crystal, red pearls, diamonds, and corals as the 7th. They are full of water which possesses the 8 good qualities. Their waters rise as high as the forts and bathing places, so that even crows can drink there. They are strewn with golden sand. This is another detailed description of that heaven, of that place, land of bliss. And why lotus? Lotus is a simple saying that a lotus is grown from the mud, but it's detached from the mud. The lotus grow from a world of dirt, of mud, but its flowers always be above the mud. It's a symbol for purity. And also, lotus have 3 good qualities. The first good quality, lotus flowers and fruits mature at the same time. Usually, a plant sprouts, bloom flowers first, and then they have fruits. But the lotus is not the same. The lotus is flowers and fruits mature at the same time. And also, it has pure frequencies, and so that's it grows from the mud, and it's detached from the mud. It is all pure. So, lotus is a symbol of purity. And the water there has 8 good qualities. The water we are drinking now also have some of these good qualities, but the water there have 8 qualities. What are these 8 qualities? First is purity, it's absolutely pure. Second is refreshing coolness. Third is sweetness. Fourth is softness. Fifth, fertilizing qualities. Sixth, calmness, that water create a feeling of calmness. And 7 is power of preventing thirst, preventing famine. And 8 is productiveness. Now, water of our world also has some of these qualities. So this is a detailed description of that land of bliss. And in these lotus lakes, there are all around on the 4 sides, 4 stairs, beautiful and brilliant with the 4 germs, gold, silver, beryl, crystal, and on every side of these lotus lakes, germ trees are growing, beautiful and brilliant with the 7 germs, gold, silver, beryl, crystal, red pearls, diamonds, and corals as the 7th. Now, this sutra continues to give you a full description, a magnificent display of all the details of that land of bliss. This detail also appears in other sutras, but this sutra, the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, give a brief description of that land of bliss. So last time we have covered up to page 5, and we finished the first 2 paragraphs up to the word Sukhavati. The word Sukhavati on page 5. So we should continue from there. So we should remember Sukhavati means the land of the land of bliss, the land of happiness, and some people call it the heaven. In the practice of Buddhism, there's so many methods. The Buddhism is not just rely on faith alone, not just rely on faith. It relies, in addition to faith, it relies on your practice. You have to practice it. On the one hand, it has the theory. On the other hand, it has to practice. Theory and practice have to go together. When we are doing meditation, it is entirely on our own efforts to practice our mind. And then, this sutra concentrates on not just your own practice. This sutra concentrates on also reliance on others, on that is something that is outside your mind, which is the power and the vow of Amitabha Buddha. So you have to see the difference. Many religions emphasizes on going to heaven after death. And the Buddhist faith, the Buddhist religion, emphasizes not just on going to heaven after death, it also emphasizes on how do you practice when you're living, not just after death. So in order to make sure that in your next life, you don't roll into the samsara of life and death again, so Sakyamuni Buddha told us that at the juncture of death, you can be reborn into the land of bliss, which is the land of Amitabha Buddha. So this is the lectures all about, if we want to call it, the heaven concept of Buddhism. There's so many ways in the practice of Buddhism. For example, in meditation, why do we meditate? Meditate is to understand your own mind. In all our behavior, in our speech, we've been using our mind. So it's the most important is not just to say, oh God, give me help, God, give me this, God, give me that. You have to rely on yourself. You have to train your mind in such a way that your mind becomes powerful to control your own mental afflictions. And generally speaking, the Buddhist teaching says that the mind is, generally speaking, in 2 parts. Or we can say in 3 parts. The mind is in 3 parts. The one part is perception. Our eyes, our ears, our nose, our tongue. Our eyes see, our ears listen, our nose, we breathe fragrance, air. The tongue, taste, and the body is touch. So these are the perception, the perceptible mind. Other than the perceptible mind, we also have what we call the polluted emotional mind. And then there's a third, which is the pure thinking, the thinking mind, which is the mano. So whenever our perception react to the outside world, what happened? When our senses, our 6 senses, react to the outside world, what happened? There's a reaction. It's not a response, it's a reaction. Reaction is emotional, you know. A response is a thought out logical thinking to deal with the environment. But a reaction is not. A reaction is emotional. When you yell at me, when you're angry with me, get angry with you. There's emotion. I have depression. There's emotion. I have fear. I have anxiety. I have jealousy. I have hatred. I have all this kind of reaction. This is reaction. Reaction is without reason. You just react to it according to the circumstances. You are not responding to it, though. A response is a thought or reasoning. But usually when you advise people, hey, John, don't be emotional, don't react to it, but try to respond to it. Just respond with reason. But how many people, when you're confronted with one part is the emotion, the other part is reasoning, is usually the emotions would win. Emotion would win over the reasoning. Why? Because our mind has been polluted from many, many lives ago. You react to it. You don't respond to it logically and reasonably. So, because our senses react to all these environments through our senses, and now meditation says, don't go outside. You look at inside, because what's outside, you react from the inside, you react to the outside without reason. Now, when you want to look at what happened to this reaction, analyze it, tackle it, control it, change it, improve it, you have to go inside. So all these meditation, you rely on yourself to meditate. You need meditation every day. But nowadays, people are so busy. How many hours meditation you put to the time of meditation? If you can meditate for 1 hour per day, to some people, it's extremely good already. If you meditate 1 hour per day, some people don't even meditate. Some people may come to the temple on a Saturday morning and meditate for another 1 hour, and then that's it. So we all study this. We look inward. When we look inward, what do? When we look inward, we look at our own mind. We understand how our mind reacts. And then we can say, hey, mind, don't react like that. Don't be jealous. Don't create hatred. Don't create violence. Don't create depression, fear, anxiety. Don't create all these. These are no good for you. But how many people sit back and meditate and do something about that? How many people perform this introversion of attention to your own mind to purify your own mind? Maybe one out of 10,000, 100,000. You're different. You explore that area. This is the first step. But some people just take that first step and then they step back again to life and death. You don't take the first step, you go. It's very important to take that first step. It's like in a triathlon. It's so long away. But if you stride out that first step, you continue. And then you go into the destination. Now that is on relying on yourself to purify your mind, to get to nirvana, to get enlightened. But given that we're so busy, we all have this hustle bustle of life, the attractions of life, pleasurable attractions that enchant your senses. Some people call happiness. You know how people define happiness usually? Satisfaction, or satisfaction of their senses. The eyes, beautiful. Ears, pleasant. Taste. It's all satisfaction or the stimulation of their senses, and they call that happiness. Is it right? Happiness lies in peace of mind. It does not matter about your senses. Satisfaction of senses is very short term. You have to look at the peace of mind. And that peace of mind you have to look at within. So that's the reason why we're meditating. Okay? Now given all that, that's to work at it. But then we don't have that much time. People are so busy. How can you meditate for so many hours per day? So you don't have that kind of training. And when we died, you just roll into the next life again with your karma. Your good karma, your bad karma, your neutral karma. You roll into the next life, to the next life and death again. So the Buddha was so sympathetic with sentient beings when they're so busy with their lives that they don't have time to practice. And he brought out this heaven concept that nobody knew about at that time. They brought out, there's a land called Amitabha Buddha's land, and at the junction of death, if you're not successful in your enlightenment, go to that land, because in that land you won't retrogress to life and death. When you go to that land, you will be under the instructions and the patronage of the Buddha, of Bodhisattva, of Arahats, of all these saintly people, and they will be your teacher, and they teach you meditation, and you don't have time for TV, you don't have time for cellular phone, you don't have time for movies, you don't have time to go to parties and all that, and karaoke. You wouldn't do anything like that. Those are too polluted for you. When you are there, you learn to the enlightenment, how to practice until you get enlightenment. You have to go to that land, because you have no option, because you're not successful in this life. So you got to go to that land to continue your exploration, to continue your spiritual odyssey, to go to that nirvana, get away from life and death. And that's the heavenly concept. There's so many ways in the Buddha's teaching. And let's carry on this heavenly concept. Let's read. And again, O Sariputra, that world, Sugavati, is adorned with 7 terraces, with 7 rows of palm trees and with strings of bells. It is enclosed on every side, beautiful, brilliant, with the 4 germs, gold, silver, beryl, and crystal, with such arrays of excellences peculiar to a Buddha country, is that Buddha country adorned. This is a description of that land, a description of heaven. The Buddha on this sutra gives a very detailed description as to how that land looks like. That land has all the germs and beautiful palm trees, 7 rows and 7 terraces. Why 7? 7 is a very magical number, because in Buddhism there is the 37 Aids to enlightenment. 37 enlightenment consists of 7 categories of these. Now these embraces contain all the practices. So 7 is a very magical figure. The Buddha gave 7 categories of all these aids to enlightenment. The 4 meditations, the 4 right efforts, the 4 requisites for obtaining supernatural powers, the 5 spiritual faculties, the 5 spiritual powers, the 7 limbs of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. So if you ask, can you give us a syllabus, everything that contains the Buddha's teaching, especially in the Theravada school, that is it, the 7 requisites of enlightenment. In many Theravada school, in Thailand, in Burma, these are the 37 requisites to enlightenment. If you study each one of these, the Theravada school is very compact and is simpler than the Mahayana. Mahayana has a lot of volumes, 8,600 volumes, but this Hinayana, the Theravada, contains very compact 37 aids to enlightenment. If you follow every one of these, you get into enlightenment. And this is a lifetime. The whole lifetime is devoted to studying, practice these 37 requisites to enlightenment. In your spare time, if you have time, you get into the computer, internet, try to find out the 37 requisites to enlightenment. It contains detail as to how to do it. And because right now I'm explaining the Sutra on Amitabha Buddha, and I cannot spend all the time explaining this 37 aids to enlightenment, because that would take a few months, because you do it step by step. How to do the 4 meditations, how to do the 4 right endeavors, the 4 requisites for obtaining supernatural powers. All these require a lot of time in explaining it. However, because in the sutra it says 7 of these, 7 palm trees, 7 terraces, and some people say, well, why always mention 7? 7 is something, is a whole combination, 7 categories. It symbolizes the 7 categories that contain all the Buddha's teaching. Now, I won't go into details of each, but I think it's important that you should know some topics of this so that you know what's contained. For example, in the four meditation, what is in the four meditations? Say, for example, what is in the four meditations? You meditate the bodies as impure, feelings as sufferings, mental thoughts as changing instantaneously, and phenomena is selfless. So this is just a very, very general outline on the four meditations. The body is impure. Meditate on the body is impure. If you meditate on the bodies as impure, there are 9 methods in meditating the body is impure. We always have these sexual desires in our mind. And some people's, this kind of desires in some people are much stronger in other people. Everyone is different. Because some are so involved with it, they get addicted to it. And the Buddha gave the 9 methods to get rid of these sensuous desires. In other words, relationship between men and women. So how to get rid of it, especially monks and nuns. They have to meditate on impurity of body to get rid of that sexual desire. It's the sexual desires that get us into trouble. Almost 95% of the people of sentient beings think that sex is good. But that's the culprit, that's the main reason for life and death. That creates a lot of problem. But we think that is good. It's a topsy-turvy idea. The Buddha pointed out to us and tell us that get rid of those. How to do it is very difficult. You have to practice the 9 methods. So bodies is impure, it contains a lot of detail. It contains books about how to practice meditation on impurity. Well, once you master that meditation on impurity, that idea won't come up to you anymore. When that idea doesn't come up to you anymore, and you become so sane, when you become so sane, you're easy on your way to spiritual enlightenment. So some high-level monks said, for laymen and laywomen, if you have a family, if you have relationship between a man and a woman, how can you be successful in getting out from the world of desires? You meditate every day, and you perform the sexual behavior, you're involved in it again. In other words, you take a medicine and you take poison. Medicine one day, poison another day, medicine one day, poison another day. How can you be successful in your enlightenment? So the purity comes when you are celibate, when you get rid of all that. You don't need it. You don't need it, but people get addicted to it. So that's the 4 meditation. It teaches you all the methods in there. We still have to go through the 4 meditations. And then you meditate on feelings. Feelings contains pleasurable feelings, unpleasurable feelings, and neutral feelings. And mental thoughts, fleeting thoughts, impermanence, phenomena of selfness, without self, without an ego, elimination of ego. So all these contains on elimination of the ego concept. So that's the 4 meditations. I don't want to go into details. And then the 4 right endeavors. What are the 4 right endeavors? To get rid of existing evil deeds. The method of getting rid of all the bad deeds, the bad behavior, bad speech that you're creating now. To get rid of the old existing evil deed, to get rid of your behavior, bad behavior, and to prevent evil deeds from arising. To start wholesome deeds and to develop existing wholesome deeds. So there's the difference. Get rid of the bad things, prevent it from happen, start good things, and continue to develop good things. So these are the 4 right endeavors, but every one of these items contains details. I'm just giving you the topic so that you know what's involved in there. And then the 4 requisites for concentration on desire towards achieving dhyana. Dhyana is jhana, in the state of mind that is achieving peace of mind. The peace of mind have different steps, different levels of concentration. So concentration of desire towards achieving dhyana. Concentration of energy towards achieving dhyana. Concentration of investigation towards achieving dhyana. Concentration of analysis towards achieving dhyana. The first 3 powers are specially required for samadhi. The last power is required for vipassana. So that you really have to study samadhi and vipassana. The continuous attention to the object stabilizes the mind in concentration and bring into being the samatha state, while the contemplation of the object in terms of its qualities and characteristics brings into being the vipassana state. So that means you have to concentrate. If you want to get samatha, you have to practice samadhi and vipassana. Now all these, I'm just giving you the topics. Every one of these contain details in the Theravada school. So you have to research more into it. There's a lot to study in Buddhism, you know. But if you can master this 37 requisites of enlightenment and remember the main ideas, you get into it, then you know the wonders of the Buddha's teaching. It's not just blind faith. I believe in the Buddha and that is it. I believe the Buddha would forgive me for all my sins. If the sins will be eliminated by the Buddha for forgiving you, Buddha has forgiven everyone already, so there's no suffering. You see the logic behind? You have to change your sin by your own efforts, not just relying on a God to eliminate your sins for you. He can only give you the guidance. Your teacher cannot write the examination for you. Your teacher cannot study for you. You have to study it yourself. You have to write the examination yourself. But the teacher can guide you, make sure you finished it, make sure you get an A. And then the 5 spiritual faculties. What is in the 5 spiritual faculties? Strong faith, strong energy, strong mindfulness, strong concentration, and strong wisdom. So every one of these, you need to understand it in order to know the 5 spiritual faculties. And then the next is the 5 spiritual powers. So it's the same: faith, energy, mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom. It's just the level has increased. The level has increased higher and higher and higher. You're going from, although it's the same faith, same energy, mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom, your state of mind is much higher. So this is a matter of degree and magnitude. And then the 7 limbs of enlightenment factors: mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. So these are the 7 enlightenment factors, or the limbs, the 7 limbs to enlightenment. And one of the Noble Eightfold Path: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And the first 3, right view, right thought, and right speech, pertains to wisdom. Right action, right livelihood, and right efforts pertains to morality, the precepts, the sila. Right mindfulness and right concentration pertains to meditation, to dhyana. So this is the 37 aids to enlightenment. And some people will ask in that paragraph, why 7? 7, because the whole Theravada school contains the 7 categories. The first category contains 4. The second category contains 4 meditation, 4 right efforts, 4 prerequisites for obtaining supernatural power, and then 5 spiritual faculties, 5 spiritual powers, 7 limbs of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. If you add this 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 7, and 8 together, you get 37, but it's in 7 categories. So 7 is usually symbolizes a very important, comprehensive structure of the Theravada school of Buddhism. Today I finished 1 paragraph, but it's better to go in detail than just hurry through it. It's really worth your time to explore into the 37 Eights of Enlightenment. Each one, try to remember each one. Each one is extremely important. Like the first one, the 4 meditation, the first one is how to practice meditation in controlling your desire, your sexual desire, through meditation of impurity. That's extremely important. Otherwise, you'll be addicted to sensual pleasures. And if you are addicted to sensual pleasures, you can never get to enlightenment. All right, today I finished that paragraph, and I already brought out to you the main structure of the Theravada school in the 37 requisites of enlightenment. Explore into each one yourself. Maybe in the future, if I lecture on the 37 Eights of Enlightenment, then we go into detail in everyone. But you need to know the framework, and that's the framework to it. And that paragraph also contains all the adornments of heaven, of the land of bliss. The Sutra gives a very detail on how that heaven looks like. That heaven has a lot of, I wouldn't call them luxuries, because when you say luxuries, that means you are addicted to luxuries. It contains all the good stuff, we'll call it this way. What is God? What's the meaning of God? God is simply symbolizes, God is simply goodness personified. We call God as a person. God is goodness. God is not a person. It's a goodness personified for you. God is within you. That kingdom of God is within you, not another God that you have to look for. Like in the Bible, if you read the Bible in detail, if you really understand the philosophy of the Bible, what does the Bible say? Blessed are the pure in mind. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. What's that meaning? Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The pure in heart, that means the pure in your mind, not your physical muscles of heart, not that blood. Heart does not mean that little muscles. Heart is your mind. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Why? Because if they are pure in their mind, they shall see internally their own kingdom of God internally. Don't look for another God outside. No. Inside of you. Don't rely on God. Don't rely on God to make things happen for you. Rely on yourself in everything. Rely on yourself. God, if you think really there's a God, is goodness personified for you. And Buddha is just a teacher, is a teacher. Jesus is a teacher. He just personified his deeds by being nailed to the cross. That means he's practicing forgiveness and endurances. You have to see what the Bible means. Don't take the superficial words. Go into the hidden meaning of the Bible. For that reason, we never say the Bible is not better than Buddhism. Why do you discriminate the Bible? You are a Buddhist and you discriminate the Bible. The problem comes with your discrimination, not the Bible. Recitation of the Buddha's name and practice according to Sutra and Amitabha is the Mahayana practice. The Theravada, they practice meditation. But to the Mahayana practitioners, they always ask the question, what happens if in this life we're not successful in getting enlightenment? What happens if, especially as time goes on, the society is more complex and we get more and more, we have less and less time in meditation. Because in the ancient times, practitioners of meditations, their life are not that complicated. They meditate maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours per day. It's quite easy, relatively speaking, for them to attain enlightenment. By attaining enlightenment, what they meant is, after this death, after this life, no more reincarnation. You won't reincarnate according to your karma into your next life again. No more reincarnations. If you cannot guarantee that you don't go through life and death, then meditation would not help you in this life. So you have to be assured that if I'm not successful in this life in getting enlightenment, then when I die, then my karmic energy, my karma would pull me into my next life. Then I don't know what I would be doing in my next life. Then my next life I may be committing a lot of evil deeds, and then I roll into sufferings again. That's the reason why the Buddha brought out this land, where if you're not successful in this life, you die. Everybody has to die. There's no exception. But you must have concern about where you're going after you died. You can't just, I don't care about it. When I die, I don't know. I don't care about it. That's not the right way to do. If you do like that, you're just like an ostrich, burying your head into the sand and think that if I can't see anything, then I'm safe. But you must know that if you're not successful, Sakyamuni Buddha said, there is a land you can go to after you died. In that land, if I use the analogy of immigration, you immigrate to that land where, first of all, you don't retrogressively go back to reincarnation. But you haven't attained enlightenment yet. You haven't attained nirvana yet. But you will be learning in there under Buddha's Amitabha, Avalokitesvara. You continue to learn until you become the Buddha. But you won't be reborn again into the samsara. So that means you're guaranteed. So that's the reason why the Mahayana practice, they know that they would not become successful in enlightenment through meditation because they didn't spend a lot of time in meditation. Imagine how much time you spend on meditation per day. If a person can spend 1 or 2 hours in meditation per day, it's already very exceptional. If you come here on a Saturday and meditate for half an hour or 45 minutes or an hour, and you expect to be a Buddha, I mean, that's impractical. We have to resolve this problem of the dream of existence. We have a problem here. Our existence, we have to resolve this problem. So if we follow this and follow the instructions of the Buddha, when you died, how do you get reborn into that land? In many other religions, I don't have to mention the names, they call going to heaven. Now this is the same analogy. You go to that heaven, but in that heaven you're not enlightened yet. You still have to learn. Many billions of people have already gone there, in that land, the land of bliss, the land where Amitabha Buddha is. The reason why we study this is if we're not successful in meditation, we go there when we die. And in this sutra, this is the smallest Sukhavati, Vyoha Sutra, It mentions the location of this land of bliss, where Amitabha is, the location and the appearance of it. How does it look like? And how do you get born in there? There are a lot of luxuries in there. It looks very good, very beautiful. But some people may ask, why practitioners attach to luxuries? It's not attaching to luxuries. It's a heaven. It's a place where all the merits adorn that place. We don't attach to those luxuries, but the luxuries are there because you are entitled to it, because that's the place. It's not a place of suffering. It's a place of pleasure, a place where you can study, a place where you can continue your meditation. So this is a description of that heaven, of that Sukhavati Vyuha in the Sanskrit language, the land of bliss, the land of happiness. And if you want to go to that land, there are three very major endeavors you have to reinforce in your mind. The first is faith. You must have the faith that you will be reborn in there. If you're suspicious and you don't believe in that place, you cannot be born in there. You may say, oh, how do I know that such a world exists? It's billions of miles away to the west of this world. How do I know there's a world like that? If you don't have faith, then it's just like positive thinking. If you are negative in what you are trying to achieve, you cannot be successful in what you're achieving. So you have to be positive in it. So there's a faith, and then you have to practice it. Faith is just the leader. You still have to practice. How do you practice? You have to practice according to what the sutras tells us. And then your wish to be born in there. In Hong Kong, they organize hospice care group, which means for dying patients, the Buddhists organize groups to go to hospital and tell them, some people are just vegetative body. They just lie there. They had a stroke and they couldn't move, maybe for months, for years. They have tubes all over them, and lying in hospital, they're helpless. But they still can understand. They can speak, they still can listen. So they organize hospice care in chanting of Amitabha. They tell that dying patients, let go of everything and go to that land, build up your faith, build up your wish, and build up the practice. So this is just an introduction to tell you how important this concept is. Because we're so busy every day, we may not be successful in this life. What do I mean by being successful in your meditation? Being successful means that you are very sure that you won't be pulled into the next samsara, life and death, reincarnation again in your next life. Or you are sure maybe in the second life, third life, fourth life, you won't go into reincarnation suffering anymore. How can you be so sure? Because there's 4 levels: Sotapanna, Sakritagamin, Anagamin, and Arahat. The first level is Sotapanna. Sotapanna is you have achieved your meditation level in such a way that you won't get into the 3 vicious rams anymore because of what you have done. You won't get into 3 vicious rams of reincarnation. You won't get into the animal ram, the ghost ram, animal and the hell ram because of what you have done. But you haven't really finished your practice, then you will be reborn to come to this world again 7 times, approximately, on the average, 7 times. And in this 7 times of reborning into this world, you continue to practice. Automatically, you will continue to practice. Maybe you have already be a Sotapanna and you come as a second life. We don't know. You could have practiced before and you come back into your second life to practice it again. But usually, on the average, after 7 lives, then you become the Arahat, then you are forever out. But you are sure that you won't be reborn into the 3 vicious rams anymore. You'll be reborn as a human in this ram to continue your practice. So that's what we mean by guarantee, because you won't be reborn in samsara anymore. But how many people can achieve that Sotapanna level? Very few. At the time of the Buddha, there are a lot of arahats following the Buddha. They became successful in just in that one lifetime. They became an arahat. They won't be reborn into the 6 paths of reincarnation anymore. So that's why we are studying this. And let's continue. Sukhavati Vyoha is a magnificent display of the land of bliss. So this is displaying a description of what is in that heaven, what is in that place. There are lotus flowers, and I already explained the meaning of lotus flowers, the significance of lotus flowers. And in these lotus flowers are growing blue color of blue splendor, blue to behold. So these blue lotuses, they have a blue color and they're also radiating blue light. When you see it, the light is radiating out. Yellow color of yellow splendor, yellow to behold. Red color of red splendor, red to behold. White color of white splendor, white to behold. Beautifully color of beautiful splendor, beautiful to behold. And in circumference as large as the wheel of a chariot. That means the flower is a very big flower. Reborn in that land is not through the embryo of a mother, like a human. It will be reborn in that lotus. So when you passed away in here, if you have built up all your causes for going over there, the lotus flower will open and you appear in there, not through the human body. So next, and again, O Saraputra, in that Buddha country, there are heavenly music instruments always play on. And the earth is lovely and of golden color. And in that Buddha country, a flower rain of heavenly Mandarava blossoms pours down 3 times every day and 3 times every night. There's music over there, celestial music over there. And in that country, there's always heavenly flowers. Mandarava is a Sanskrit meaning wonderful and celestial flowers. Blossoms pour down 3 times every day and 3 times every night. Why 3 times every day and 3 times every night? Because according to the ancient in ancient India, they classify time into 6 periods, 3 times in day and 3 times in night. That means all the time, every time, all the time, Mandarava flowers will blossom or pour down 3 times every day and 3 times every night. In other words, that place is like what you can imagine about a heaven. Everything there is so nice. There's no suffering in there, only happiness in there. So that's the reason why it is called the land of happiness. Next, and the beings who are born there worship before their morning meal and 100,000 kotis of Buddhas by going to other world. And having showered 100,000 kotis of flowers upon each Tathagata, Tathagata is another name for Buddha. They return to their own world in time for the afternoon rest. In other words, they can visit other Buddha lands and they can travel back to Amitabha Buddha land. With such arrays of excellences peculiar to a Buddha country is that Buddha country adorned. The beings there, they can, at their will, go and visit other Buddha lands. So this world is the Buddha land of Sakyamuni Buddha. That land is the Buddha land of Amitabha Buddha. And there are other lands, other Buddha lands too. They can visit many millions of miles. Kotis is a very large number. It's a Sanskrit word. 100,000 kotis of Buddhas. A kotis is a Sanskrit word for meaning a large number. Many miles away, the Buddhas, going over to that world. They can actually visit that world. They can come to this world too. Buddha has 10 epithets, 10 names. Tathagata it's another name for Buddha. So this is a description. But that does not mean that we attach to these luxuries, we attach to this happiness. It is there because of the merits that you have accumulated in there, because of the merits of the wishes of the Buddha. Buddha Amitabha, when he was practicing to become the Buddha, he made 48 vows. One of the 48 vows is to create a land where sentient beings can immigrate over there on a temporary basis to learn until they become the Buddha, away from this land of suffering. And we call it heaven. It does not matter what name you call it. Some people call it heaven, some people call it land of bliss. It does not really matter. That's the place where you can go to. That's the land without suffering. This is a world with suffering. We already have a comparison about all these sufferings that we have in here and in that land where we are free from those kinds of sufferings. And again, O Sariputra is the disciple. There are in that Buddha country swans, curlews, and peacocks. 3 times every night and 3 times every day, they come together and perform a concert, each uttering his own note. So every one of this bird is like playing a concert, uttering his own note. And from them, thus uttering proceeds a sound proclaiming the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, the 7 steps leading towards the highest knowledge. Curlews are like a special kind of birds where they have a long beak. Different animals in there. Animals in there, they don't reincarnate because of the karma. It's all fictitiously created by Amitabha. It's not because of some people, there's still reincarnation realm of animal in there. These animals are fate animals. They're real, but then they're created. These animals were not reborn in there because of their karma. These animals were born in there with a reason, creating nature. So these birds, they're singing, and in their singing, in all the music, they are singing the songs of knowledge, the songs of wisdom. In other words, when you listen to that kind of music, that kind of singing, you'll be thinking of the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, and the 7 steps leading towards the highest knowledge. Everything is regarding how to practice. In here, when we listen to music, it's not the same. Some music can create your sensual pleasures. Some music can create a lot of indecent imagination. But in there, every piece of music, every note is creating wisdom for you. It's creating wisdom gear you towards enlightenment. Now, what are the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, as 7 steps leading towards the highest knowledge? In a Theravada school, there are 37 requisites towards enlightenment. They all group the methods, the ways of practicing leading towards enlightenment into 37 requisites. There are books like that. You can Google it out, find out there are books called 37 requisites of enlightenment. If you follow every one of these, you'll become enlightened in the Theravada school. Well, I'll have a slide to show you that. But let's find out what are the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, and the 7 steps. If we know some of these, then we know approximately what each song is all about. The 5 virtues, and sometimes they also call the 5 controlling faculties, indriya, it's in the Sanskrit language, the 5 faculties. The first one is faith, second one energy, mindfulness, concentration, wisdom. We all need this for this world too, in our practice. As a matter of fact, in everything you do, you need all these. So the Buddhist teaching is a teaching that geared towards improving your lifestyle, improving your life. You need faith, developing confidence and enthusiasm towards the practice, thereby controlling the arising of doubt. In everything you do, you've got to have confidence. A salesman has confidence, has to have confidence. A CEO has to have the confidence to do better his company. You need faith, confidence, and enthusiasm in everything you do to be successful. So every note from this bird is telling you faith. You got to Your faith should be arising, reinforcing your faith. Second is energy. Just having faith and enthusiasm without doing work is not enough. Some people have a lot of confidence, enthusiasm, but they are not hardworking enough. They sit back and relax and say, I have the confidence, I have the faith, I have the enthusiasm, but they didn't put the efforts to it. Having faith is extremely important, but you really have to apply your efforts to it. You have to create the energy of working towards it. You have the faith that you'll be successful, but you need practice. You need the energy to make it successful. Third, even if you have energy, if you're not mindful of it, mindfulness, as one's energy improves, their awareness and mindfulness will naturally become stronger, controlling agitation and heedlessness. Because sometimes you may have agitation, in other words, in your meditation, you may have wandering thoughts all the time. Your thoughts wander out like a monkey. You cannot concentrate. And sometimes you have heedlessness, and sometimes you have sloppiness, torpor, sluggishness. So you have to be mindful. You have to be mindful of your faith. You have to be mindful of your efforts. Don't spend your efforts in the wrong place. You have to be mindful of what you're doing. You could be extremely energetic and hardworking, but you practice the wrong way, or you don't have mindfulness. A student can be very studious, spending a lot of energy, but he's studying the wrong page. He's not mindful of lectures. He's not mindful of what the teacher is talking about. He's only hardworking, so you really have to be mindfulness. Sometimes if you teach this to students, they would benefit a lot. If you're a teacher and you tell your students that, well, hardworking is good, but you have to be mindful of what you're doing. Next, concentration. When one's mindfulness of the present moment improves, the mind will naturally stay on the object of meditation for longer periods of time, controlling distraction. We all have distraction, but you have sort of concentration. The fifth virtue is wisdom. As the mind becomes more calm and still, wisdom is developed and they are able to see the true nature of things, controlling ignorance. So this is the 5 very important faculties. Any practitioner, in order to get enlightenment, you must have these characteristics, the 5 faculties. We talk about the 5 virtues, the 5 powers too. Every note from this bird, every music, from this, every song from this bird, it's like giving a concert to remind you of all these, to remind you of the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, and the 7 steps to enlightenment. One of the 5 powers. We have to understand what the 5 powers. It's the same: faith, energy, mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom. But then you add more power to it. These are the same as the 5 spiritual faculties, but they are called powers because as the practitioner progresses, the 5 faculties interact with each other with the most appropriate balance, gaining more momentum. In other words, you're improving it. You increase you enforce it, you increase it, and adding more momentum onto it. So these are the 5 spiritual powers. So you go much more further into your faith, into your energy, your mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom. In some other beliefs, they say, believe in God, and you go to heaven. But Shakyamuni Buddha said, other than have faith, you need to build up, you need your self-efforts to work towards it. Going to heaven is not just, God, you give me a heaven to go to. You really have to walk to heaven with your own feet. God can give you a direction, but you need to walk yourself. You need to have faith, you need to have energy, mindfulness, tranquility, and wisdom. Nobody can do it for you. The teacher can only tell you what to do. The teacher cannot study it for you. It wouldn't be right if God said, you just believe in me and you're okay. You've got to work towards it. This is the 5 spiritual powers and the 7 enlightenment factors. Mindfulness, investigation, energy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. So in other words, all these we should be learning now. But we have gone through this, but we're not strong enough to master this so that we get nirvana in this life, enlightenment. You continue in your next life. Every note from the bird is teaching you, giving you a concept of that. And plus that, you have all kinds of lectures from arahats, from bodhisattvas, from your fellow sentient beings over there telling you what to do. These are lessons, artificial lessons given out by music. Every piece of music, every wind, every raindrop, every flower, the movement of everything is suggesting all these 37 aids to enlightenment. This is going deeper. Mindfulness, when the 4 arousing of mindfulness, the 4 contemplations are developed, the practitioner must continue to cultivate it further. One of the 4 contemplations, I'll show you in the next slide. The second is investigation. On whatever occasion, abiding thus mindful, the practitioner investigates and examines that state with wisdom and embarks upon a full inquiry into it. One chooses the most appropriate way according to one's arising conditions. Thus, investigation of a state's animist factors aroused in him and he developed it. In other words, when you are studying Buddhism now, you have to investigate. You don't just blindly believe in what the lecturer or the monk said. You really have to investigate into it. Think about it. You use your thinking to judge the pros and cons. Investigation. Mindfulness investigation too. If you come across something, you want to analyze it. You need to have the right knowledge. For example, you use sunyata to analyze impermanence. When you look at a flower, you know this flower is impermanent. And this flower is growing because of all conditions fulfilled. If conditions are not fulfilled for its growth, it's going to wither away. Everything depends on causality. It exists in causality. It does not have its real nature. It is impermanent. So all these is investigation. You need wisdom to investigate into, is what the Buddha talking about, is it right? You have to analyze it. Investigation and analysis. Like what we're doing now. Not just blind faith. Third is energy. In one who investigates with wisdom, tireless energy is aroused and developed. And the next, joy. You will arrive at joy. You will arrive at tranquility. Next is tranquility. Next, concentration. And then the 7th is equanimity. So in other words, if you have mindfulness, if you develop mindfulness, mindfulness is samadhi. Now, let's put all these 7 steps into what we're doing now. We're right now meditating. We're meditators, we're meditating. What is mindfulness? When we first started meditation, we said, concentrate at your breath. Your breath in. Every time when we start to meditate, Lee is giving out, or Alan or Lee is giving out how to meditate. And then we say, we use an object of meditation. Our nose tip, we are sitting like in the old nose tip, feeling the air in and out, in and out. We're being mindful of every thought, every breath. We're training our mindfulness on every Saturday that you're meditating. Actually, you're going through all this every Saturday. Being mindful. Samadhi, we call it samadhi. S-A-M-A-D-H-I, samadhi. We're mindful. Because you have to train your mind so that it's under your control. Now you concentrate on your breath in and out, and then you lose your thought, you've gone away. You think about yesterday and you think about tomorrow, and you lose your present condition of samadhi. Then you don't have mindfulness. Then you have to concentrate back again. What is meditation? Meditation is an introversion of attention to purify your mind. It's introversion, not going out. All our senses are going out every second in our life. Our eyes see, our ears listen, taste, eye, nose, all our senses are interacting with outside objects, thereby creating a lot of attachments because we're being led by them. When we see a sensuous object, we have sensuous desire for it. When we listen to something we dislike, we hate it. When we listen to something that praises us, we love it. I mean, our senses all interact with all varieties of objects. Now, it says, no, don't be mesmerized by all these things, thereby creating a lot of mental afflictions. You're creating hatred, love, anger, jealousy, you name them, greediness, because of your interaction of your senses to the outside world. Now, you don't want all these. That's creating all these mental afflictions. You just want to be mindful. Right now on a Saturday morning, I won't be sitting in here. I don't want any more greediness in my mind. I don't want any hatred, violence. I don't want any sense of jealousy. I don't want to be ignorant. I want to have peace of mind. I want to gear my concentration into worship to purify my mind. I want to have mindfulness. I want to sit here. First of all, I want to have mindfulness. I have samadhi. My object is only one. No more seeing, listening, and all that object. How many objects do you have? Millions. I can see you. You are my object. I see this is my object. I listen to your sound is my object. I have millions of objects. Now I don't have any of these millions of objects. I only have one object. That's my breath. You imagine you are doing something very wonderful every Saturday morning. You are training your mind to have only one object. When you walk out of this meditation hall, you have millions of objects that entice you, mesmerize you, that gets you into trouble. But when you're sitting in here, no. You're peacefully getting one object. That is your breath in, your breath out. Training yourself to put your monkeying mind under control. And if this mindfulness can develop progressively with intelligence, you're on your way to be a saint. Because every thought arises, you're not reacting anymore. Because you've been reacting with emotion. You are reacting, you're not responding. There's a difference between reacting and responding. You're reacting with emotion. You should sit back and say, oh, this is my reaction with emotion. I want to look at my reaction, which is emotional, and analyze it. That's the next. That's investigation. That's the next right there. That's investigation. When you say, I don't want to emotionally react to a certain thing, I want to sit back as a third person, looking at my reaction, and look at it, and see how jealous I am, how greedy I am, how angry I am. When you're doing that, you're analyzing an investigation. You are getting into vipassana, which is investigation and analysis. Because you go one step further. But first of all, you've got to have that introversion of attention first. You see how wonderful we have been doing on every Saturday morning? We're creating chance to make all of us into a saint. We're creating a chance to train our mind. But unfortunately, we only have 1 hour. Do this at home. The mystic of meditation, the wonders of meditation, If you haven't realized it now, you're not at it. If you know the wonders of meditation, you won't spend 7 hours to play your games on iPad. You won't spend 3 hours to watch your TV. You won't spend 2 hours at a bar drinking alcohol. You won't spend 5 hours for partying. You'll say, I want to get into this mystic of the wonders of meditation whereby I can become a saint. I can help others and help myself. So mindfulness investigation. And then energy. The next is energy. What does that mean? You got to practice, work hard at it, like a participant in a triathlon. You really have a trainer to train you. You really have to work every day. You work 6 hours per day. If a triathlon player spends 6 hours per day doing meditation, he'll be a saint in 5 years. But you want to become a triathlon competitor. You want to have fame. You want to have reputation. You want to say, I'm stronger. I want to prove myself to be better than others. But if you train your meditation and say, I want to be a saint. I want to bring this message to others too, so that they can benefit by it. I'm not looking to satisfy my ego by saying that I'm the number one in a triathlon game. I'm going to the Olympic. I'm going to be known by everybody. I'm going to be the best trainer. You're all building up your ego. But on the other hand, if you're doing meditation, it's not the ego building. It's trying to eliminate your ego. See the difference? You need to have trainer. You need to train yourself. Just as a triathlon competitor is training for 5 or 6 hours per day. Tranquility, joy. If you do that, you will arrive at a joy level, a rapture of joy. It's just like when a triathlon player, when he played 5 or 6 hours per day, he enjoyed doing it. He enjoyed being trained like that. When he was jogging in the woods, he enjoyed it up to a stage that some people would be just sleeping in and say, I don't want to be jogging in the wood. It's cold and sweating. I want to be sleeping. But this guy is jogging in the wood. He has joy in doing that. You thought he's stupid. He's sweating and jogging in the wood. He's not stupid. You are stupid. You're sleeping your time away. So he has joy in doing that. You should have joy in your meditation. If you haven't got joy in your meditation, you're not that triathlon player. You're not up to that level yet. He takes joy in doing it. Tranquility. When he's jogging, his mind is extremely at peace. He loves it. Concentration. Equality. The more he does it, the more he wants to do it. He wants to do it every 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 and then go for his breakfast. He loves doing it. He wants to concentrate into that area every time on that particular time. Equanimity. Well, that's how you achieve at your peace of mind. So, every note from a bird sound, every wind, every raindrop, every petal of flowers falling down, all suggestive of enlightenment, all suggestive of mindfulness, investigation, energy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity, leading you to the path of enlightenment. But you've got to work at it. God cannot help you. You are your own God. It's right there. Introversion of attention. Introversion is within. Your God is within you. You don't have to look for God. Why do you still have to look for God? It's within you. Discover it yourself. It's there. So when you're practicing the Buddha's teaching, you need, first of all, faith, and then energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Only faith is not enough. You need to have faith. Develop confidence and enthusiasm towards the practice. That the faith is to control, is to subdue your doubt, your suspicion. So faith is necessary. But other than faith, you have to have the energy. In other words, you have to apply your efforts. Applying more efforts and developing more energy, that is to control sloth and torpor. And the third is mindfulness. As one's energy improves, their awareness and mindfulness will naturally become stronger, controlling agitation and heedlessness. Mindfulness that means you have to have the samadhi, the concentration. You have to be mindful. The 5 virtues are necessary in the practice of the Buddha's teaching. Faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, or insight. When one's mindfulness of the present moment improves, the mind will naturally stay on the object of meditation for longer periods of time, controlling distraction. Fifth is wisdom. As the mind becomes more calm and still, wisdom is developed so that they are able to see the true nature of things, to attain enlightenment. That is to control ignorance. So you need the 5 virtues. Actually, there are 37. Let me introduce this 5, 5, and 7 to you first, and then we'll do a general conclusion of what are the 37 aids to enlightenment. The 5 virtues. The 5 powers is also faith, energy, mindfulness, and tranquility and wisdom, but you have to increase it. So the Buddha's teaching is you have to increase your efforts all the time. So you have to be very diligent. You have to work hard at it. Buddhism is not, if we use the word religion, it's not a religion of just faith. It's a religion of practice, a religion of efforts. Applying your efforts to the practice. You need, other than the theory, you need the practice. So it's not just faith. Faith is not an idolization of certain personification. Faith is applied to let yourself to believe in what you're practicing. Not just idolization, not just idolizing a Buddha. No, that's not what it is. Faith is the faith in yourself. Faith is the faith in your confidence, in your enthusiasm. Not faith in worshiping a Buddha. That's not the faith we're talking about. Faith in yourself, in the confidence, in your enthusiasm. Not in a person, not in God, certainly. And then the 7 enlightenment factors: mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. So mindfulness, when the 4 arousing of mindfulness are developed, the practitioner must continue to cultivate it further. Investigation. On whatever occasion, abiding thus mindful, the practitioner investigates and examines the state with wisdom and embarks upon a full inquiry into it. One chooses the most appropriate way according to one's arising conditions. The investigation of state's enlightenment factor is aroused in him and he develops it. That means in the study of Buddhism, in the practice, you have to investigate, you have to ask why. Don't just follow it blindly. You have to analyze. Energy is to apply your efforts. Tireless energy is aroused and developed. Joy, in one who has aroused energy, unworldly joy arises and develops. This kind of joy is not the same as the worldly happiness or the worldly pleasures we're talking about. Sometimes in your meditation, you have all of a sudden an eruption of joy in you. That kind of joyful is not the sensuous pleasures that you have. It's a special kind of divine or spiritual joy. 5th, tranquility. In one who is joyful, the body and mind becomes tranquil. Our mind is always being led away by outer environments, by objects all the time. That's why we have mental afflictions. 6 is concentration. In one whose body is tranquil and who feels pleasure, the mind becomes still and composed. 7, equanimity, he closely looks on with equanimity at the mind and thus still and control. Thus equanimity is aroused and developed. So these are the 7 enlightenment factors which are very important in the practice of Buddhism. So you know that it's not just believing in a Buddha and you can go to heaven. It's not it. You have to practice. You have to make sure that you come to a certain practice that at the time of death, your mind would not be topsy-turvy, we call it. In the Chinese language, it's 颠倒, topsy-turvy. That means the top becomes the bottom and the bottom becomes the top. Your mind is in confusion. Usually when people is on the verge of dying, his mind becomes confused. But if your mind is confused, if you have a topsy-turvy mind, you cannot go to the land of bliss. You will roll into samsara and reincarnation. So you have to practice all the time in your concentration in order to chant the Buddha's name. Your mind is not confused and you will be received into the land of bliss. Next. The Eightfold Path, which is just mentioned in the Sutra. Right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Right view, the view based on the understanding of the Four Noble Truths, causation, impermanence, karma, and non-individuality of existence, and so on, so that all this view removes our ignorance. You gotta have the right view. Right thought, renunciation of craving, hatred, and ignorance, renunciation of attachment to the 5 skandhas, maintaining thoughts of compassion, and so on. Just to summarize it. And then right view and right thought pertains to prajna, which is wisdom. View and thought comes from wisdom. So the 3 pillars of the Buddhist practice is wisdom, morality, and meditation. You have to have wisdom, the pillar of wisdom, the pillar of morality, and the pillar of meditation to support your practice. So right view and right thought pertain to wisdom, which is in Sanskrit is called prajna. And then right speech, avoidance of lying, cursing, tattletelling, and flatteries, and double-tonguing, right speech. This is people, most of us in our daily life, we don't pay attention to the right speech. So we curse, we lie, we tattletale, we double-tongue, and that creates a lot of bad karma and bad energy. So you got to have the right speech. Right action, restrain from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, which is the misuses of the senses. Right livelihood, avoidance of occupations that are harmful to sentient beings, such as, for example, slaughterer, hunter, dealers in weaponry and narcotics and alcohol. Make sure your occupations are not involved with hurting people, hurting other sentient beings. If you're involved in hunting, you're always hunting and killing animals, or involved in slaughtering, or the kind of occupations that is involved in narcotics and alcohol, in intoxication and bringing harmful effects to the society, that you should watch out. You've got to have the right livelihood. So number 3, 4, and 5, right speech, right action, right livelihood pertains to morality. So in Buddhism, you have to maintain a very high level of morality. 6, right efforts, application of diligence, perseverance, and consistency to all the other 7 Eightfold Paths. And then right mindfulness, ongoing mindfulness of the body, feeling mind and objects of thoughts. Right concentration, developing samadhi and vipassana towards the 4 dhyanas. So right efforts, right mindfulness, and right concentration pertains to meditation, which is dhyana, meditation. So prajna, sila, and dhyana. In the common English is wisdom, morality, and meditation. These are the three important supports for all the Buddhist teaching. So you didn't find anything that says you believe in the Buddha and you'll be saved. You'll be forgiven. Your sin will be forgiven by Buddha. Whatever you have done, there's karma associated with it, there's energy. You have to untie the knot yourself. The person who tied the knot to the ship, to the goat, would tie the bell usually to the goat's neck to make sure that the goat doesn't run away, not running too far away. So the person who tie the bell with the dead knot to the lamb's neck, the person who tied it, the person who untied it should be that person, not anybody else. So you have to apply all your efforts yourself towards the path of enlightenment. Nobody can walk the path for you. In Buddhism, it's practice. It's about practice and not about blind worshipping. Now, we've been talking about the 37 aids to enlightenment. The whole Theravada school put a lot of emphasis on the 37 aids to enlightenment. The 4 meditations, we already talked about that, the 4 meditation. The 4 right endeavors, the 4 requisites for obtaining supernatural powers. Actually, you don't have to acquire supernatural powers. In the process of practicing meditation, supernatural power is a byproduct of meditation. But your intention should not be, I want natural powers. I want supernatural power. That's why I want to practice meditation. That's not it, because you don't attach to supernatural powers. You don't crave for something. There's nothing to be obtained. If you still have a craving for obtaining something, you are not at it. You have a desire to fulfill, then you're not practicing it right. The 5 spiritual faculties, which is the 5 virtues that we talk about, the 5 spiritual powers, which already talk about that, and the 7 limbs of enlightenment and the Noble Eightfold Path. So if you add all this together, it becomes the 37 aids methods to enlightenment. Every one of these, you need a lot of explanation to it. This is the whole picture of the Buddha's study, the Buddha's practice. If you concentrate on every one of these, you're on your way to enlightenment. That this is just a broad, general concept about the forest. You have to get to study every tree, so that it's not just enough to look at the forest. You have to walk the forest, study every tree, every leaf, every root, so that you become enlightened. This is just a general map, a general concept for you. The 4 meditations, which I haven't talked about, is body as impure, feelings as sufferings, mental thoughts as changing instantaneously, and phenomena as selfless. So that's just a few lines to describe the 4 meditations. The 4 right endeavors: to get rid of existing evil deeds, to prevent evil deeds from arising, to start wholesome deeds, to develop existing wholesome deeds. In other words, to get rid of the bad evil deeds, not just to getting rid of it, to prevent it from arising. To do wholesome deeds, not just to do it, to develop it further. That's just the keywords. Every one of these lines needs some explanation so that you know exactly what it means. These are the 4 right endeavors. The 4 requisites for achieving dhyana: concentration of desire towards achieving dhyana. Now this desire is different from a sensuous desire. Concentration of desire, this desire is a destination on an object, an objective. You need an objective. This is what I want. This is not craving. This is not a sensuous desire. This is a desire to do for the destination that you want to go to. Setting up a target. Concentration of energy towards achieving dhyana, concentration of investigation towards achieving dhyana, concentration of analysis towards achieving dhyana. So these are the 4 requisites for achieving dhyana.
Okay, so we have explained it. So the 37 eights in the sutra, it does not mention the 4 arousings, the 4 requisites for improving meditation. Only about the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, and the 7 enlightenment factors. Okay, so next time we'll continue. In talking on a sutra like this, we can only, because of the limit of time, we can only give you a broad general concept. You can investigate more by getting into Google about this sutra to get more details about it. This is the sutra that talks about if you're not successful in your meditation, to be enlightened at your present life, it's absolutely important that after you pass away from this world, don't go into samsara. Go into that land of bliss where Amitabha Buddha is the professor in there. He'll be teaching you on your way to enlightenment. So that is an expedient method of getting enlightenment.
And let me read it out. And again, O Sariputra. Sariputra is a disciple of the Buddha. There are in that Buddha country swans, curlews, and peacocks, and 3 times every night and 3 times every day, they come together and perform a concert, each uttering his own note. And from them, thus uttering, proceeds a sound proclaiming the 5 virtues, the 5 powers, and the 7 steps leading towards the highest knowledge. That's where we stopped at last time. I need a little bit of explanation. We are now studying the Amitabha Sutra. We're studying about the land where after death, the sentient beings can go to. This is the land of happiness. This concept of the land of happiness, the place where you go to, you don't have to roll into the next samsara, reincarnation, is quite analogous to other religions' heaven concept. This is very close. Because in other religions, they talk about heaven, talk about a God in heaven, talking about worshiping God, and you'll be received in that heaven. Now this method of practice is very similar. This the Buddha's teaching. You see, the Buddha's teaching contains many methods. This is one of the many methods. If you're not successful in this lifetime, in your meditation, to achieve enlightenment, to qualify yourself to be free from reincarnations, life and death, the Buddha said, Sakyamuni Buddha said, this is the place that you should go to. Because when you go to that place, it's a place of non-retrogression. In other words, you go to that place, the land of happiness, Amitabha's pure land, and in there, it's like a heaven, is all happy all the time, no more suffering, and in there you study and practice to be the Buddha. You're not the Buddha yet, but you will be under the auspice of Buddha, Amitabha, and many, many other Bodhisattvas and Arahats. They will be your teachers, the professors teaching you how to become the Buddha. You would not retrogress into the 6 paths of reincarnation. So this is a heaven concept that is quite similar to other religions. So you have to remember that. While talking about heaven, I have some experiences that I would like to share with you. Many, many years ago when I was in Hong Kong, I was 18 then, or 19 or 18. I volunteered to be a teacher in the Sunday school for grade 2 students, primary 2 students. So I volunteered at that school and I was teaching Sunday school. So on that particular Sunday I was teaching to a group of grade 2 students. How many of them? 30 or 40. I was talking about heaven. I said, here's a whole bunch of kids, grade 2 kids in there. very lively and some of them very hilarious on Sunday mornings. And I was talking about heaven. I said, if you want to go to heaven, you have to qualify yourself. You have to justify yourself in your deeds, in your behavior, so that in the future you can go to heaven. And I talked to them about these 10 deeds. Abstain from killing, so not to kill. Abstain from killing. Abstain from stealing. Abstain from sexual misconduct. Abstain from lying. Abstain from drinking. Abstain from ignorance and greed and all these qualifications that you need to go to heaven. So then I said, heaven is the right place to go because there's only happiness in there. You have all your dreams come true. All your dream toys, not just one, maybe 10, whatever you want. When you are in heaven, it will become true for you. So you better be a good student. You better do all good deeds. And these kids were listening and they were so involved in it. Yeah, that's good. So we can have all the dream toys and everything we have in heaven we can get. So after talking for a while, I wanted to have a review. But talking to a group of grade 2, you cannot be too high level. You can't say, let's do a conclusion, let's do a summary. You don't talk like that. You just say, we want to go to heaven, so you have to behave good. You have to be a nice kid. And so I asked them a question. Who wants to go to heaven? I said, who wants to go to heaven? So everybody raised his hand. We all want to go to heaven. All the kids raised his hand, I want to go to heaven. But I said, if you want to go to heaven, you have to do all these good deeds. Yeah, everybody wants to go to heaven. Who wants to go to heaven? We want to go to heaven. Everybody raised his hand. And I saw there's one kid, he was shaking his head. I said, Sonny, how come you don't want to go to heaven? And he said, I can't go to heaven. I said, why? Why can't you go to heaven? My mom told me to go straight home after school. Oh, I said, is that so? So he was a nice kid, anyway. Now this is something to talk about on Sunday morning, Saturday morning. Anyway, so let's continue with this. When the man there hear that sound, remembrance of Buddha, remembrance of the law, remembrance of the church rises in their mind. What does that mean? When sentient beings there, when they hear that musical sound, that kind of melody, remembrance of the Buddha, what does that mean? They always remember the Buddha and the Buddha's deeds, how to practice, how to become a Buddha. Remembrance of the law. What is the law? The Dharma, the Buddha's teaching. Remembrance of the church that means the Sangha. So when Max Muller, Sanskrit expert, translated this, he used the word church, law, and Buddha. So all these things rises in their mind. Now do you think, O Sariputra, that there are beings who have entered into the nature of animals, birds, and sea? Now do you think, O Sariputra, that there are beings who have entered into the nature of animals? That means do not think that in that land there is still reincarnation because you saw animals. The animals, birds in that land. This is not to be thought of. Don't think of that as karma, that in that land there is still karma, there are still karmic energy that would lead people into reincarnating into animals. Don't think about that. The very name of hell is unknown in that Buddha country. That means there's no hell in that Buddha country. There's no animal realm, there's no hell. And likewise, that of descent into animal bodies and of the realm of Yama. So there's no reincarnated animals. They're just created by Amitabha out of his miraculous power. And there's also no realm of Yama, the four apayas. The realm of Yama is just like, Yama is another word for Mara, devils. And the four apayas, that means the four paths, the four vicious paths of reincarnations. The asuras, which is the demons' realm, the animals' realm, the predators, the hell realm, and the evils, the ghost realms. So there are no ghost realm, no evil realm, no hell realm, no demons realm. So in that country, there's no such thing. Let's go on to the next. Now, these types of birds have been made on purpose by the Tathagata Amitabhas, and they utter the sound of law. These birds become bird not out of karmic reincarnations. They are made on purpose by Tathagata Amitabhas. Tathagata is another name for the Buddha. Remember, the Buddha has 10 names, 10 epithets. One of the 10 names is Tathagata. So these birds were made on purpose by Tathagata Amitabhas. And they utter the sound of law, they utter the sound of the Dharma, of the Buddha's teaching. What is the meaning of Amitabhas? Amita is infinite. Yours is life, length of life. That means infinite or immeasurable lifespan. The Buddha of immeasurable lifespan, which is the same as Amitabha. You see, Amitabha has another name. Amitabha has two names, basically. One is Amitabha. Amita means immeasurable and infinite. Ba means light. Abba means light. So Amitabha is the Buddha of infinite light. It's also called the Buddha of infinite lifespan, long longevity, infinite life. That's also the name, another name for Amitabha. Amitabhas, another name for Amitabha. So you have to remember that when you read Amitabhas, it's the same as Amitabha. And also in that land, all the sentient beings in that land enjoy immeasurable lifespan. With such arrays of excellences, NC, I've been searching the meaning of NC, and I found the meaning. It's an old version of exactra, and so on. That means, with such arrays of excellences, etc. All these other descriptions. And again, O Sariputra, when those rows of palm trees and strings of bells in that Buddha country are moved by the wind, a sweet and enrapturing sound proceeds from them. There are rows of palm trees in there. You see, this sutra contains detailed description of the land of happiness, of this land of happiness, of this heaven. There are other sutras that also explain, but this is a smaller sutra that explains in detail what a description of the land of the Buddha, of that Amitabha's Pure Land. So there are palm trees in there, and strings of bells in that Buddha country are moved by the wind. There are bells in the palm tree, and when the bells are moved by the wind, as sweet and enrapturing. Enrapturing is a pleasurable sound. Sound that is so pleasant to hear. But this kind of pleasurable sound is not the same as our worldly pleasurable sound that we hear, that we listen to. The kind of music we listen to is pleasurable, but that kind of pleasurable sound could be inducing your pleasures, which means that it could be seductive. The kind of music that you hear here could be seductive, could be mesmerizing. It's seductive to your pleasures, to your internal pleasures. But in there, this kind of pleasurable sound is not like that. This is a kind of pleasurable sound that gives you the real happiness, that is not tainted with any other defiled pleasures. So this word is used, enrapturing sound proceeds from them. When we listen to music, we should watch out, because some music may give you the peace of mind. Some music may instigate your pleasures to do other things. So you've got to watch out what kind of music you're listening to. Next. Yes, O Sariputra, as from a heavenly musical instrument consisting of 100,000 kotis of sound. What's the meaning of a kotis? Kotis is a very high number in the Sanskrit language. 1,000 kotis, that means millions, thousands of millions of numbers of sounds. When played by the Aryas are the saints, the sages,
A sweet and enrapturing sound proceeds. A sweet and enrapturing sound proceeds from those rows of palm trees and strings of bells moved by the wind. And when the men hear that sound, reflection on Buddha arises in them, reflection on the law, reflection on the church, with such arrays of excellences, and etc. That means when people there listen to this music, they always remember the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. In other words, they always remember the Buddha's teaching. So that's the reason why when you're in that land, everything you get into contact, all your senses that you got into contact are about enlightenment, are about the Buddha's teaching. So in other words, you have been trained in your mind towards leading you towards the path of enlightenment, towards the path of nirvana. In this world, it's not. You could be enticed and mesmerized by many, many other things that may defile your senses, that may pollute your senses. But in there, every note, everything you see is purifying your senses. Next. Now, what do you think, O Sariputra? For what reason is that Tathagata called Amitabha? The length of life, O Sariputra, of that Tathagata and of those men that is immeasurable. Therefore is that Tathagata called Amitabha. And 10 kalpas have passed, O Sariputra, since that Tathagata awoke to perfect knowledge. That means, historically, since Amitabha have become the Buddha, 10 kalpas have passed. What's the meaning of kalpas? Kalpas is eon, an infinite, very infinite long period of time. So 10 kalpas is description of many, many times. Long time ago, Amitabha Buddha have become the Buddha. That Tathagata awoke to perfect knowledge. Many years ago, long time ago, this Buddha has become the Buddha. The ascension being has become the Buddha, Amitabha or Amitabha, and he vows to save all sentient beings who at the verge of death was able to concentrate and chant 10 times his name. He will receive his soul into that land of bliss, into that land of happiness. So if we think that we are senior enough, we don't think that just by our self-efforts doing meditation will achieve nirvana, enlightenment, will achieve perfect knowledge. So this is the way to go. Everybody has to die anyway. So at the verge of death, you're not clinging to the world. You want to leave this world. Some people don't want to go when they die, you know that. They always want to attach to this world. They have many unfinished businesses. They always got in their mind, their estates, their possessions, their relatives, their friends. They don't want to leave this world. They thought that, this is terrible. I have to leave this world. They forgot about the suffering. They don't want to leave. But they don't want to leave, but their body wants them to leave. So they're fighting. The body and his wish is fighting against each other. They can't go. They'll be always panting and, depending on the oxygen, maybe lying in there like a vegetation for months. So you have to first let go of your body. Just in case in the future that you're on the verge of dying. Everybody has to die. No exception. Make sure that you let go of your body. Many people in the hospitals, if you visit hospitals, hospice care, they don't want to leave. A few people, they want to leave because they suffer enough. They say, I don't want this body, I have suffered enough. But they have no intention of where to go to. They just, I don't want to be in this place. I want to shut off this body. No more body for me. They have that intention, but they don't know where to go. But if you study the Buddha's teaching, concentrate in the training, you know where to go. You want to let go of your body, you want to leave this world, that's the place you want to go. That university, the University of the Land of Bliss, the university where Amitabha is the professor, Avalokitesvara, Mahamasprapta, and many other bodhisattvas and arahats. They are the assistant professors, plus many other tutors in there waiting for you to study and become the Buddha. Non-retrogression, no more suffering, no more retrogression back to life and death. That's the place that we want to go to. But these sutras give us instructions and training as to how to get us prepared and qualified to go there. You can't just say, okay, as long as when I'm at the verge of death, I let go of my body and I want to go there, and that will be easy. It's not that easy. Because when we die, we're so confused at the time when we are dying. We cannot concentrate. Plus, you may have bodily pain. You may have many bodily pains. You may not be able to breathe. You may become so confused in your mentality that you're not concentrated, that you're not in a meditative state. In there, this is one of the sutras that teaches us how to qualify ourselves to go there. There are other contemplation sutras about this land of bliss. They teach you how to meditate on the land of bliss, Amitabha's land, so that at the verge of death, you won't be confused. You'll be so clear, you'll be so calm, you'll be so peaceful that very quickly you're away from your suffering and you are reborn in there on the lotus. You'll be receiving the lotus in there, and then you all would sprout in that land, and you will stand up and you become a sentient being in there. Sakyamuni Buddha was so compassionate. He was so considerate. He was thinking, as time goes on, there are many, many people whose karmic energy was so heavy that they may not be able to be successful in the meditation to be enlightened. I should give them a method that they should go to a certain school where they continue to learn. But that school must help them to get out from life and death first. And they must get admitted into that school. So some of these sutras talk about the requisites, the prerequisites for you to be qualified to go there. Are you interested in knowing this? This is just the beginning. Now it contains a description of the land of bliss. There are other sutras, which is in here also, one of it is in here, the sutra of visualizing the Buddha of immeasurable length of life. How do you visualize? If you learn the visualization, how to visualize that image so that at the verge of death, your visualization comes true. And your mind it's all concentrated. Your mind would not be confused. Your mind would not be in a topsy-turvy state where you don't know what to do. You'll be so concentrated that your mind and the Amitabha's mind is all one. In other words, you have to adjust your computer to that website of the land of bliss. You got to get the website address right. You have to tune to it all the time. Because at the verge of death, you won't be able to, because you haven't been trained to. So you have to get used to it. Always tune to it. So every day you chant Nam Amitabha. So you tune the name to your website, and you also tune your mind to the website. You tune to both minds. Remember, the mind is in two hemispheres, the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. The left hemisphere, as you know, is the place where you learn all the languages, the words, the mathematics, your daily chores. Everything is operated from the left mind. That's how you learn. But your left mind also continues the egoistic feeling. Your jealousy, your hatred, your disappointment, your depression, your greediness, everything is also in there. Your right mind is more or less at the peaceful stage where it triggers wisdom in you to balance you out. But when our senses are interacting with the outside world, it's usually the left mind, which is very active, dominates the right mind. The left mind, the emotional mind, When you come to a conflict, so when somebody infuriates you, you get mad. When you get mad, your left mind is functioning. Then your right mind will say, don't get mad. Try to adjust it out. But usually the left mind wins, dominates. So when you always train your right mind, when you are meditating, when you are chanting Nam Amitabha, when you're reading sutras, you're actually training your right mind, which is your mind, away from the egoistic behavior. You tap into your right mind. Your right mind can store up all your seeds of energy. You tap into it. You germinate your seeds of Amitabha into that storage, right mind. You store and store and store all the good seeds in there. You water it every time when you chant Amitabha. You water it. You let sunlight to go through it. And you know, at the verge of death, it's easily triggered and it easily sprouts. So make sure you balance it out. Train your right mind. Let your right mind equally dominate each other, the left and the right. So let's carry on. And what do you think, O Sariputra? For what reason is that Tathagata called Amitabha? The splendor. The splendor is the light. Amita is immeasurable. Abba is light, immeasurable light. The splendor, the light, O Sariputra, of that Tathagata is unimpeded over all Buddha countries. Therefore is that Tathagata called Amitabha. The splendor in there, the light in there is never stopped by anything in that Buddha land. And there is, O Sariputra, an innumerable assembly of disciples with that Tathagata, purified and venerable persons, whose number it is not easy to count, with such arrays of excellences and see. That means in there is innumerable assembly of disciples, of bodhisattvas, of arahats, of saints, of Sotapanna, of Sakradagaman, of Anagaman. There are a lot of saints in there. In that land of happiness, Amitabha's Pure Land, there are already millions of people there. Maybe some of your friends were already in there. Maybe you'll be joining them in the future. There are many, many people there who were reborn in that land, but they don't retrogress into reincarnation anymore. No more suffering anymore. And next time, what I would do is I will introduce one or two other great philosophers not too long after Sakyamuni Buddha's period, how they describe the Pure Land. What do they think about this training? What do they think about how to go to the Pure Land? These are great philosophers, and particularly Vasubandhu and Asanga. They are the pioneers of Vijnanavadin, the school of consciousness only. So next time we'll get more into it. This is a very simple sutra. We've already gone through half of it, describing the Pure Land. And every day, train yourself in chanting the name Amitabha. That is the website address that you tap into. But that takes time to get adjusted to it.
And there is, O Sariputra, an innumerable assembly of disciples with that Tathagata, purified and venerable persons, whose number it is not easy to count, with such arrays of excellences and see. In the land of bliss, in the land of happiness, or some people call it heaven, the land of Buddha Amitabha, there is an innumerable assembly of disciples. Many people are there, many disciples are there with that Tathagata. Tathagata is the Buddha's another name for the Buddha. And all these disciples were purified and venerable persons, whose number it is not easy to count because they're infinite, immeasurable. Many, many people are there already.
who were born in the land of bliss, in the land of happiness, with such a race of excellences and etc. And C is the old expressions for etc. Because this sutra was translated sometime in 1880, many years ago. So that's the old words they use. We already have finished, in this sutra, we already have finished all the descriptions about the land of bliss, about the heaven, about land of bliss, about the land of Amitabha. How many sutras, the most important sutras are there for relating to Amitabha Buddha? There are basically 4 very important sutras that you can research into. The Sutra on the Buddha of Infinite Life, also known as the larger Sukhavati Vyuha. Sukhavati is land of bliss. Vyuha means a magnificent display of the land of bliss, which is the land of happiness. That's the Sanskrit word for it. And this, translated around 1880, 1890, was translated from Sanskrit. So it has a Sanskrit manuscript for it, and there is also known as the larger Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. It was translated from Sanskrit into Chinese around 220 to 265 AD, which is approximately about 1,700 years ago. So in other words, the Chinese version was translated approximately 1,750 years ago from Sanskrit into Chinese by Zhangavaman. Now sometimes when we look at these things, when we look at this information, we have to ponder about it. Some people, a lot of scientists may say, how do I know that ancient Buddhist books were actually the Buddhist teaching, were actually spoken by the Buddha? How do we know? Because all these books, most of these sutras, especially they were translated from Sanskrit into Chinese, they were done more than 1,000 years ago. And how do we know that 1,000 years already passed, more than 1,000 years, some of them 1,800 years? How do we know that these are true sutras? How do we prove the authenticity of these sutras? Now let me tell you. Accidentally, sometime in 1824, there was a British diplomat who lived in Nepal. His name is Brian Hobson. Sometime in 1824 or 25, he was also an Indologist, study of India's culture, and he discovered huge bundles of ancient Sanskrit manuscripts in Nepal. They excavated a lot of manuscripts, ancient manuscripts written in Sanskrit. That's about 170 years ago. They excavated a lot of these ancient manuscripts, and they started to study them and translate them into English. And this is the English translation, not from the Chinese, it's from the Sanskrit. So what the Chinese translated 1,700 years ago, so on the Chinese side that was translated 1,750 years ago, the English side was translated 150 years ago, and I tried to match them together, and they matched perfectly well. That proves the authenticity of these sutras. And if you search into internet, into Google, you will find discovery of Sanskrit manuscripts in Nepal in 1825 to 24, and you have a lot of information about that. There's a lot of sutras in ancient Sanskrit manuscripts excavated from the earth in Nepal by a British diplomat, Brian Hobson.
When the Buddha passed away 2,600 years ago, approximately, it is believed that there were two assemblies of people trying to organize the Buddhist teaching. One organized it in Pali, which is now the Theravada school, practiced in Burma, in Thailand, Theravada school. And it is in the Pali language. Comparatively, the Theravada school is relatively simpler than the Sanskrit portion. The Sanskrit is usually a royal family language. See, the philosophy it's a little bit more sophisticated. I'm not belittling the Theravada school. It does not mean that the philosophy is highly profound, it's much better. Actually, Theravada contains a lot of basics and extremely important philosophy and practices that if you follow the Theravada school, it's enough to be an arahat, to be the Buddha. But there's another version, which is the Sanskrit version. And more of this excavation of Sanskrit manuscripts from the earth in Nepal prove the authenticity of the Chinese sutras. So the Sutra on the Buddha of Infinite Life is also known as the larger Sukhavati Vyuha. The Sanskrit text is known as that, translated by Sangha woman. Second is the Sutra on Buddha Amitabha's Amitabha, also known as the smaller sutra. The Sanskrit text is known as the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, translated by Kumarajiva. In the time 300 to 420 AD, which is approximately about, again, 1,600 years ago, that is a smaller version. They also found that in Nepal, the manuscript in Nepal. The third, the Sutra on Contemplation of Amitabha's Guan, also known as Contemplation Sutra, translated by Kalayasa around 420 to 600 AD, which is about 1,600, 1,500 years ago. So all these sutras related to the Amitabha Buddha were translated in various periods, but most of them were translated at least 1,500 years ago. Last but not least, that is the hymns of aspiration for birth, a discourse on the Amitabha Sutra. 无量寿经优婆提舍愿生记，又名往生论, composed by Vasubandhu around 270 to 350. There was a living Bodhisattva by the name Vasubandhu, a living Bodhisattva, which lived about 1,800 years ago in India, and he composed a discourse about Amitabha Sutra, encouraging later generations, later people, to practice the method. Composed by Vasubandhu and translated by Buddhiruchi in China around 420 AD, later, about 100 years later. So all these, by coincidence, we can prove they are true sutras, spoken by the Buddha during the Buddha's period, and later translated. There's no question about it. And now, we already have finished, basically, the description of this land of bliss. Some people call it the heaven. Just as a reminder, we have to understand that this land of bliss concept is very similar to a heaven concept of other religions. But in this heaven concept, the land of bliss concept, it's not just blind faith that you can be reborn in there. You have to have faith, you have to train your mind also in your mentally, so that at the verge of death, then you can be born in that land. Not just, I believe there's a heaven that I can go to heaven. If you believe there's a heaven that I can go to, but you're committing all kinds of evil deeds, killing, lying, fabricating, sexual misconduct, all kinds of evil conduct, then you still can go to heaven.
as long as you believe in heaven, that's not true. Because your karma energy will pull you down, you cannot go. You have to have a moral foundation to be reborn in heaven. So you got to have faith, of course, first, faith in believing that there is heaven, and faith in believing that in yourself you can go to heaven. That's faith. The second is you have to vow to go there. You must wish to go there. The third is you must practice. You must train your mind to go there. What do I mean by training your mind? Let me give you an example. If Buddha Amitabha say, come to my land, this is the land of happiness where you can learn to become the Buddha, you'll be free from suffering, but you need to communicate with me. And this communication, just an example, is the email address, is the internet address. You have to get hooked up to it. You have to understand it. You have to access to it all the time. You have to have mind-to-mind communication with that Buddha. And there's also other requisites for going over there. That's all contained in all the sutras. It's also contained in this, the smallest Sukhavati Sutra. So, a question may come up asking, yes, this is a heaven concept. Why is it necessary for me? Because in your lifetime, in our lifetime, if you're not successful in your self-efforts to attain nirvana, to attain enlightenment, then you'll roll into the next path of reincarnation again. Then you'll take another form again in the next life, being pulled by your karma. You'll reincarnate into the 6 realms of reincarnation again. You may reincarnate into the animal realm, hell realm, human realm, azura realm. So we don't know. We're not sure whether we can be born in heaven. So in order to be sure, you have to know how to do it. Not just believing that I can go to heaven and that's it. You have to know, how do I get there? What are the prerequisites of getting there? This is what the sutras. And I'd like to say something about the descriptions of the land of bliss of Amitabha. Because Vasubandhu, one of the pioneers, one of the living Bodhisattvas living in around 300 ADs, which is about 1,800 years ago, he's also the pioneers of the school of consciousness only, which Nalamada gave a detailed description of Amitabha's Pure Land. So I would like to pull from other sources how other Bodhisattvas describe Amitabha's Pure Land, other than what the sutras talk about. He followed the larger sutra, the larger Sukhavati Vyuha, and some other sutras, and composed the hymn of aspiration for birth, a discourse on Amitabha Sutra. Vasubandhu's descriptions of his experiences is threefold, and each division has various aspects. So in his discourse, it contains 3 sections. 17 aspects, 8 aspects, and 4. We call it 29 aspects. 17 aspects on descriptions of the Pure Land, 8 aspects on Amitabha's physical manifestation, and 4 aspects on the Bodhisattva's dwelling in the Pure Land. I like to bring this out to you so that from the perspective of a living Bodhisattva who lived 1,800 years ago, to about 700 years after the death of Buddha, after the Mahaparinirvana Buddha, there was a living Bodhisattva who highly advocated the concept of the land of bliss and advised people, you must go there. Because if you're not successful in this life, particularly in later generations, where people are extremely busy with their pursuit of material wants, it's extremely difficult for them to get enlightened, to be the Buddha in this lifetime, in her lifetime. So it's better to go into that land of bliss after death and learn in that land to become the Buddha, free from worldly sufferings. Some people may not find it important. What do I care? When I die, I got nothing to left. When I die, I forget about everything. If you believe that when you die, that's the termination of you, period, you blindly believe in nihilism. That's not the right belief. When a person dies, it's not the end of you. Death is the beginning of another life. If you have not gotten enlightened, you'll go into the next path of reincarnation again. You came from the previous life. Time is just one life. Time is a continuation. It's a whole vast horizon of time spent. You develop from thousands and millions of previous life into this life. You have accumulated a lot of karma in previous life. Bad and good karma. Mostly bad. Why? Because if you accumulate only good karma, you'll be reborn in heaven already. And heaven, that concept of heaven is not the ultimate way to go, because you still reincarnate after you enjoy happiness in heaven. But Amitabha's land is the land of bliss. In there, you would not retrogress into this world of desires again. So let's explore into the 17 aspects, 8 aspects, and 4 aspects, 29 aspects, as developed by the teaching of Subandhu. The Pure Land is the realm of purity above various states of existence in samsara, which are defiled and delusory. Our existence is defiled, which means that we have a lot of mental afflictions. Who gave us these mental afflictions? Why am I become so jealous? Why do I have jealousy, hatred, anxiety, fear, envy, fraudulence, ignorance? Why do you have all these mental afflictions? Is it because of other people give it to me? You generated yourself. You're the master of your own faith. You did all these things that brought forward. Your karma have brought all these things forward to you and during this life. What you have gone through is actually all the causes were in the previous life. Don't blame anybody for it. Don't blame the society. Don't blame God. Don't blame your parents for what you have got. You did it all by yourself. And this is a world of sufferings and defilements and delusion. By saying that, we do not mean that we despise this world. We do not mean that we are very pessimistic. We know this is a world of suffering, but we want to change it. We want to be away from it. Second, the Pure Land is vast and boundless, like empty space. Third, it has originated from great compassion and supramundane goodness. It is from the goodness of Amitabha, who made the vows when he was practicing as a layman. He made the vows that I will go through all this practice, and when I become successful, I will create this land of bliss for people to come, like a university where you can learn to become the Buddha. But first, you must be away from suffering first. Amitabha created that world. And that world is many, many millions of miles away from here to the west. It's just like this temple, for example. This temple 30 years ago was a piece of agricultural land on which there's no single, not a building stands on it. It's just a piece of dirt. How come this piece of dirt now has magnificent temples standing on top of it? Isn't there some powers? Isn't there some supernatural power or some abilities of something to make it come true? 30 years ago, when we were sitting on this piece of land, we could not imagine that so many, all these buildings could exist in here. It's just like, how could you imagine that to the west, there's a paradise, there's a pure land, exists that accepts you into there, free from suffering. 30 years ago, nobody would believe that this will be a temple in here. I have witness to this because I built it 30 years ago from a piece of dirt, nothing on it. We started from a thought. We wanted to build a temple in here. And that thought develops into a miracle. We started to collect money from all sources. And we've done it for 30 years. The first 10 years, one building. Another 5 years, another building. Another 5 years, another building. Plus all the interior decorations. When I came to think of it, oh, how come I've achieved this? If I had to go back, I got scared of doing something like this. I've gone through a lot of sufferings from doing this. A lot of efforts have been applied to it. I've overcome a lot of hurdles. We, not I, we have overcome a lot of hurdles. We have overcome a lot of difficulties to achieve something like this. It's just like Amitabha Buddha had gone through a lot of hurdles to create that land of bliss, millions of miles away to the west. You may not believe it. Just as a person may not believe the erection of all these buildings 30 years ago sitting in this piece of dirt. But it came true. You understand what I mean? So let's carry on. It is suffused with pure light in the land of bliss. It is full of exquisite adornments. Its brilliant light illuminates the whole world. Jewel ornaments give delightful sensations to those who touch them. Jewel flowers fill the ponds. There are majestic towers and brilliant trees, and decorated nets hang in the sky. It's just like when you are reading these lines from there, you will think, why all this flowery language describing magnificence and excellences of the Pure Land? I couldn't imagine it. But then, 30 years ago, when we were sitting in here with a piece of bare land, we couldn't imagine that we have these statues in here. We couldn't imagine that we have this marble floor. We couldn't imagine that the ceiling is that high. We couldn't imagine not a single thing in here. Flowers and ornament groups fall from the sky. The Buddhist wisdom is like the sun. It dispels the darkness of the world. The sacred name which enlightens living beings is heard throughout the 10 quarters. Amitabha presides over and sustains the land. That means the professor, the leader, the leading professor is Amitabha. There's so many assistant professors and associate professors, so many tutors in there. It's like a university. In there, you'll be reborn in there after you die in here, and you'll be learning to become the Buddha in there. When you become the Buddha, you're the same as Amitabha. In other words, there's not always a professor and student relationship. There's not always a master and slave or a master and a follower relationship. When you are in there as a student, but when you get complete enlightenment, you are the Buddha. Because that nature is in you. You are the same. We're all one. No discrimination. Bodhisattvas are born miraculously from the flowers of Amitabha's enlightenment. They always enjoy the Buddha Dharma and do all the meditation. They are free of afflictions and always enjoy happiness. The Pure Land is the realm of the Mahayana merit, and those born there are free of mental and physical handicaps and imperfections. All their aspirations are fulfilled. In other words, when we passed away, everybody has to pass away. There's no exception. If you passed away, instead of floating into the next life and death of reincarnation, next round, changing your body again into another body, don't change into reincarnation anymore. Free from reincarnation. Because if you are reincarnation, you always suffer. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, suffering arising from death of beloved ones, suffering arising from living with hated ones, suffering arising from unending desires, suffering from all sorts of outer environments like earthquake, tsunami, hurricanes, starvation, wars, human wars, genocides, all kinds of suffering. You will be away from these sufferings if you're reborn in there. But you really have to train your mind so that at the verge of dying, you won't get confused. Because most people at the verge of dying, they get confused from painful suffering. mind is confused, you can't go there. So you have to have the training now. Do not wait until you die. As long as when I die, I chant Amitabha and I will be successful in there. It's not so. Because you have to train up your mind that you can go there when you die, when we die. Okay, I finished the 17 aspects. And next time I will continue. This concept of the land of bliss is an expedient practice, which means that other than practicing meditation, depending on your self-efforts, you have to rely on the Buddha's efforts too. It's a self and other reliance. It's both ways. Don't just rely on yourself. Rely on also the Buddha's ability. So if you really want to compare the Buddha's teaching to other teaching, the only similarity is in here. The land of bliss concept or the heaven concept. You can go to the heaven. But that's only one of the many methods given by the Buddha. There are other methods too. But this is an expedient means. So this is to get guarantee that you won't be reborn in another samsara, in another land of reincarnation. So last time we come to page 11 and we stop at almost at the middle of the page, and I would like to read it out to you. And there is, O Sariputra, an innumerable assembly of disciples with that Tathagata, purified and venerable persons, whose number it is not easy to count, with such a race of excellences and etc. And again, O Sariputra, of those beings also who were born in the Buddha country of the Tathagata Amitabhas as purified bodhisattvas, never to return again and bound by one birth only, of those bodhisattvas also, O Sariputra, the number is not easy to count except they are reckoned as infinite in number. It is quite important that when we look at the Pure Land concept, we look at from a perspective of not only one literature. We have to look at from various other literatures about Amitabha's Pure Land. And I indicated to you last time, there are numerous other sutras that describes Amitabha's Pure Land, to which you can go to after death. And last time, I think I stopped at Vasubandhu's description of Amitabha's Pure Land. Vasubandhu was a very high-level bodhisattva who was the brother of Asanga. Asubandhu in the Chinese language is Si Qin Pusa. Asanga is Wuzhuo Pusa. Vasubandhu wrote a very important literature, which is called the hymn on being reborn into the Pure Land. And last time I stopped at half of it, and I would like to carry on now, so let's get to the next slide. Vasubandhu, who was born 320 AD, which is approximately about 800 to 900 years after the Mahaparinirvana of the Buddha. Mahaparinirvana of the Buddha means the death or demise of the Buddha. He was one of the pioneers of the school of consciousness only, Vijnanavada. He gave a detailed description of Amitabha's Pure Land, and he followed the larger sutra and some other sutras and composed a hymn of aspiration for birth, a discourse on Amitabha's sutra in the Chinese language is 愿往生礼赞记, 往生论. So Vasubandhu's description of his experience is threefold, and each division has various aspects. Number one is the Pure Land. a description of the Pure Land, 17 aspects of the description of the Pure Land. He described the Pure Land in detail. Usually we talk about heaven, we couldn't find a detailed description of heaven, and there it is in the hymn. And then the second fold is Amitabha's physical manifestation and merits. 8 aspects. Now we're going to cover the 8 aspects now. Let's go to the next slide. He mentioned a manifestation of Amitabha. His lotus seat is adorned with numerous treasures. That just show the auspiciousness, the abundance, and the magnificent manifestation of what you can see in the Pure Land, in paradise, or in that heaven. The treasures is just an indication of values in there. It doesn't mean that the sentient beings, they are greedy for treasures, no. Because in order to describe a place that is so abundant, that's so magnificent, it must be very gracious and it must look very good. It has all kinds of treasures you can think of. But when you look at those treasures, you just enjoy the artistic creation, the magnificence of it, the exquisiteness of it, and not greediness to get it. That's not what it means. The second one, his majestic appearance is beyond compare. Majestic appearance relates to the body. So remember, the 5 skandhas are about every individual. We're composed of the 5 skandhas. And the 5 skandhas contain, broadly speaking, the body, which indicates behavior, the mouth, which symbolizes speech, and the mind. So the second one is manifestations of the body. The majestic appearance of Amitabha's body. It's so gigantic, so magnificent. It has a very detailed description in the hymn written by Vasubandhu. So this is just a brief, I'm just introducing to you a brief concept of what is contained in the hymn. That there's English translation for it. You can also get it from Google, a hymn of the aspiration to be born in Amitabha's Pure Land. So his majestic appearance is beyond compare. Third, his wonderful voice is heard throughout the 10 quarters. That symbolizes speech. In other words, in there, you can listen to the sound, and every sound relates to the Dharma. Every sound relates to the Buddhist teaching. Every sound relates to enlightenment. Every sound relates to nirvana, compassion. Okay, that's what that wonderful voice means. The fourth, he has no thought of impurity. In this world, all our thoughts contain impurity. We have thoughts of greediness, of hatred, of jealousy, of discrimination. But in there's no thoughts of impurity. Heavenly and human beings in the Pure Land are born out of his pure wisdom. So all the sentient beings, say for example, when I died in here, at an instance of a moment, as fast as what? Moving my elbow. That's what a description. As fast as moving my elbows, very fast, the time is very fast, then I will be reborn in there in a lotus. And it's born out of purity and born out of pure wisdom of Amitabha. Sixth, his sovereign power is unsurpassed. That describes the Amitabha's manifestation as having sovereign power in that land of bliss. It does not mean that sentient beings are looking for power there, that Amitabha is powerful so that he becomes a king, he becomes on top of all. That power is a power of purity. That power is a power to overcome one's evilness in one's mind. 7, he is revered by all beings. 8, the power of the vow enables those who encounter it to gain the supreme merits. That's number 8. So these are the 8 merits of Amitabha's manifestation. Now this is just broad outlines. You can always find details in the literature. Without going too deep into the details, let's move on with the other merits. Those born in the Pure Land attain Mahayana enlightenment and as bodhisattvas engage in all kinds of beneficial activity for the sake of suffering beings. Vasubandhu distinguished the four aspects of the activities. So Vasubandhu also described what bodhisattvas are in the Pure Land. There are bodhisattvas in the Pure Lands. What are those bodhisattvas? If I can make an analogy between this world and that world, bodhisattvas are like all professors in there, teaching all sentient beings there to become the Buddha, to become bodhisattvas. Without moving, they can manifest various forms throughout the 10 directions and engage in Buddhist activities. Without moving their body, they can manifest various forms in all other Buddha lands. Second, in an instant, they can simultaneously visit all the Buddha lands throughout the 10 quarters to teach sentient beings and remove their sufferings. 一念普照功德. Third, they can illuminate all the assemblies of Buddhas and disciples and make offerings to them without discriminative thought. 无余供养功德. For they can visit any land where the 3 treasures do not exist to spread the Dharma as Buddhas do. 遍四三宝德. These are all contained in the literature that you can refer to later. Let's carry on because time is running short for us. And again, O Saraputra, of those beings also who are born in the Buddha country of the Tathagata Amitabhas, so you should know what Tathagata means. Tathagata is another name for the Buddha. Remember, the Buddha has 10 different names, the 10 epithets of the Buddha. One of it is Tathagata. In the Chinese language, it's Ru Lai. Translation is coming and going. There's no coming, so there's no going. There's no coming, there's no going. It's easy to say it. It's extremely difficult to understand it. If you don't understand that, if you don't understand no more coming and no more going, research into it. As purified bodhisattvas, never to return again and bound by one birth only. Most of these bodhisattvas, they would never retrogress back to the world of desire. In other words, when you were born in there, you would not retrogress into transmigration again. Said if I practice, if I have the proper training, if I will be reborn in the Buddha land, in Amitabha's Pure Land, I would not retrogress back to reincarnation again. And more than no retrogression, many of the bodhisattvas there, they are only bound by one birth. Now that needs explanation. What's the meaning of being bound by one birth? 一生补处菩萨, bound by one birth. Bodhisattvas there, when they come back, they will come back as Buddha for only one lifetime. It's just like Ajita Buddha or the laughing Buddha. When you entered the temple, there's a laughing Buddha with a big belly. That is Ajita, Ayito Pusa, and that is also the future Buddha. The future Buddha now is a Bodhisattva, and he will come back here just for one more lifetime to become the Buddha, and he will be in Nirvana. Only one birth coming back. So a lot of Bodhisattvas there, they make vow that they will only come back one lifetime. Sakyamuni Buddha was bound by one birth before he became the Buddha in here. So he was reborn as a Buddha in here, in India, for one more lifetime, then he entered into Mahaparinirvana. So only bound by one birth. Remember, we have the 4 levels of the Theravada school, of the Stravaka practice. The first one, Chuguo, Sotapana, 7 lives to come. 7 more reincarnations, Sotapana. Erguo, sacred garment, which is he will only come back to this world, only one more life, and he will become the Arahant. The third is Anagaman, Sanguo. he will not coming back in here anymore. He will be in Rupadhatu, not the world of desire. Rupadhatu, remember there's Rupadhatu and Arupadhatu. He will be residing in Rupadhatu in meditation and he will become the Buddha. Arahat doesn't come back anymore to this world of desire. All these bodhisattvas, the big wows, they only come back one lifetime. So there are future Buddhas coming to the world, just like Sakyamuni Buddha. Then again, all beings, O Sariputra, ought to make fervent prayer for that Buddha country. And why? Because they come together there with such excellent men. Beings are not born in that Buddha country of the Tathagata Amitabhas as a reward and result of good works performed in this present life. So that is an advice of Sakyamuni Buddha to us. We should say our fervent prayer to be reborn in Amitabha's Pure Land. Why? Because all these excellent men and women come together in that country, in that Pure Land, where they are close to Buddha and Bodhisattvas, and where they learned to become the Buddha. No, whatever son or daughter of a family shall hear the name of the blessed Amitabhas, the Tathagata, and having heard it, shall keep it in mind, and with thoughts undisturbed, shall keep in mind for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 nights. When the son or daughter of a family comes to die, then that Amitabhas, the Tathagata, surrounded by an assembly of disciples and followed by a host of Bodhisattvas, will stand before them at the hour of death, and they will depart this life with tranquil mind. That means the sutra says, at the verge of death, if your mind is tranquil, if you're in tranquility, if you're not confused, if you don't have topsy-turvy thoughts wandering in you, then maybe for a day, maybe 2 days, 3 days, 3, 4, up to 7 days, if you have one concentration, you concentrate in the chanting of Amitabha's name, and you have a mind-to-mind contact with Amitabha, then Amitabha, with an assembly of disciples and other bodhisattvas, will come to receive you into the Pure Land. In other words, they would directly come to you to give you the admissions to the Pure Land, not just by himself, but other assembly of bodhisattvas too. And in a lot of cases, the Buddha didn't even come, because in an instance that you'll be reborn in there, as long as you have the concentration, you have the samadhi of that recitation, of that mind-to-mind contact. So we have to make sure that we train our mind sufficient enough that at the time of death we won't be confused. Most people at the time of death are confused, because when they at the verge of death, they are so much in suffering that their mind is not concentrated. They visit hospitals, visit hospital care, you know. And sometimes, even if they are not in bodily painful suffering, they could suffer from mental suffering. They may not want to leave the world. They attach so much to the world, they don't want to let go. They don't want to let go of their body, not to say, they don't want to let go not just the world, they don't want to let go of their body. They want to go. They think it's unfair. It's unfair. Why do I have to die? Why do I have to leave? I still have a lot of unfinished businesses that I have to do. I don't want to leave my family. I'm emotionally attached to my family. I love my family. I don't want to go. You have to have the proper training when you are alive, that you know how to let go. Let go of everything. Because at the verge of death, there's nothing you can bring along with you. You can't even bring your body along with you. Not to say your estates, your diamond rings, your bank accounts, your house, your mansion. Nothing you can bring with you. If anything, the only thing that comes with you is your karma. You can't escape your karma. You will be reborn in the Pure Land with the karma that you created. You haven't purified your karma. We haven't purified our karma. But we brought the karma there, we learn. In other words, when we go to that university, Our body will go there, but we'll also bring what we have learned to that university. What we have learned contain virtues, non-virtues, good deeds, bad deeds. What we have learned contains opinions, stubbornness, greediness, hatred, jealousy, sometimes compassion, sometimes love, a mixture of everything. But we brought it along too, to that world, land of bliss. But in there, we've slowly purified ourselves. So we still have to bring our karma with us there. But the only difference is you don't retrogress. You're learning in there. That is a world of non-retrogression to this non-virtuous world. So that's a very practical concept. Everybody has to die anyway. Make sure that you don't roll into the next round of reincarnation, because we don't know what happened in the next round. We better go to that university where we learn to be enlightened. And sometimes people say, especially beginners, to say, is it the soul that will go over there? For sure, we can carry this body over there. This body, we shed off this body when we died. There's no option. You can't carry this body to go anywhere. And people like to argue about, how about the soul? People like to ask questions about the soul and the body. We already have talked about this a lot in previous lectures. But just for beginners, what's the relationship between the soul and the body? The soul, people like to talk about the soul. Let me give you a remark for thought, for consideration when you're at home. The body does not contain the soul, but the soul contains the body. Think about it. It's just like the world is not created by God. God becomes the world, or the world becomes God. Think about all these. Last time we stopped at this slide. So let us read it again. After their death, they will be born in the world Sukhavati, in the Buddha country of the same Amitabhas, the Tathagata. In the previous lecture, we said anybody who wholeheartedly chant Namo Amitabha 10 times before departure from this world with no topsy-turvy thought, with concentration, with equanimity of the mind, then after they die, they will be reborn in the Pure Land, because they're alaya consciousness, or somebody call it the soul, or somebody call it the Bardo stage. That they will be received by Amitabha into the Pure Land, in the land of happiness, in the Buddha country of the same Amitabhas. Amitabhas is under the name for Amitabha, which means immeasurable lifespan or longevity. The Tathagata is another name, another epithet for the Buddha. Therefore then, O Sariputra, having perceived this cause and effort, I with reverence say thus: every son and every daughter of a family ought with their whole mind to make fervent prayers for that Buddha country. Sakyamuni Buddha introduced this shortcut to get away from reincarnation, to be reborn in the Pure Land after we die. We all have to die anyway. So after we die, usually we reincarnate with our karma. But in this case, if you practice chanting Amitabha all the time, and at the juncture of death, you don't have topsy-turvy mind, no confusion, then you go to that land of happiness, the Pure Land, or somebody called it the heaven. Sakyamuni Buddha said, that's an expedient way, every daughter and son of a family with their whole mind to make prayers to go to that Buddha country. So this is an expedient way of the practice. Usually practice, we depend on our efforts. We have to be awakened. We have to be enlightened. We enlighten ourselves, we attain nirvana in order to be away from reincarnation. But in this case, you not only rely on your own efforts, also rely on the wish and the efforts of Amitabha, the Buddha there, who opened his arms to help you at the juncture of death. As long as you have that transmission of mind, as long as you have that concentration of mind, which you need to practice not at the junction of death, at the juncture of death, because at the juncture of death you'll be so confused sometimes that you cannot gather yourself. You have to practice when you are healthy, not when you are dying. So that's very important. So at this moment, since we have some beginners in here, it is important to mention again, where did we come from? We're talking about death. We were born and then we died. Where did we come from? How come we have to die? How come in the process of the birth, our birth, and between birth and death, there's so much suffering? We've gone through, we've experienced so much. Partially we're happy, and most of the time we may be unhappy, and sometimes we go for agony and sufferings. What's the reason for all this? Why do we have to practice Buddhism? What is the objective of practicing Buddhism? We've got to know about all these things. In order to know about these things, in order to know about this philosophy, the reason behind the practice, the reason behind why we have to follow the Buddha, why we have to awake, why do we have to awake, to wake up? We are dreamers. We are in a big dream, the dream of life. We have to wake up. So what are these? So let's do some reiteration of what we lectured about in the past, which is quite important. We are right now in samsara. We're talking about death, right? We are right now in samsara. We are in the cycle of life and death. You and I, we, all of us. Not only do we have this present life body, we also have previous life's body. And if we keep on reincarnating with our karma, we'll go into the next life. So it's the past, the present, the future, a past life, a present life, and a future life, and reincarnate in a cycle, and we call it the samsara, the cycle of life and death. Finally, we have to die and reborn again, we die and born again. What's all these behind? Rebirth in samsara of sentient beings according to their good or evil actions in their previous lifetime. In other words, everything that you do, or your thought, every action, every thought, every speech, all that add up to karma. And what we are experiencing now, if we take that as the effect, is because what you have done in the past. Last year, 20 years ago, or yesterday, or even in previous lifetime, mostly in previous lifetime. We have been accumulating our karma since many, many lifetimes ago. So some people were asked, then, what did I do in my previous life? I don't know. You should know. Why? Because what you are experiencing now, the effect, is because of what causes you have sowed in your past. So if you are healthy now, you're rich, you're healthy, and most of what you do are quite happy or according to your wishes, that's because you have done all these causes that make you happier, that make you healthy, that make you rich, that make you born in a rich family. Nothing is without a reason. That's what you have done in the past. Why are some people short life? They die at young age. Why are some people unhealthy? Why are some people always get sick? Why are some people have a broken family? Some have abused childhood. Some have a happy childhood. Why are some people suffering? It's because of what they have done in the past. They created their own karma. So the Buddha said, watch your karma. Watch every thought, every action, and every speech, because that adds up. That's an accumulation. Because of what we have done, then we are reborn again and again and again in every lifetime in 6 paths. Hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. That's the vicious realms. Asuras, devas, and humans are in non-vicious realms. Most people were born into the 3 vicious realms, the hell, the animals, and the ghost realm. The fact that we're a human realm is because of what you have done in the past that makes you become a human. Not God. Not God makes you become a human. Or not God push you down to hell. And not God who push you up to heaven. If God can exercise that right, He would have given everybody the right to go to heaven. Not going down to hell. Not going down to animal realm. Not going down to hungry ghost realm. Because God will only create something good for you, not creating something bad for you. It's you are your own God. You created all this yourself. Then what is responsible for rebirth? Your karma. Your action, your speech, your thought of the past and present lives that have become latent energies for the reincarnation. There's latent energy in everybody. And we call that karma. That latent energy is latent with what? Not only with bad, with good karma too. Sometimes you're compassionate, you're considerate, you are kind, you always help people, and you are a good social worker, and you are a philanthropist, you donate everything, you don't keep it for yourself, you are so altruistic. Sometimes you're good, and sometimes you're bad. But imagine, to most people, they are bad all the time. We are bad all the time. If you analyze every thought, every day we have billions and billions of thought. How many ones of those thoughts are good thoughts and how many are bad thoughts? You can classify it. But you don't even know when a thought comes up in you. When a bad thought comes up in you, you don't even know about it. It's unnoticed. It flashes so fast that it's unnoticed. And just give a very simple example. You're someone who's always greedy, and here's Christmas comes and you want to buy a gift, and you go to a gift shop and nobody around, you're so greedy that you want to pick, you want to steal something. And that thought of greediness flashes in you in fraction of a second. That drives you to steal. So every thought comes so quick you may not notice it. If you can notice every one of your thought, you must have done a lot in your meditation. Remember how we meditate? We watch every breath in and out. That is training us to watch every one of our thought. 99% of the people, they don't realize that the thought comes up. Until the thought comes up and they carry out volitional action and behavior according to that thought, and they committed the error. So a thought is very important. You are what you're thinking. Let's carry on. So, because of all this karma we produce, when the karma is produced, particularly if you have bad karma, what's the result of it? Suffering. And it's very scientific. You produce the karma of killing. You produce the karma of hurting people. You produce the karma of drunken driving. You kill someone. You get punished by the law. You abuse your child. You get punished by the law. So just by looking scientifically, you know that there's effect and cause. That is cause and effect. So if all this bad karma that you have done, that brings a lot of suffering and agonies to you. And if we can classify those sufferings, these are the sufferings. I've gone through them a lot of times, so I'm going to rush it through. Birth is suffering. Aging is suffering. Nobody can escape birth and aging. Nobody can escape sickness. Death, you can escape. And suffering arising from separation from loved ones and pleasant conditions. So suffering arising from living with hated ones. Suffering arising from insatiable desires, you have a lot of desires, resulting in sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. And in short, attachment to the 5 skandhas result in multiplicity of sufferings. And one of the 5 skandhas, we'll explain it later to you. So all these are the sufferings that we have. And if you are living in this world and you don't even know about suffering, you haven't lived your life. And I met people like that, especially young people. When they're 15, 16, they live in a rosy garden all the time. They live in a greenhouse, taken care by their mom and dad. They haven't suffered. They don't even have to go for summer job. They don't have to do anything. They're just nurtured by their parents. And then they say, when I talk about suffering, no, I'm not suffering. I'm happy. He's 18 and he's driving a Ferrari provided by parents. But one day he got in an accident, he lost his limbs. He started to be agonizing. Because you really have to experience life to know suffering. You really have to be more or less intelligent to know about sufferings. So nobody can deny all these sufferings. And what are suffering? Why do we have suffering? Suffering arising from what? Basically, suffering is because of what we have done, the karmic energy we created. So suffering arising from, why do we produce this karmic energy? Because of our desire. Let's look at desire. Desire have two classifications. Some are good desires and some are bad desires. Desire that contaminates your mind, leading to suffering and samsara. What are these desires? Desires that make you bad, make you go down to animal realm, hell realm, and ghost realm. Craving for wealth, reputation, status, and power. Passion of attachment to one's view and belief. Obstinacy, your own view. And satisfaction from furtherance of one's pleasures that relate to the six senses, sense organs. Your eyes, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body, and the mind. You want to satisfy your senses. You want to listen to the best music. You want to taste the best food. And you want to satisfy your senses. And there's a term for people who like particularly to satisfy only their senses looking for pleasure. And that's what we call Epicurean. You only want to satisfy your senses at the expense of others, at the expense of hurting other people. So all these things, desire, you should control and eliminate, but you don't control and eliminate them. You foster them. You breed up to them. You want them to be satisfied. And you even argue about it. I want to satisfy my sense. I don't care. As long as I'm happy. As long as my eyes see pleasant things, my ears listen to dulcet music, good music. As long as all my senses are satisfied, I don't care about all the others. That is called selfishness. And all these things lead to suffering. All these things lead to mental afflictions. All these things lead to volitional actions and behavior and speeches that lead you into suffering. And this is bad desires that in our practice of the Buddhist faith, the Buddhist teachings, we want to eliminate them. We want to control them. That's why we're meditating. That's why we want to control all these things when they come up. We want to know every thought when it comes up. That's why we're meditating. If a person knows every thought, if a person can control every thought, you are the master of your own faith. And to a North American positivist, if you can control every thought and you think positively, you'll be successful in everything you do. Because you can carry out every thought of perseverance, every thought of concentration, every thought of prosperity, every thought of compassion, every thought of you name it, because you can control yourself. You have a foundation to build on, good morality to build on, and then you lead every thought to sanity, every thought to enlightenment, every thought to compassion. You see how the importance of controlling your thought? And these are the bad desires that purify your mind, leading to enlightenment and nirvana. To wish to long for discovery and wisdom and deliverance from suffering of oneself and others. How many people will be longing for enlightenment? How many people desire to achieve enlightenment? How many people desire to be out of life and death, samsara? How many people to be desire of helping others to be out from sufferings? Desire to help practicing the Bodhisattva way. And desire, you should initiate and maintain this kind of desire. So up to this point, beginners, what is Buddhism? Is it about kneeling and prostrating to Buddha and say, Buddha, give me all the blessings? You are your own Buddha. The Buddha is right inside of you. Do you want to unravel that mystic, powerful, unbelievable, immeasurable power in you? And we call it the Buddha nature. You've got that. It's just being covered by all the dirt and pollutants. Can you work on removing the pollutants? Or you don't really care? You want to add on pollutants? It's up to you. I have explained to you, to all of us, and we can bring it up for discussion when you're asking questions at lunchtime. Why do we come to this world? Why do we get reborn? We have no say. Who has the say in it? Your own karma. The karmic energy pull you to where you should belong based on causality, based on circumstances. Who created these circumstances? You. You create all the conditions for yourself to go down to hell, or to heaven, or to humans, or to animal realm. This karmic energy, the latent energy in you, we call it karma, good, bad, or neutral, pull us to where we belong. Life after life and life after life. And when we're in that realm, we suffer. Because we cannot escape aging, sickness, death, separation from beloved ones, suffering arising from insatiable desires, suffering because of outer catastrophes, tsunami, natural disasters, wars, genocide, people commit suicide or homicide, and you open up the newspapers and see how these things happen. One genocide in a country about 15 years ago, rather, in Africa, in 3 months, in the genocide war, 800,000 people were killed. In the Second World War, 25 million people, a rough estimate, were killed. Hitler eliminated 6 million Jews. In the cultural revolutions, I don't know, 6-7 million people were killed. In the Japanese occupation, the Japanese war in the Second World War, 15 million people, civilians, were killed. 3 million Japanese soldiers were killed. People kill each other. You don't call that agony. You don't call that suffering. You say, I am happy. I'm driving a Ferrari now. My parents gave me all this, and I'm in the rosy garden, and I'm gonna succeed a big estate from my parents, and I don't care. You look at the society with analytical mind. In some countryside, in some hilly territories of certain underdeveloped country or semi-underdeveloped country, a family owed a debt of $1,200 US dollars. They borrow $1,200 to buy seeds for plantations. They live in the hillside and they want to grow food, potatoes and yams and all that. And they borrow with high interest, and after a while add up to $1,500 and then add up to $2,000. And then some families sold their daughter to brothels just for $1,500. You don't believe it? You click into YouTube and say, what do you call that? Social workers in certain countries. There are social workers that go to those countries and save those girls. 13-year-old, 14-year-old, they were sold by their parents for $1,200 in Burma, in Thailand. You don't believe it? And they've gone through their whole life in a brothel. So much sufferings. And all these, you say, okay, they created their own faith. I don't need to help them. That's not what a bodhisattva should do. Because that compassion to be rendered, because the power of the compassion can change lives. So what did I say? I say, all this suffering arises, and we acknowledge, you have to acknowledge and know the facts of those suffering, and we must help ourselves and help others to remove all these sufferings. Are you satisfied with this suffering and say, I want to suffer, I don't care? Who wants to suffer? Put up your hand. If I say who do not want to suffer, everybody would have his hand. I don't want to ask that questions. But work at it. You don't want to suffer, you don't work at it. You just allow yourself to be suffering. And now, that's your first step. You look at the Buddha's teaching, you're trying to realize how good it is. You know how you change, you can change yourself. But how do you change? I'm going to give you a broad concept of suffering, of reincarnation, of karma, good karma, bad karma, of cause and effect. But in detail, how does this cause and effect comes out? How does this suffering created? How is this suffering created? When I'm interacting with the world, why am I producing karma? How should I watch for? How does every thought comes up? How do I control my thought? How do I lead my thought to enlightenment? How do I become less greedy, less ignorant? How do I become better? And last time when we're talking about death, we're talking about samsara, which is a very basic concept of the Buddhist teaching. And I haven't really finished it, so I would like to carry on with the discussion since we're talking about death, rebirth and death. Rebirth, death, samsara, reincarnation, karma, all these are actually the basic knowledge that's contained in the Buddhist teaching that we should know about. We have been going through reincarnation. The time horizon of every sentient being, of every one of us, will have a past, a present, and a future. Horizontally, we have past, present, and future, and vertically, we have this body occupying space. So, past is not just last year, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, or the time when you were in your mother's womb. Past relates also to previous lives. That's a very basic concept that not only is believed by Buddhist followers, but also believed by many other religions. We have a past lives. We don't only have this life. The time horizon is a continuation. And we have been reborn and reborn and reborn again. A lot of cases about that in reincarnation. If you really want to study more about this case, these kind of cases about reincarnation, go into the internet by Stevenson. Many cases about reincarnation. So I already have talked about that. So why do we have to go through samsara? Samsara is a Sanskrit word for journeying, or continuous movement, or cycling. So we have been continuously been reborn and reborn and reborn again and again. We may not know about it, but that's what we've been doing. We go through samsara, life and death. So rebirth and samsara of sentient beings according to the good or evil actions in the previous lifetime. You carry the karma with you to the reincarnation process. And who determines karma? Nobody. It's the natural course. If you're standing over there and I'm catching a ball in here and I throw that ball to you, the natural course of that ball is getting to you. It won't go that way. It won't go this way. Why did the ball go that way? It's a natural course. It's a natural tendency. It's a natural movement. Is it God who determines that that ball should go that way? So the cause of pushing that ball to over there, being caught by somebody, if that's the effect, there's a cause here and there is an effect over there. We call it causality. And of course, causality has to come true when all the conditions fulfill, which means that if I throw this ball to you over there, and if there's another person standing in the middle, and while you're throwing the ball, he punched the ball will not be received by him, the ball will go that way. Because the conditions change. If I'm not strong enough when I'm throwing this ball, I'm very weak. The conditions for me throwing this ball is not fulfilled, then the ball may drop halfway. So there's a lot of conditions that make these things happen. It's a conglomeration of conditions. It itself does not have any real essence, real reality. So if there's a gong over there, if somebody hit the gong, dong, the sound is produced. The reason why that sound is produced is because of many conditions. There's a stick, there's a gong in there, somebody hitting it, strong enough to hit it, and the sound vibrates. You're not deaf, you hear it. And all these conditions fulfilled for the sound to be traveling everywhere. There's causality, there's conditions. It's a conditioned action. And in the Buddhist teaching, the Buddha called this conglomeration of conditions causality. It does not have its own nature. In other words, the sound itself does not have its own nature, which means that the sound depends on many conditions to be produced. We call it emptiness. We call it sunyata, conglomeration of conditions only. Don't think that that sound is real. That sound is delusively traveling to you. It's not real, it's just conditions fulfilled. We call it emptiness because of all these conditions. It itself has no essence to it. If it itself has a reality, has an essence, has its own nature, it could produce a sound without anybody happening to it, without anyone striking it. If the gong produces sound by its own intention, by its own mastering it, if it is a God that it can produce it, then it does not need conditions. But it's not true. It needs conditions to produce that sound. If that sound is produced without needing any conditions, that is the real gong. But that didn't happen. That wouldn't happen. So nothing in this world has its own essence and reality. It's a conglomeration of a lot of causes and conditions to be fulfilled. But we attach to things. We don't think that it's conditioned. We think that it's real, it's true, it's permanent. So we attach to them. And when we attach to them, we're not free. We create karma. And when we die, with the karma, we roll into the next reincarnation because all these conditions haven't finished. You have done all these causes that push you to another cycle. You can't get away from it. Not God who determined it. It's the natural course, the natural conditions fulfilled that pushes down there. That pushes you to hell, that pushes you to the animal realm, that pushes you to the human realm, the ghost realm, Asura's realm, and Deva's realm. You make your own world. You create your own destiny. You watch out on your mind, your actions, your speech. All these create karma, and this karma carry you to what you should go. Nobody, not God. You create your own destiny. What is responsible for rebirth? Karma. It's a Sanskrit word. It's your action, your speeches and thoughts of the present lives that have become latent energies for the reincarnation. Somebody would like to call it energy. You can't see energy, but it's there. Not just action, not just speech. Every thought generates from your mind produces that energy. Not just the action itself, not just the speech itself that have been produced. So watch your thought. If you think hard enough, you do it. You think that I'm going to hurt that person. You think that you're going to kill. You're going to lie. You're going to steal. If you think hard enough, you'll perform it. Because you're reinforcing yourself with all these conditions to make it happen. So you watch out your mind. The mind is really very powerful. It depends on how you make it. It depends on how positive you are, how negative you are. From the moral point of view, from the morality point of view, depends on whether you've used your mind on good terms or in bad terms. When we reincarnate with our karma, we suffer. Once we reincarnate, and we talk about this all the time, we can classify 8 kinds of suffering: birth, aging, sickness, death, suffering arising from separation from beloved ones, suffering arising from living with hated ones, suffering arising from insatiable desires resulting in sorrow, lamentation, grief, pain, grief, and despair. In short, attachment to the 5 skandhas result in a multiplicity of suffering. We'll talk about that, so we just rush it through for this slide. This is related to individual, internally to you. How about outer suffering, external? Lots of them. Natural disasters, wars, as I mentioned last time, genocide, war, killing millions and millions of people, murder, racial discrimination that leads to genocide, and natural disasters, tsunami, earthquake. Millions of people die. You try to be happy all the time, but you're not. You're fooling yourself if you think that, oh, I have limitation, I have sorrow, I have sickness, I have death, and I'm happy. I'm all the time happy. You're cheating yourself. You try to be happy. Nobody wants to be sad. But in the process of creating what you call happiness, are you hurting someone? Are you being egoistic? And in the process of doing it, you're creating another karma. Why do we have suffering? We mentioned that we have desire. Desire that contaminates your mind, leading to suffering and samsara. And we said that desire is not totally bad, you know. Some desire are good desire and some are bad desire. If your desires are craving for wealth, reputation, and status and power, if your desire is attachment to personal views and obstinacy, if your desire is just to further your sensuality, your sensual pleasures that relate to your 6 senses, your sensory organs, you're looking only for sensuality. From the moral point of view, there's not a good desire. That kind of desire morally creates bad karma. On the other hand, if you have a desire to purify your mind, relating to enlightenment and nirvana, relating to the Bodhisattva's way, to long for discovery of wisdom and deliverance from suffering, your desire to achieve enlightenment, your desire to be out of samsara, your desire to help, to be compassionate, to help your folks to get out from samsara, that's the kind of good desire. We must have good desire. We need the good desire to achieve. We need the good desire to stimulate your mind to achieve enlightenment. If an individual has absolutely no desire, he will be very bored. He will not have any wisdom. He will just stay there doing nothing. And even staying there doing nothing is bad for you. That's the desire of doing nothing, which is laziness and sluggishness, and not looking for improvement, not looking for enlightenment. So you may as well call yourself a dead person without any desires for anything. And karma is an accumulation of actions in body, speech, and mind. Simply put, you will reap what you have sowed. We are the result of what we are, we were, and we will be the result of what we are now. So in other words, there's a good saying that you have to give up who you are in order to become what you will be. If you always have that kind of bad habit, bad personalities, if you are always selfish, how can you achieve enlightenment? You have to give up who you are, all those bad habits. Give up who you are in order to achieve what you will be, to enlightenment. How many people are willing to do that though? We're so much used to our own habits. The Dhammapada said all that we are is a result of what we have thought, acted, and spoken. Karma is the law of cause and effect. The pain and happiness we experience are the result of our own deeds, words, and thoughts reacting on themselves. So all this kind of karma have 3 categories. It's either wholesome, unwholesome, or neutral karma, different kinds of karma. And if we take from the standpoint of morality, we say that the karmic energy, good karma is compassion, motivation, enthusiasm, diligence, and perseverance, just to name a few. And bad karma, depression, self-denial, selfishness, animal-like behavior, drug abuse, and unwilling to change, laziness, and irresponsibility. Only give a few examples. Good karma and bad karma. And because of all this karma that pulls us down to reincarnations, where would we go to? Will I be a human again? Or will I be a saint? Or will I be going to the animal realm? It depends on how you practiced it. We call it the 6 worldlings. It's heavenly beings, azurus, human beings, spirits, animals, and hell realms. The 6 worldlings. And the 4 sages, if you practiced and get out from samsara, then you are Srodapana, Sakritagaman, Anagaman, Arahats. Srodapana, stream enterer, you enter into the enlightenment path. After a lot of practice, we've been practicing it also. But you still need to go back 7 times, a few times to reincarnation to polish up, to further your studies and enlightenment and practice before you become the Arahat, which is out of samsara. Another higher stage is once returner, you return to the world once approximately, but you still have to go back to carry out your karmic energy because it's the natural course. And then Anagamin is you don't have to return to this world of desire. You go into another next world, which is a higher level world. Arahat is no more learning. That means no more reincarnations. All these in the Buddha's teaching, how to achieve this in detail. So get into the internet if you want to know more about it, how to practice so that you can get out of reincarnation. These are the 4 sages. Then specifically we say, why do we have bad desires? What happened to us when we create bad karma? Why did I create bad karma? What drives me to do something wrong? Something not wrong, something wholesome, sometimes unwholesome. What's involved in my daily life that I perform all this bad karma or good karma? Why do I always looking for sensuality sometimes? Not sometimes, all the time we're looking for sensuality. In other words, how do we react to our environments in the process of doing it? How do we create karma? Can you tell me in detail what's the process of me in creating naturally karma? When you are surrounded by environments, you react and respond. The sane will respond to it, but the insane will just react to it. There's a difference. To respond to it is with reason. To react to it is without reason, with emotions. How do we react? When our eyes look at material, eye consciousness is created. When I look at you, I have a seeing consciousness. And in this seeing consciousness, once it is created, at the same time, simultaneously, my 6 senses correspond to it and create images, create memory, create views on you. I label you, I stereotype you. All these eye consciousness is created. Ears correspond to sound. You listen to the sound, you like this music, you don't like this music. You like this praises about you, you don't like this criticism about you. You want to do something about it because that consciousness is created, and in the process of creating this consciousness, mental functions are also created at the same time. It happened within flashes of a second. You may not realize it. All the jealousy, all the hatred and disappointment and anger are created within fraction of a second, and you don't even realize it. Only the saint would know. Why? Because the saint, through long periods of meditation, they know every thought that comes up in the mind. Why do we meditate? Why do we say the breath in and out? We have to think about every thought. We have to know every thought, how it arises, how it maintains its status, and how it disintegrates, how another thought rises again. We want to know every thought. When you know every thought is under your control, then your senses are under your control. Right now, not every thought is under your control. and we do volitional speeches and volitional actions to carry out what our tainted mind wants us to do. The tongue tastes, and then we have mind, which react to everything. Sometimes we don't need environments. We create environments in our mind. So in other words, we close our eyes, we shut our ears, we're not tasting anything, we're not touching anything. You create your own images in your own mind when you close your mind. I create anything within the realm of my mentality. You don't need environments outside. You create your own environments within, and that's the most powerful, that's the most dangerous. And that one, you don't need environments to pollute. You're polluting yourself every fraction of a second. So you create your own mano consciousness. So you have, we call it the 5 skandhas. You have material, perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. And when we have all this reaction, you think that your eyes just see, your ears listen, your tongue tastes, your nose smell, and that's it? No. As I said, in every fraction of a second, there are all these mental functions that help to carry out your thinking. Concurrent mental functions. Good ones too. You're shameful, you're bashful. Oh, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be lazy. I shouldn't blame my mom. All these are good ones. Absence of ignorance, energy, repose of mind, equanimity. You like peacefulness, non-injury. You don't want to hurt any people. You want to have the right understanding. You're always considerate. You also perform with thought. You also have good thoughts arising in you. 11 of them usually. But 26 of them are bad. We have more bad mental functions than good ones. These are just the general outlines. So you have greediness, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, especially arrogance, because of their self-respect. They have very high arrogance. They think that they are the best. They want to appear to be the best because they always want to be better than the others. Doubt, false view, anger, enmity, concealment, concealing your bad points and revealing your good points to people. Afflictions, envy, parsimony, negligence, forgetfulness, pride, fraudulence, shamelessness, remorselessness, restlessness, low-spiritedness, unbelief, sloth, injury, distraction, non-discernment, deception. The Buddha only point out a few points to you. This is all in the Buddha's teaching. You know how many of them should be? According to Yogacara Bhumi, that is 660 that we can identify about mental functions. And then there's another Bodhisattva who summarized the 660 of these things into 100. And that's why we have the 100 Dhammas. If you Google, if you get into the internet and get into the 100 Dhamma, you have 100 of these things that comes up in our mind that we should watch out for. Do you know about them? Or you don't care, you just look for wealth and reputation. What do I care about how my mind works? You want to talk about psychology. The Buddha's teaching is a very profound psychology. It gets into detail. 660 of these. And some summarize it into 100. And all these mental functions arises at the same time when you are reacting to environments. Because you're reacting with all these. We call these the officers in the government, in the government of your mind. All these officers help you to carry out your volitional actions, your speeches, your thoughts. And these are bad officers and good officers. Some bad and some good. The Sutra on Amitabha Buddha is also known as the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. Sukhavati Vyuha means the land of bliss or the land of happiness, or simply put, some people like to use the word heaven. So it's a sutra about heaven.
heaven is not just a concept. Getting back to the objective of Buddhism, a practitioner of Buddhism usually follow the customary, the traditional approach to practice, namely the three columns, the three foundations of the practice. First one is disciplines and precepts, which relates, of course, to morality. So the first pillar is disciplines and precepts, which in the Chinese language is 戒. In the Sanskrit language is the Vinaya, or Pratimoksa. So that is the foundation of morality. The Buddhist teaching is founded on morality. If you don't have morality, you lose the foundation. So you really have to learn the disciplines and precepts. One of these, there's a whole canon of disciplines and precepts that we have to follow, but this is not what we're talking about in here. We're talking about the Sutra, so I would just introduce that to you without going into details. So there's discipline and precepts. The second one is meditation, or samatha and vipassana. In the Chinese language is ding, samadhi. Why? Because after you have all your morality, you still have to gear your mind to the morality. You still have to purify your mind so that you can widely accept and practice morality. So this meditation is very important because our mind is always like wandering all over the place. We have to bring home our mind. Bring your mind home to tranquility so that you can understand more about the world, about your relationship with the world, about your relationship with individuals, about your relationship with nature. So you have to bring your mind back home in order to understand more, in order to study the phenomena of nature, in order to study the phenomena of the whole world. One cannot acquire wisdom without studying the world. So after you study the world, then you get into wisdom. So the first column is disciplines and precepts. The second column is meditation. And the third column, or the pillar, is wisdom in the Sanskrit language, which is prajna. And in the Chinese language is hui, jie, ding, hui. But that's the usual approach. A very long procedures of study, a lot of concentration, a lot of listening and reading and thinking and meditation and lecturing, a lot of that kind of practices. The Sutra on Amitabha Buddha brings us another approach. And this approach, as I said, is quite similar to other religions' heaven concept. In other words, you don't have to completely purify your mind and attain and become a Buddha in this life because given the busyness of our schedules every day, given your responsibilities for your family, for your jobs, and given the amount of time you devoted to studying and for the purification of your own karma, you may encounter that you don't have time for that because your schedule is too busy. And also being filled with previous karma to act on your fate, to act on your destiny, to act on what you encounter in your daily life, you may not have the opportunity to get into morality, meditation, and wisdom. You may not have the time for doing that. Simply because, first of all, you are buried in your own karma. You're being influenced by your own karma. You're being habituated by your own karma that you may not even have the time to do that. In the Buddhist teaching, we classified our time now, which is 2,500 more years after the Buddha's nirvana, after the Buddha's passed away, already 2,600 years, and now it comes to what we call the Dharma ending age. That means less and less people will be interested in the study. Less and less people will be interested in one's objective of life.
Imagine how many people would say, where do I come from? Why did I get born into this world? Why do I have to die? And where would I go after death? Who would be interested in such metaphysical, spiritual questions? Most people are interested in is what? Materials. How do you get more fame, to be more famous, to get more money, more wealth, and looking for satisfaction of senses, of temporal senses. Who would be interested in looking, where do I come from? Where do I go after I died? Why do I have to take the trouble of coming and going? Well, I have just one life. And who would get into this kind of metaphysical, beyond ordinary questions? Not many people. So we call it the Dharma ending age. And there's a deterioration in the spiritual quality of sentient beings. Our spiritual quality has been deteriorating because we're just buried in materials. It may be difficult and take a very long time to uphold the Buddhist disciplines and precepts to practice morality. To meditate in order to purify one's mind, it takes a long time, and gaining wisdom to break our ignorances of the paticca samuppada, of the links of our life and death, to break ignorance so that we can get out from life and death. More and more, it becomes more and more difficult. So it is one's sincere conviction that one is almost impossible to become a Buddha in one's lifetime. During the Buddha's lifetime, there were the Buddha's disciples who attained arahat in one's lifetime. 1,250 of the Buddha's disciples, most of them become arahats. What do I mean by arahats? Or do you know what arahats are? They already have broken their life and death chain. They don't have to reincarnate anymore. No more reincarnation for them. And after this, after getting rid of this physical body, shedding this materialistic body, the five skandhas, they enter into nirvana, which is complete peacefulness. We carry this body, and when we shut this body up when we died, we roll into the next round of reincarnation, bringing our karma to the next round. We've been going round and around the circle like a windmill, never-ending windmill, life after life, non-stop. One life could be better than the other life, or could be worse. Depends on your karma. You look around you in society, your friends, all our destinies, we call it, quote and unquote destinies, are different. Everyone's face is different. Everyone's fate is different. Some people get born into a rich family. Some people get born into a family that's so poor that they don't even have enough food every day. They have to travel miles to go to school without taking breakfast. So what is this approach? This approach is we don't have to really go into deep study of morality, meditation, and wisdom. We simply rely on the help of a Buddha who has taken vows that he would like to come back and receive our quote unquote soul into that pure land. To receive our consciousness. The Buddhist teaching didn't use the word soul, S-O-U-L, soul. They used consciousness, or the alaya vijnana. We all have consciousness. What are we made up of? We're made up of the mind and body. Our body is material. It's an aggregation, it's a conglomerate of body cells together. And other than that, we're made up of the spiritual self too, and that's what we call our consciousness. Our consciousness reincarnate all the time, life after life. And Buddha Amitabha make a vow that when a sentient being die, if that being is so mentally linked to the mentality of Amitabha Buddha, he has the chance, or the Buddha has the chance, the sentient have the chance to be mingled together, and he can, through influence of his wish, of his vow, and of his power, receive him into the Pure Land. And somebody call it the heaven. whatever you call it. It does not matter. Words, it's just a word. You call it heaven, that would be okay too. You call it heaven, but it's a land of bliss. In that land, you don't go back, you don't retrogress to the 6 paths of reincarnation anymore. You don't retrogress back to life and death. You will be studying in there as if that is a universal university until you become the Buddha. So you already cut off your reincarnation. And that's very important, you know, because every life we reincarnate, and there's a danger of reincarnation. You lose yourself. But in this, you don't. And we've been studying this sutra from detail as to where is that heaven, where is that land of bliss? How do we qualify ourselves to go there? And what is all that heaven all about? Not just mentioning a heaven, not just like, I have a heaven, you can go to me, you can come to me, as long as you believe in me. It's not just like that. How to get there? Where is it? And what is in there? Who are in there now? And what's the purpose of being in heaven? Is it just an unending search for happiness? Or that search of happiness is just a transitory route? Because if you're always looking for something, you are still being buried in the ocean of greediness. There's nothing to be obtained. If you have an idea to obtain more, how is that different from a pursuit for fame, wealth, and money? Cut off that pursuit. Cut off that attachment. So that's the Sutra of Amitabha. So, given that, we have already studied a lot about it, and we continue with what we've got. So, the next one, let's read it out first. Then again, all beings, O Sariputra, you know what? Sariputra is the disciple of the Buddha, Sariputra. O Sariputra, ought to make fervent prayer for that Buddha country. Buddha Sakyamuni said, O Sariputra, given all we've talked about, we should make fervent, conscientious prayer that we want to go to that Buddha country. We want to go to the Sukhavati Vyuha. We want to go to that land of bliss, land of happiness. And why? Because they come together there with such excellent men. Beings are not born in that Buddha country of the Tathagata Amitabha as a reward and result of good works performed in this present life. Why do we have to make fervent prayer to Amitabha's land? Because we'll mix with bodhisattvas and saints in there. In other words, if we go to that university, we'll mix with all these tutors, assistant professors, and these professors are professing what? Professing free from reincarnation, professing nirvana, professing enlightenment, professing understanding. They're talking about all that, and they're teaching us. We'll be mingle with all these excellent men over there. Why aren't there any women in there? Why we're just talking about men? In the sutras, it says, when you're in that land, there's no such thing as a sex in there. There's no such thing as men and women. Because when there's men and women, there are desires. There's a sexual relationship. There's a sensual pleasures in there. Sensual satisfaction in there. And sensual satisfaction is what pulls us down. Ironically, we're in a topsy-turvy idea that we always need sex. But sex is the act that pulls us into all these desires. And we have to understand that. It's difficult to understand. But if you analyze it, that kind of sensual pleasure is temporary. It's sunyata. It's without its essence. From an unending search or an unending search for satisfaction of that kind of sense has created a lot of social problems, a lot of individualistic problems. So in that heaven, there's no such thing as sex anymore. No desires for sex anymore. Isn't that pure? Some people who may not understand, they will say, no, there's no such thing. I'm looking for that kind of thing, and you don't have that in heaven, so I'm not going to heaven. That's up to you, because you don't understand it. But let's get into more. Beings are not born in that Buddha country of the Tathagata Amitabha as a reward and result of good works performed in this present life. You go there not because of the karma only. You go there because of your practice. If you don't practice, if you don't believe in it, if your frequency is not attached to the frequency of that Buddha, even though you have performed a lot of good deeds, because you haven't had your desire to go there, you cannot go there. Even though it's a result of good works, you may not be able to go there. Why? Because you have no intention of going there. If you practice good deeds, if you're always compassionate, you practice all kinds of good deeds, then in your next life, you carry good karma to your next life. For example, if you're always charitable, as a person, you're very charitable, you're very considerate, you're always donating. You even donate your home for charity purposes. Then in your next life, because of this causality, you may enjoy richness of life. In other words, you may be a multi-billionaire, you may be extremely rich. Then because of that causality, you have that kind of effect coming back to you. But if you didn't have the desire to go to that land, you still couldn't go, because you didn't desire to go there. You still want to roll into the karmic energy of getting good results. You're performing certain deeds because you want to have a good effect. You attach to the effect. If you attach to that effect and not believing in that heaven or in that land of bliss, you cannot go there. So, no, it says, therefore, it says, beings are not born in that Buddha country as a reward and result of good works performed in this present life. So they're born in there because of what? Because of they still have to wish to go there. No, whatever son or daughter of a family shall hear the name of the blessed Amitabhas, the Tathagata, and having heard it, shall keep it in mind and with thoughts undisturbed. So keep it in mind for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 nights. When that son or daughter of a family comes to die, then that Amitabhas, the Tathagata, surrounded by an assembly of disciples and followed by a host of bodhisattvas, will stand before them at the hour of death, and they will depart this life with tranquil minds. So in other words, this paragraph emphasized the importance of belief and the importance of training yourself so that at the juncture of death, you're not confused. At the juncture of death, most sentient beings are confused at the moment of death, because you could be in pain, you could have so much attachment to this world. You don't want to leave your relatives, you don't want to leave your son, your daughter, your husband, your parents. You don't want to leave behind your assets, your estates, your money, your wealth. You're so attached to the world that you just have to roll into the next karmic energy, karmic level of attachment into being reincarnated again. When I said being reincarnated, don't mistaken me for saying there is someone who controls your reincarnation. There's a God, there's a creator who controls your reincarnation. Nobody controls your reincarnation. You are in control of your own reincarnation. You reincarnate because of what you have done. Nothing to do with God. Nothing to do with your guardian angels, nothing to do with the Creator. You create your own world, you create your own karma. So, this paragraph reminds us that we have to have faith in going there. We must make up our mind that we want to leave this samsara, this life and death, at the juncture of death, and go to that land where we can study in there to become the Buddha. If you always keep it in mind that you want to go to that land of bliss, Amitabha's land of bliss, or Amitabha's, you Now you should know what Amitabha and Amitabha is the same. Amitabha means longevity or eternity. And Amitabha is immeasurable light. Amitabha is an immeasurable lifespan. Life and light. Light and life. Difference. But the Buddha has both meaning. Make sure that you train your minds. That's the reason why we've been chanting Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha all the time. So that at the juncture of death, we're not confused. So that we'll build up our habituation for that frequency. In other words, you're so used to that frequency in your phone, in your whatever, it's just an example. You're so used to that frequency that at the juncture of death, you so link up with it that it's so easy for you to link up with it again. So you don't have to search for your phone to link up with it. You just, right at your fingertip, that your frequency is attached to the frequency of that Buddha. That you won't be confused, that you're still searching for the number. You're still searching for that number that you're not familiar with. You should be absolutely familiar with that number that you should link up to. That's your frequency. Or that is your phone number, or whatever you want to call it. That's a mental frequency. You have to train up now. You don't wait till when you're dying. Then you start to chant Namo Amitabha. We have the experiences in here that there are a lot of practitioners of this approach chanting Amitabha all the time, but they don't train themselves well enough that at the juncture of death, they're so confused that they don't know how to chant anything. Because if they have Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's disease, when they get old, they can't even think, they can't even recognize people. How do they recognize the name of Amitabha? But if you train yourself in such a way that it is deep rooted in your mind, it is right in your right hemisphere, not just in your left hemisphere. You should know the difference between the left and the right brain now. Your left brain is languages, whatever you have learned about relationships, about society, about history, all that you have learned mostly in your left. Your right is where the inner self is. It's where the depth of yourself is. You bury that in that right hemisphere. And that right hemisphere is not easy to get into. That needs a lot of training to get into it. So even at the time of death, that you lose all your numbers, you lose all your images, you lose all your memory, you lose all your recognitions of your relative members, this part may still be working. In other words, if you go to a nursing home, you will see senior people who, your relatives, your dad, your mom, 99 years old, when he look at you, he may not recognize you. He may look at you and he may not recognize who you are, but after a while, maybe you stay there for 1 hour or half an hour and you slowly talk to him or her, the senior 99-year-old, you will find, if you look really closely in his or her eyes, that he actually knows you. He just can't express it. He may seem at a loss. He may not be able to even feed himself. His fingers may not be working. His jawbone may be so stiff that he cannot swallow. He has to depend on needles to put in the mouth for the food. But they still have the right mind functioning. And that right mind takes patience to get into. So when you talk to people who suffer from that kind of disease, don't lose your temper. Don't say that, oh, he's hopeless. I mean, he can't recognize me. And there's no point for me to visiting my dad or mom because they couldn't recognize me as his son. That may not be true. If you go there every day, if you stay there long enough, you will find, you look closely in the eyes, he look at you and you look at him. He knows, but he can't express it. Why? Because you, as his son, is so deep-rooted in his right hemisphere. He cannot express it, but he knows. But if you chant Namo Amitabha all the time, it is deep-rooted in your right hemisphere. At the juncture of death, it comes out. At the juncture of death, you may find peace. You may look that you're shaking, you're an old man, 99 years old, you cannot feed yourself, your fingers are so stiff, your jawbone you cannot swallow, and it seems that you are just like a plant, a human plant. But actually your mind is functioning. Don't give up hope. And read that book. I always introduce to people who like to understand more about the brain. That book called My Stroke of Insight. You can get it from e-book. My Stroke of Insight is talking about a Harvard doctor, also a PhD in brain study. She was professor at Harvard, teaching doctors about brain specialist. She got a stroke herself, and she stayed in bed for 2-3 years, and she slowly recovered. She's using her right brain to nurture back the left brain. And she gave you a narration, a very detail of how she did it. And if you read that book, it is so in congruence with the Buddha's teaching. You'll find purity in there. You'll find tranquility in there. You'll find oneness in there. You'll find prajna paramita in there. You'll find wisdom in there. I plan to talk about more, but I can't. Yeah. So I haven't finished really. So this is my second slide. I have a lot more slides. I don't want to rush it. Rushing it would it is no good. So if you get into Google, you will find My Stroke of Insight. Very, very good book. And it reinforces you that the Buddha's teaching is right. The Buddha's teaching is not just about blind faith, superstition, of just belief. Believing is not enough. You really have to understand what's going on in your mind. Buddhism is the study of the mind, not the study of how to be a good follower. The Buddhist teaching said, don't be a blind follower. You have to question it, find out more about it. So let's begin. Last time we stopped at the 6th line. So you can read from the book or you can read from the slide. So maybe I'll read from the slide. No, whatever son or daughter of a family shall hear the name of the blessed Amitabha, the Tathagata, and having heard it, shall keep it in mind, and with thoughts undisturbed, shall keep it in mind for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 nights. When that son or daughter of a family comes to die, then that Amitabha, the Tathagata, surrounded by an assembly of disciples and followed by a host of bodhisattvas, will stand before them at their hour of death, and they will depart this life with tranquil minds. So the message of this sutra, the smallest Sukhavati or Amitabha Sutra, Amitabha, it's actually a simple one. The message is a simple one. It details the discourse of Sakyamuni to his disciple Sariputra about a Pure Land and the method to go to the Pure Land. At the beginning of the sutra, Amitabha's Pure Land is said to lie 10 billion Buddha lands to the west. And Sakyamuni explains that Amitabha Buddha's Pure Land is known as perfect bliss, perfect happiness, because in contrast to this world of suffering It is a land, a perfect land, or somebody may call it a heaven, where there's only great joy. There's no suffering over there. And he describes the Pure Land as adorned with 7 kinds of precious metals and jewels on trees and ponds and on tall buildings. And that's just a description of the heaven. The heaven is it's supposed to be adorned with all kinds of treasures, and everything there is so perfect. And when the wind blows, wonderful music is heard. In such an environment, people naturally think of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. People naturally think of enlightenment, naturally think of how to practice in order to get to enlightenment, to get to nirvana. So in short, the Pure Land combines all the features of an ideal world. It's the world where there's no more suffering. In this world, we have lots of suffering. We already mentioned that in detail, the kind of suffering that we suffer in this world. There's no denial. It's a fact that this world is a world of suffering. And it is not pessimistic, because it's the fact. Dying, sickness, you name them. I mean, you know more than I do. Read the newspapers to know what kind of sufferings we have in this world. And it's not pessimistic. You can take an optimistic view about it. You can say, oh, suffering, I don't want to think about suffering. I always want to strive forward. I want to be successful. I want to do this. I want to do that. That is your attitude to life, which is right. But you can't deny there's suffering in this world everywhere. There's suffering everywhere. As for the name of the Buddha of this Pure Land, in Sanskrit, the word Amita is referred to as Amitabha also. And it is explained that Amitabha is, in the Sanskrit language, is infinite light, which represents wisdom, symbolizes wisdom. And it's also called Amitayas, which means immeasurable lifespan or longevity, which symbolize the merits obtained, which symbolize enjoyment and great joy. It is said that there are no other original Sanskrit words for Amitabha, Buddha, other than Amitaya, Amitabhas. So that's two. Amitabha is also called, in the Japanese language, is Amita. In the Chinese language, Amitofo. You can either call it Amitaya, call the name, the Buddha, Amitayas or Amitabha. So in that paragraph, it says, if a good man or woman hears about Amitabha Buddha, and with single and undistracted mind, takes firm hold of his name for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, up to 7 days, then at a time when the person's life is about to end, Amitabha Buddha, together with an assembly of many other holy ones, bodhisattvas and arahats, will be present before that person. Such a person, with mind unperturbed at the moment of death, will attain birth in Amitabha's land of Sukhavati, will be reborn in that Pure Land. That's what the whole paragraph is all about. That means even with 7 days, so when a person is dying with concentration, with no distraction, for 7 days, they will be reborn in there. Next paragraph. After their death, they will be born in the world Sukhavati. Sukhavati means bliss, the land of bliss. In the Buddha country of the same Amitayas, the Tathagata. Tathagata is another name for the Buddha. It means the one that has come. The one that has come, but his coming transcends coming and going. Therefore then, O Sariputra, having perceived this cause and effect, I, with reverence, say thus: every son and every daughter of a family ought with their whole mind to make fervent prayer for that Buddha country. So we should always be training our mind to recite Namo Amitofo in the Chinese language, or Namo Amitabha. It does not matter. The language does not matter. The faith, the belief, and the sound The fervent prayer matters. It does not matter what is Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. It does not matter. What matters is the fervent prayer that you want to go to that country. You want to go to that heaven. You want to go to that land of bliss. So if you raise the question is, which is the accurate pronunciation? If it only matters on the pronunciation, then the Buddha is not Buddha. The Buddha communicates with you through mind, not through language, not through form. So as long as your mind is always concentrating on that Buddha, Amitabha, Amitabha, or Amitabha, whatever you want to call, he will be present and he will be receiving you into that land where no more suffering. But you still have to practice in there to be the Buddha, because you haven't become the Buddha in this lifetime, and it's not easy to be the Buddha in one's lifetime. Quite different from the ancient days, those ancient days where people concentrate a lot more, where people are not as busy, where people are not charmed or enticed by materialistic lifestyle. So it's getting more and more difficult to be reborn with purity of karma in that country, in that Buddha land. Next, and now, O Sariputra, as I here at present glorify that world in the east, O Sariputra, are the blessed Buddhas led by Tathagata Azupya, the Tathagata Meru Diraja, the Tathagata Mahameru, the Tathagata Muru Prabhasa, and the Tathagata Manju Devakja, equal in number to the sand of river Ganges, comprehend their own Buddha countries in their speech, and then reveal them, except this repetition of the law called the favor of all Buddhas, which magnifies the inconceivable excellences. What does that mean? Sakyamuni Buddha wanted us to know that in the east, in the south, in the north and the west, in the zenith, in the nadir, in everywhere of the universe, there are Buddha countries too. In other words, Sakyamuni Buddha was born, historically a Buddha, born in this world 2,600 years ago, introducing to us the method of enlightenment. He's the teacher introducing to us and telling us how to get out from reincarnation, how to get out from karmic cycle of birth and death. And there are other Buddhas in other lands that were doing the same thing. The perspective of the Buddhist teaching is space is not just of this world. It's the whole galaxy of worlds. We only discover that through astrology, that we're not only occupying this globe, there are other lands, the galaxies of other stars, Jupiter, Mars, Moon, everyone, they all is unending space. And there are lands in other places too. So 2,600 years ago, before the invention of telescope and before the discovery in science of astrology, the Buddha already said, space is unlimited. There are many other lands. It's just our eyes cannot see those lands. So the Sakyamuni Buddha said, right now there are other Buddhas in other lands also promoting Amitabha's Pure Land, promoting this land of bliss, which is an easier method to go to. Everybody has to die anyways. All sentient beings have to die. And after you die, the average ones, most of the sentient beings, they roll into the next reincarnation of life and death with their karma, because we haven't purified our karma. So don't regard your death as the end of you. The death is the end of your present body. It's the beginning of another body rolling down the life of birth and death. But you don't want to do that though. Don't get the mistaken idea that, oh, when I die, I'm going to go into the next body, and the next body, I want to be a better body. I mean, Who determines whether you have a better body, a better life? Who? Is it God? No, not God. It's you yourself. You created your own karma. You created your own destiny. You created your own karma, your energy, and you roll with the same energy into your next life. If you're always creating bad energy, bad karma, your next life is going to be miserable. If you're always creating good, meritorious energy, good karma, your next one is going to be favorable. But it does not matter how, you still have to go through life and death. And even if you go into the next life, which is more favorable than this one, there's always in the favorable energy that contains the miserable ones. So you may be rich, you may be healthy, but you don't have a good family. Maybe your kids are not doing fine, or your wife is betraying you, or your husband is betraying you, or if you have a good family, you may not have good health. If you have a good health, you may not have money, you're poor. So everybody is different because you are rolling down that reincarnation life cycle with your karma. And nobody gives it to you. Not your fellows, not your folks that infuriated you. It's you yourself, you created that. So in other countries, the Buddha also, other Buddha also are saying there's a land called Amitabha, the Pure Land, Sukhavati, and all of us should go there. And Sakyamuni Buddha is identifying all those Buddha lands. So the first Buddha is to the east, there are blessed Buddhas led by Azuksvaya, that means immovable one, invincible one. It's just a description of the Buddha. There's so many other Buddhas, so many enlightened saints already. You contain that nature of becoming the Buddha. But there are enlightened ones who are already out, who are already beyond life and death, and they are also, they're teaching others to get out from life and death. So that's to the east, there's Azuksvaya, the Saragata, and Meru Devajja. Meru is like a mountain. Devajja is the shape of a mountain, very tall. That means magnificent. So that Buddha has very magnificent shape, you call it. That's just a description of the name. And there's also Mahamuru, the big mountain, Mahamuru. There's also the Muru Prabhasa. Prabha, that means light. So magnificent light, that's the descriptions. Manju Devajja. Manju, it's inconceivable, the best, excellent sound, Buddha. So to the east, there are those Buddhas. Equal number to the descent of the river Ganges. That means there are other Buddhas too, teaching in other countries, in other land where there are sentient beings. And a lot of them, a lot of Buddhas, a lot of sentient beings. Like the descent of the river Ganges. There's so many of them. Except this repetition of the law, that means they all favor this practice and say this is an easier practice. To be born in that heaven first. Okay, next paragraph. Thus also in the south do other blessed Buddhas led by the Tathagata, Kendra Saya Pradippa Buddha, the Tathagata, Yasa Prabha Tathagata, Muru Pradippa, Anatta Virya. All these are the Buddha's name. Kanjasurya Pradikta, that means the golden light Buddha. Yasa Prabha means outstanding light. So all these are descriptions of those Buddhas in there. To the east, to the south too, there are all these Buddhas who are also promoting Amitabha's Pure Land, saying that if it is very difficult for you to practice in your lifetime to become the Buddha, to be enlightened, there's an expedient way, is to be born in that country, in that heaven, in that land of bliss, where you continue to practice. And when you are in that land of bliss, there's no more retrogression, no more coming back to reincarnation. But your karma is not yet purified. It's just with the vow, with the power of Amitabha, your soul exists in there first to learn more about enlightenment and nirvana. But the good thing about it is you don't have to go back to reincarnation. So that's the reason why it's become a very popular method of practice in China and in Japan and in Korea too. But not so in the Theravada school. There's no such practice in the Theravada school. Not in Thailand, not in Burma, because they followed the Southern school, which is the Theravada school, purely on your own efforts, on meditation, on purification of your conduct. But this is an expedient way, because who can be successful in one's lifetime? Is it easy? Difficult. Given all the busy schedules every day, the karma, and you're involved with a lot of materialistic lifestyle, how can you purify yourself in one's lifetime? You reincarnate again, but with a purer karma. You practice in this life, your karmic energy is purer than before, and you practice in your next life, getting pure, and you practice and practice and practice and practice again until you become enlightened. It's difficult. Next. Thus also in the West, to other blessed Buddhas led by the Tathagata Amitabhas, the Tathagata Amitaskanda, Amitabha, Mahaprabha, Maharatna Ketu, Zutta Vasparabha. So all these are the Buddha names to the west of them. There's a lot of Buddhas to the west already. And if you want to Google, you can find out more information about the meaning of this Sanskrit meaning. All of them have a meaning. So to the west, there are Buddhas also promoting Amitabha's Pure Land. Thus also in the north, to other blessed Buddhas led by Tathagata, Mahaskanda, Vaisvavana, Vanirakosa, Dudu Bisvarani Bragosa, Duspra Darasa, Aditya Sambhava, and all these others to the north. To the north, there are also Buddhas promoting this expedient way, the Sukhavati Vyoha, Amitabha's Pure Land. Why is this particular? Because Amitabha particularly have seen the problem with later sentient beings, not easy for them to get enlightened in one's lifetime. So he set up this country. He set up this heaven for you to go. In other words, there is a professor, Amitabha. He set up a university where you can go to, and you learn in there until you graduate as an enlightened Buddha. So you have to be accepted into that university first. How do you get accepted in university? Train yourself all the time, so that at the juncture of death, you will not be distracted. You will have unperturbed mind. You will have concentration. Is it easy? It is easy, but it's also very difficult. Why? Usually when a person passes away, he's in pain. He has a lot of attachments. He won't let go. He has a lot of pain that he cannot concentrate. He would not have an unperturbed mind. So that's the reason why every day we're training Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, all the time, every minute. When you have time, you train your mind so that at the juncture of death, you would not have distraction. It sounds very simple and very easy, but who knows? At the time of death, who knows what happened to you when you died? You could be in an accident where you don't have any time to have an unperturbed mind, so that your soul will be so unperturbed that you will be going to that land. At one time I went to, we were invited by the doctor in here, in Vancouver, to go to the family, the home of a dying patient. The doctor was there, and that dying patient it's also a good friend of the doctor. That's the reason why the doctor took the time and called us and say, would some monks come along and help to chant so that my patient can go to the Pure Land? Actually, our practice is we don't go out on any request. We don't just say, okay, you want to go out, we go out. We don't go on any request. But the doctor was so sincere, and the dying patient was actually a social worker involved with helping kids. He's dying because of cancer. That dying patient has been helping out a lot of kids, poor kids in poor areas, raising some communities for poor kids. So we really wanted to go, and he had a lot of friends too. So we went over there. We have about 1 monk and 2 nuns, bhikshunis, 1 bhikshu and 1 bhikshunis. So we went there, and I talked to the dying patient, and he was able to, he had some injections, painkillers who didn't feel painful, and we were chanting by his bedside, and he's chanting himself. But after chanting for 5 or 6 hours continuously, he said, I wanted to sit up when I passed away, cross-legged. So he wanted to meditate. So he wanted to sit on his bed. And actually, he could actually get up and sit and meditate and chant. We chanted for another 2 hours. So we chanted for about 8 hours. And still he couldn't go away. And he was so distracted. So he lied down, and finally we have to go. We can't chant all the time. So the doctor said, thank you very much. Maybe he's not ready. We thought he's ready to go, but he's not ready yet. So after chanting 8 hours, he's not ready, and we found a lot of distraction with him too. So we came back, and after 1 or 2 weeks, we would receive a call from the doctor and say, oh, the patient finally passed away. So we didn't go. He didn't pass away in the middle of chanting of Amitabha. He just passed away quietly. So if you can chant in the middle of some chanting around you, and you're reminded of chanting Amitabha, and your mind is without distraction and unperturbed, that's a rare opportunity. That's not easy to have a situation like that. You have to build up a situation like that. Who would be chanting by your bedside when you passed away? Maybe just your family members, and your family members may not believe it. Who knows, you will be dying on your bed. We don't know. Somebody collapsed and just passed away. And somebody passed away in an accident. If there are people who actually pass away without distraction, with peace of mind, amidst the sound of Amitabha, and ready to go to the Pure Land, that's really an inconceivable merit that you have to build up. Now, first of all, let's say train ourselves mentally first. Every day, and every day invoke that name and invoke the vow, and match your dedication with the Amitabha's dedication, with the Amitabha's vow. You really have to have a third power to enhance your chance of going over there. You really have to have the faith. You really have to say your fervent prayer that I want to go to your land of bliss. Please receive my soul into your land of bliss at my juncture of death when I'm passing away. I must want to go to your land. You really have to have this linkage, this spiritual linkage, that when you die, you want to go there, so that you always link up your frequency with Amitabha, and you always have that desire to go there. If your prayer is just haphazard, if your desire to go there is just haphazard, not firm, and not a fervent prayer, I don't know if you can go there at the junction of your death. So build up that training. You build up that habit that you want to go there. If your wish is so strong, so powerful, you may be linked up with the vow. You link yourself up with the vow of Amitabha. So that's very important. Thus also in the Nadir do other blessed Buddhas led by Tathagata, Simha, Tathagata Yasa, Tathagata Yasa Prabhava, Tathagata Dhamma, Tathagata Dhamma Dara, Tathagata Dhamma Devaga, to the nadir, in that location, the lowest point and the highest point of the universe, there are the Buddhas who are also promoting Amitabha's Pure Land. Lots of Buddhas to the nadir, to the east, to the west, to the north. And also in the zenith, to other blessed Buddhas, like by Tathagata Brahmagosa, Nasatra Raja, Indra Katu, Deva Jaraga, Ganda Tama, Ganda Prabhasa, Maha Kiskanda, Ratna Kusuma Zampu Sita Gatra. Not other Buddhas who are in the zenith of the universe promoting the Buddha's land. So that's the zenith. So to the east, we already talked about to the east, to the west, to the north, to the south, to the nadir, to the zenith, everywhere there are Buddhas who are promoting this simple, easy method for sentient beings, because they know that sentient beings are getting more and more karmic energy that prevent them from enlightenment. That will make it very difficult for enlightenment. So this is an easier method. Just train yourself at the juncture of death. You're not distracted. You have an unperturbed mind that Amitabha, together with Avalokiteshvara, together with other Bodhisattvas and Arahats, they are coming in assembly to receive your soul into that land, and you'll be reborn in there, in a land that you don't go through reincarnation again. You learn in there to become the Buddha. You're not the Buddha yet. You continue the learning process to become the Buddha. Now, let's start with a new sentence. Now, let's read from the Sutra. Now, what do you think, O Sariputra? For what reason is that repetition treatise of the law called the favor of the Buddhas, every son or daughter of a family who shall hear the name of that repetition of the law and retain in their memory the names of those blessed Buddhas, will be favored by the Buddhas and will never return again, being once in possession of the transcendent belief, accept and do not doubt of me and those blessed Buddhas. And because all the six directions praise, glorify the Amitabha's Pure Land, and Sakyamuni Buddha continue to repeat again that this is really a very good approach of enlightenment, because if you depend only on your self-efforts for enlightenment, it will take a very long time. Given the busyness of your schedules and all the karmic energy that you have in this lifetime, you may not be able to achieve nirvana, to achieve enlightenment within one's lifetime. But if you take on the approach, recitation of Amitabha's name, always chanting Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha, chanting name all the time, having faith and having vow, and having the desire to go there and practice it, training your mind every day, at the juncture of death, you'll be received by the Buddhas. So this is just to repeat it again. If you do that training, repeat name, and you have to vow to go over there, then at the juncture of death, you'll be there. Now, there are two important merits of chanting Amitabha. The first merit is merit received in this life, by which we all will be protected by Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. It doesn't mean that if you chant Namo Amitabha or Namo Amitabha, then you have to die. No, that does not mean that. If you're always chanting Namo Amitabha, in this life, when you are alive, you have blessings and protection from all the Buddhas while you are alive. And when you at the juncture of death, there will be merits received in the next world after death, where all will be safe in the Pure Land. So in other words, you have both advantages. Next, whatever sons or daughters of a family shall make mental prayer for the Buddha country of the blessed Amitabhas, the Tathagata. Amitabhas means longevity also, immeasurable lifespan. Amitabha is light, symbolizes wisdom. So we should say prayers all the time, making sure that you have commitment and you will be born after death in that country. So, O Saraputra, mental prayer is to be made for the Buddha country by faithful sons and daughters of a family. That means you should also always say your prayers at that time, at the juncture of death. You have to train yourself to chant Nam Mô Amitabha for, make sure that you'll be receiving that land. I remember last time we were talking about, we almost come to the end of this short sutra. There's another, maybe one more lecture to go, we'll finish it up. This is a short version of Sukhavati Vyuha. Sukhavati Vyuha means the land of bliss. Jilo Sijie, Sukhavati Vyuha. There's another one, which is the larger Sukhavati Vyuha Sutra. Now, after we finish with the lecture, you should really explore more into the literature of Amitabha. Basically, there are 3 sutras that you should really be reading. This is just a short version of the larger sutra. And just to remind you, remember we have 3 significant sutras introducing Amitabha's Buddha, commonly called the 3 sutras of the Pure Land sect of Buddhism. The sutra on Amitabha, Foso Amitabha, translated by Kumarajiva. So that's the short version, which is also known as the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. The second one, the Sutra of Visualization of the Buddha of Infinite Life, Foso Guan, translated by Kalayasa. This sutra is long. It contains very important information on how to meditate on the names. And then the third sutra, the Sutra on Amitabhas, translated by Samgavaman. We discover the Sanskrit version of these sutras, so they are sure to be authentic sutras. They're not fictitious sutras. There are sutras that are fictitious, created by later generations, but these 3 were actually authentic sutras, because archaeologists just about 200 years ago dug up from Nepal volumes and volumes of Sanskrit scroll, and these Sanskrit scrolls contain all these sutras. The one that we are studying right now is this one. We're almost finished, a very short version, so it is also called the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha. So this is a longer one, and this is also a long one too. In order to get some interest in what we're talking about, let's talk a little bit about the content of this one, the Sutra of Visualization of the Buddha of Infinite Life, which is also in short form, also known as the Meditation Sutra, Guan in short form. Let me summarize it for you very briefly so that you know about this sutra. This sutra gave you a story, a true story, of what happened in India at the time of Sakyamuni Buddha. At the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, there was a king in Magadha. There's a king, and his name is Bimbisara. Bimbisara, the king Bimbisara. And he had a son, Ajatasattu. That's the prince, his son. There's also a queen, Vaidehi, Vaitishi. So there's 3 personalities, Bimbisara, which is the king, who is the king, and also there is also the queen, which is Vaidehi. There's also the son, the prince, which is Ajatasattu. And when the queen was pregnant, a very famous astrologist in India told the king, while the Ajatasattu was still in his mother's womb, not yet coming out, the astrologist said, King Bimbisara, the baby inside Queen's womb is your son, is a son. And if you allowed him to come out, he's going to kill you. He will be killing you in the future. So you should consider whether you should have an abortion or not. The king was worrying, This son that's going to come out will kill me. So, but should I believe in the astrologist? The queen, being loving her husband so much, was planning to take medicine to get an abortion, abortive medicine. She started to take abortive medicine because she didn't want the son to kill her husband when the son became the prince. But it did not matter how much medicine the queen swallowed, the baby still come out alive. So as time goes on, the Ajatasattu became a very cute teenager, a very lovable person, and the king Bimbisara loved him so much, very intelligent. But when he grew up to be about 30 years old, he planned on a usurpation. He wanted to overthrow the king. So the prince, Ajatasattu, imprisoned his own father, Bimbisara, and planned to starve him to death. So the king Bimbisara was in jail with chains all around him, and his son wanted to kill him by starving him to death, and also a lot of torturing too. It was believed that because of causality, he killed him before, and he came back to kill his father, which is to kill the king. King Bimbisara was starving in jail. The queen, Vaidehi, secretly brought food, honey, to the king by putting a lot of honey, very thick coat of honey on her skin. And then when she entered into jail, she scraped off all this honey and give honey food to the king. So the king was able to survive for a little while. So after a while, the prince, Ajatasattu, wanted to find out what happened, and he knew that his mom, the queen, secretly bringing honey to the king so that the king still will survive. And he got very angry. He was infuriated, and he rushed into the jail while the queen was visiting the king with a knife, and he attempted to kill his own mom, to kill the queen. But two ministers stopped him from doing so. One of the ministers said, "Don't do this, because according to the history of India, according to the Veda, book of Veda, no son, the prince, would kill his own mother. Well, there are records, a few records, that the son killed their father, overthrew the father, killed the father, and became the king. There are stories like that in the Indian history and in the Indian Veda literature, yes. But nobody attempted to kill his own mom, the queen. So don't do it. If you did that, that would bring bad luck to the country." So that stopped Ajatasattu from killing his own mom. So the prince went back to his palace and pondered on how to deal with this problem, whether he should execute the king right away together with mom, or what should he do. He wanted to cool down a little bit, so he went back to his palace. So the queen spent a day with the king, and the queen, Vaidehi, was so sad, so mournful, and she knelt down and facing Gridha mountain, where the Buddha was. Sakyamuni was at Gridha mountain, the vulture peak, was lecturing in there. So the queen was leaning down and fervently say prayers to the Buddha to save them. And Sakyamuni Buddha was related to this family. So Sakyamuni Buddha sent Maddhikayana and Parutta. Because why did he send the two disciples? They are arahats. Because they had supernatural power. They can appear immediately in jail. Maddhikayana, because he was famous with esoteric supernatural power. So he was able to appear in front of the king and the queen and gave them a lecture about karma, about rebirth, about sufferings. And then the next day, the queen said prayer again to Sakyamuni Buddha, and the queen said, this is a world of suffering. The son even killed his own father and mother, and the father being tortured in jail, and the mother is also being tortured emotionally. I don't want to be in this world. I want to leave this world. This is a world of suffering. So he prayed fervently to Buddha, and please show me, is there any land where there's happiness, where there's no such suffering happen to them? All the sentient beings will live happily there. I don't want to be in here anymore. So the Buddha started to give an exposition, expounded on the Pure Land. That starts up the Sutra. That's a Sutra of visualization of the Buddha of infinite life. To the west, there is a Buddha Amitabha, and is waiting to receive you into that land. So when you passed away, go to that land. This is not a land of happiness. This is a land of suffering. And then this is the story behind the sutra. And then the Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha, continued to explain how to get there. And he explained the 16 meditative methods to go there. So we also call it the 16 meditative sutras. What are the 16s? How to visualize, how to meditate, together with the chanting of the Amitabha's name. There's 16 methods in it. So maybe in the future you should research into it. I'm summarizing these visualizations for you. The first is to visualize the setting sun. The second is to visualize the purity of the water. The third one, visualize the ground of the Pure Land. The fourth one is to visualize the Pure Land's jewel trees. The fifth one is to visualize the Pure Land's jewel ponds. The sixth one is to visualize the Pure Land's jewel towers. The seventh one is to visualize on the lotus blooming, the purity of the lotus flowers blooming. Now I'm just giving you a summarization. There's details as to how to do it. We're talking about meditation, right? In meditation you have to visualize. And if you're chanting and visualizing at the same time, you achieve that purity, that tranquility, that you can actually purify your karma and achieve that tranquility of mind at the juncture of death, and then you will go to that, people call it heaven. It does not matter how you call it. That's the land that we should go to. So the eighth is to visualize the image of Amitabha accompanied by Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Right now, in that country, in that Pure Land, in that land of bliss, which is also called Sukhavati Vyuha, there is a whole assembly of saints in there. And there are two very famous saints in there that we know of. One is Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Guan Yin Pusa. The other one is Mahastamaprapta, Da Shizhi Pusa. So in other words, Amitabha is the professor. If I can give an analogy of a university, that's the professor in there. And there are two assistant professors. One is Guan Yin Pusa, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. The other one is Da Shizhi Pusa, assistant professor, Mahastamaprapta. 9, to visualize the full body of Amitabha. A Buddha has 3 bodies, you know. We call that Kaya. Bao Shen Sambhoga Kaya. Hua Shen Nimana Kaya. Third, Fa Shen Dhammakaya. So you have to visualize the full body, the Sambhoga Kaya of Amitabha. There are details in there. Maybe you should explore more into it. The 10th visualization is to visualize the image of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. So if you are chanting Namo Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva and you want to go to the Pure Land of Amitabha, that's okay too. If you say, I want to chant just Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva and I want to make that vow to go to that land of bliss, that's okay too. Why? Because Avalokitesvara will be coming to receive your soul into that land too, because he is the assistant professor there. On the other hand, if you say, I have special relationship with Maha Samaprapta, the 12th visualization is to visualize one's own ascension to the Pure Land, to visualize that you are slowly ascending to the Pure Land after death. You visualize that process of you in your form slowly going to that Pure Land. 13, to visualize the multiple aspects of Amitabha's universal salvation. 14, to visualize the conditions of the 3 levels of practitioners going to the Pure Land. Remember, there are 3 levels of people, the qualities, there are 3 levels of people: the superior level, the intermediate level, and the inferior level, Shang, Zhong, Xia, 3级. If you are the superior level, that means you're a very higher level in your training of chanting Amitabha. Intermediate level and the inferior level too. So you have to visualize which level, and you have to visualize all these 3 different levels have the qualifications, have the qualities of going over there. Not just the superior level, but also the inferior level. So there is a visualization like that. That's the 14th visualization. The 15th visualization, the 15 Guan, is visualizing the process of going to the Pure Land. The process is, how do I get there? Now I'm chanting, and then after chanting, when I'm dying, then I will be all free of all my mental afflictions. I will have no crying by my bedside. I will have no attachment to my properties, to my money. I will have no attachment to status, to reputation, to all these things. I will be free of all these attachments, and I'll be going over there. So there's a lot of visualizations to help you to free yourself of all these mental afflictions, because at the juncture of death, you will be attached to a lot of things emotionally, materialistically. So that's the 15th. The 16th is to visualize Amitabha and all Bodhisattvas to coming in an assembly, ascending from the sky and receive you into the Pure Land. So there are 16 contemplations, 16 visualizations. That's the reason why the Amitabha's approach, the Pure Land approach, is a different school. It's a different sect of Buddhism, because it itself contains millions of literature just on how to get to the Pure Land. But most of them are written in Chinese, because over the centuries, there were a lot of researchers who are monks, research into this school, and they collected together a whole resourceful amount of literature just to tell us how to train ourselves to get to the Pure Land. Lots of them, they were in Chinese, but slowly they were being translated into English. And the trend is more and more people in North America, they're not only practicing meditation, they're also practicing on this heavenly approach of enlightenment. Because this heavenly approach is so in conformity with the other religions' heaven approach. Because the other religions' heaven approach is just faith. I believe in God and I can go to heaven. There's no exposition and detailed exposition on how to get there, how to train yourself to get there. Where is it? How does it look like? Get me more details. But in there, you have thousands of details in there. Right now, the treasure door is open in North America to North American people. Are they willing to look into it? Are they willing to explore more into it? It depends on us. It depends on all of us to tell them what happened. Because if they can get there, no more suffering for them. That's a Bodhisattva's approach to enlightenment. If everybody, after they die, and we all have to die anyway, anybody who don't have to die, raise your hand, as I always said. If you don't have to die, raise your hand. Everybody has to die. But if you died, where else would you go? If you don't go there, where would you go? You would go with your karma to the next round of reincarnation. There are 6 rounds of reincarnation, remember? The 3 vicious, bad rams, and the 3 meritorious and non-vicious, virtuous rams. There are also people who reincarnated into humans again, or or guardian angels in heavenly realm. But that heaven is not the same as the Amitabha's heaven. That heaven still reincarnate. And this heaven, the Pure Land of Amitabha, is a non-retrogressive heaven. What does that mean? Once you get over there, you won't retrogress back to the cycle of reincarnation again. But you're not a Buddha yet. If I can give you an analogy of a university, that's the university of non-retrogression to life and death. When you're born in there, you don't have to come back to this karmic world. But you're not the Buddha as yet. You still have to learn. You're just a student of non-retrogression to this karmic world. You're a student in there, and you learned under the protection and the blessing of the Buddha, of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, and of all the other saints until you become the Buddha. And once you become the Buddha, you may have unfinished business because you want to come back to this world to save all your relatives, your friends, your folks. You want to save the whole world, then you come back again. That's the reason why there's so many saints coming back to this world. Not in the form of a monk, sometimes maybe in the form of a politician, sometimes maybe in the form of a philanthropist. A lot of people come back to this world from the Pure Land on their own vow, on their wish. Because when you come back at that time, you are in better control. Because you won't be led astray. You could reincarnate into this world, like in the Christian faith, or the Roman Catholic faith, as Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa saved a lot of sick people in India. She is a Bodhisattva. She's just in a different form. So that's the reason why we respect all the other religions too, because they will be the Buddha. They will be Bodhisattvas. And once you're in that world, in that Buddha country, you continue to learn. And maybe before you become fully enlightened, you can take a leave of absence too. You can take a leave of absence saying, I'm going back there. I haven't attained nirvana yet, but I like to contribute. I like to give. I like to come back to be a compassionate person, helping all my folks. You can make that decision on an application to Amitabha Buddha. I'm giving you an analogy that happened. So we all have to die anyway. After death, we don't want to roll into the next suffering again. As I always give an analogy, our body is like a hotel, an apartment. This apartment is on a lease. This lease is not a long-term, indefinite lease. This is a lease of at the most 100 years. Some unlucky fellows may only have a 10 years lease, 20 years lease, 30 years lease. You only think that old people die? You visit hospitals. There are a lot of youngsters in there. The teenagers in there. The middle-aged people in there. Not just old people die, you know. Everybody is subject to death. It's not being pessimistic. It's a fact of life. Usually, people don't think of that. They are in constant pursuit of materialistic lifestyle. They're always in constant pursuit of money, reputation, fame, temporary satisfaction of their senses, relationships, eating, killing animals for food, killing animals for the fur and occupying another country by wars and atrocities to a lot of animals and all that. They are creating a lot of karma and they don't know about it. They don't want to get into the wisdom of a spiritual life. Of course, we have to live as usual, which we have a job, you have a family, and you continue your responsibility as a mom, as a dad, as your son, as a daughter. You continue that. But on the side, don't waste your time in partying. Don't waste your time on phone, on computers, on drinks, on eating. Spend your time in looking for wisdom. Spend your time in building up a road to Amitabha's Pure Land. And this sutra, 无量寿经, is about, what's the content of this? I can use about 5 minutes to explain the content of this sutra to you. I just explained this, but I would like to give you the content of this. This is about many, many eons of lives ago in the ancient days. There was a Buddha, and his name is Avalokitesvara Raja. Guan 自在王佛的时代 Avalokitesvara Raja Buddha. At that time there was a king, and this king was a fervent believer of the Buddhist teaching. So he practiced the Buddhist teaching. And later he even gave up his throne to his son and became an ascetic. And later he became a bhikshu, a monk. He didn't want all these luxuries of life, like Sakyamuni Buddha. And after practicing with unrelenting spirits and persistencies, he became a Bodhisattva. Not yet the Buddha, he became a Bodhisattva, and his name is Dhammakara, Fa Zhang, Bhikkhu, Dhammakara. And he continued to practice. In his practice, he made 48 vows. Why did practitioners or why did monks make vows? He made vows in order to get an objective, and that objective would guide him with unrelenting spirit to that objective. That's the reason why vows are important. If you don't have any vow, you don't make any vow, you can never get there. You still can practice, but you don't have fervent, firm resolve, a determination to go there. But if you make vows that really help you in your practice, so if you make a vow today, I want to chant 108 times Chittadarani, or in this lifetime I want to introduce the Buddhist teaching to 10,000 people, and I would like to make a record starting from tomorrow. So take an example, tomorrow you talk to Mr. Jackson and say, introduce him Buddhism, and say, okay, I'm interested, I'm coming to the temple to listen to a lecture. And then you put your name, I introduced Buddhism to Mr. Jackson, and he's interested in coming for a lecture, and this is my objective number one. I still have 99,999 people that I would like to introduce Buddhism to him. But that's a big vow. That's the vow that I made when I was a student at U of T. When I was a second-year student at U of T, I always talk to myself, I didn't have money to do charity. A poor student wouldn't have too much money to do charity work. And then I questioned myself, do I really need money to do charity? And slowly I come to a realization. I said, I would like to introduce Buddhism to 100 people. And my job is to bring them to a temple so that they can listen to a monk, so that they get the wisdom, and they open the treasure door and they get into that door and they will be benefited by it. I don't need to give any money out, but I gave my efforts. So there's a lot of vows that you can make. And this monk made 48 vows. And all these vows is to save people, all sentient beings, by setting up a university. He wanted to set up a university of non-retrogression, a university that even though that person is not yet a Buddha, he can come to my university. I enroll him, enlist him. I will be teaching him until he becomes the Buddha. But I would use my power to get him out from reincarnation first. No more rebirth for him. No more life and death for him. He just come to my university and I'll be teaching him. So in other words, if we are practicing this approach, we are both using self-power and other power to achieve this destination. So he's making 48 vows, and all these vows are relating to helping sentient beings of the Dharma ending age. We are now in the Dharma ending age, where we are too busy with life. Imagine how many hours of meditation you can devote it to enlightenment. You have your job, you have your family, you have a lot of responsibilities. In the ancient days, the monks, they didn't have to do anything else except meditation. Life was much simpler before than now. I always give an example. How many keys you carry in your pocket? I tell you, I almost have 100 keys. How many doors we have in the temple? You count the number of doors. Every door has a key, and how many keys I got? 100 keys. The complexity of a civilized world could be symbolized by the number of keys people usually carry. You at least carry 2 keys. How about your car keys? How about your jewelry deposit box in the bank? All these keys, all these identities to carry. Somebody have 10 credit cards and identity cards, and they have a wallet that thick. The complexity of the society is getting more and more serious. How can we practice to become enlightened in one's lifetime? We better go to that university. Right now, what concerns us going to lunch? So let's go to lunch. Today we'll be coming to a final completion of the sutra, hopefully. Now let's carry on. Last time we stopped at this paragraph, and let me just read it out to you so that we know what we're talking about. Now, what do you think, O Sariputra? For what reason is that repetition treatise of the law called the favor of all Buddhas? Every son or daughter of a family who shall hear the name of that repetition of the law and retain in their memory the names of those blessed Buddhas will be favored by all Buddhas and will never return again, being ones in possession of the transcendent belief, accept and do not doubt of me and those blessed Buddhas. In this paragraph, Buddha Sakyamuni is continuing repeating that it is extremely important that on the verge of death, we should invoke the name, chant the name of Amitabha. Not only that, when we are alive, when we are healthy, we should be training ourselves in our mind to repeatedly recite the name Amitabha. It's just like tuning our radio all the time so that our tuning, our frequency is used that grand universal station where we can put it on tune all the time, but always stay tuned all the time. People, sentient beings who are received by the Buddha, Amitabha, into that land will never retrogress again into this world. Being once in possession of the transcendent believe, accept, and do not doubt of me and those blessed Buddhas. English is strict translation from the Sanskrit. So the translator has to maintain the original meaning of the transcript. And that transcript was translated almost about 100 years ago. So the English is a little different from now. But modern English is not quite the same as when Max Muller translated this. But we'll maintain the original transcript translation. So we didn't change it. But we have to get the general idea of it. I just want to remind you, Amitabha is also called Amitayus. Amita means immeasurable or boundless. Ba means light. So Amitabha means immeasurable light Buddha. 无量光. Yus means immeasurable or infinite life, longevity. So Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha of boundless light, Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha of infinite life. And both are the same. One is also called the other. And this is symbolizing light, symbolizing wisdom, and infinite life, lifetime, symbolizing all the merits accrued, all the good merits accrue to the Buddha. Next, whatever sons or daughters of a family shall make mental prayer for the Buddha country of the blessed Amitabhas, the Tathagata, or are making it now, or have made it formally, all these will never return again, being once in possession of the transcendent true knowledge. They will be born in that Buddha country, have been born or now being born now. Therefore then, O Sariputra, mental prayer is to be made for that Buddha country by faithful sons and daughters of a family. That means there are already a lot of sentient beings who have already been reborn in there. Not just you and me, we're striving to go there after we die. We all have to die anyway. If we died, where would we go? We'll be rolling into the next life with our karma. Where would the next life be? I will tell you in another slide. When a person dies, then he's going to reincarnate into the next karmic body. Who determines the reincarnation? God? Or the Buddha? No. You yourself. All your actions, all your speeches, all those that you created for yourself, all those behavior, bad behavior, good speech, bad speech, you make your own future. You pave your own way. Are you paving your way to hell? Are you paving your way to the land of bliss, happiness? Are you paving the way to sainthood? Are you paving the way to enlightenment? You determine it, not God. Nothing to do with God, it's you. So are you not be careful with your actions and speech? Every action, every speech creates karma. And that karma follow you like the memory chip of a computer. It never leave you. So anything, any seeds that you have sowed, you carry them yourself. So be careful. That's why the Buddha always say, be careful with every single thought. Not just action and speech. Every thought has a karmic energy. And some are hidden energy, some are review energy, a revelation of it. The hidden energy are the seeds, that's your thought. But the hidden energy, a thought, what would a thought produce? Speech or action. When it becomes speech or action, it's an apparent karmic energy. So every thought, speech, and action all produces energy. And karmic energy. What's the nature of this karmic energy? It's either good, generally. If it's either good, bad, or neutral. What do you like to produce? You always want to produce bad energy, like you always get into killing, sexual misconduct, lying, intoxicating. You always get into greediness, fear, disappointment, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, violence. You all breed your own, you all sow your own seeds. Be careful with them. So that's what it is. A lot of sentient beings were already born in there, and there are sentient beings who are striving to be born in there. So they are chanting, they're training themselves to chant up that name already. Let's go to the next slide. And as I at present magnify here the inconceivable excellences of those blessed Buddhas, thus, O Sariputra, to those blessed Buddhas magnify my own inconceivable excellences. That means when Sakyamuni Buddha was lecturing on Amitabha's Pure Land, glorifying Amitabha's Pure Land, and the other Buddhas also glorifying Sakyamuni's land in here, magnifying all these inconceivable excellences. There are Buddhas of the 6 directions. There are many, many Buddhas. Not just one Buddha, you know. There's millions of Buddhas. What are Buddhas that enlightened beings? We are unenlightened. When you are enlightened, you are Buddha. You are away from life and death, no more suffering. So you are a potential Buddha. Some people like to call Buddha a God. Then you are a potential God. That is the God in you. That is the potential of being God in you. And don't forget about that. Because all the other Buddhas are also glorifying Sakyamuni's land. Sakyamuni's land is here. The land that we are residing in is a land of mixture of happiness and suffering. Sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're suffering, sometimes you're sad. It's a mixture of it. But more suffering than happiness. Whether there's suffering or happiness, they're all ephemeral or short-lived, impermanent. A very difficult work has been done by Sakyamuni, teaching in here, in this world, the sovereign of the Sakyas. Sakyamuni Buddha belonged to the sovereign of the Sakyas at that time, in that family. Having obtained the transcendent true knowledge in this world, Saha, he taught the law which all the world is reluctant to accept. It's very difficult to accept the Buddha's teaching, especially in this Dharma ending stage. It's not easy to accept. There are three epochs of the Dharma, of the Buddha's teaching, 3 periods or 3 kalpas. But let's finish with this, and then I'll show you one of the 3 periods of the Buddha's teaching. So, the word saha, that means endurances of suffering. He taught the law which all the world is reluctant to accept. During this corruption of the present kalpa, kalpa is a unit of time, a very inconceivably long period of time, millions of years. During this corruption of mankind, during this corruption of belief, during this corruption of life, and during this corruption of passions. So there are 5 corruptions that we have. Kalpa is a time, corruption of mankind, that means corruption of reincarnation, the 6 parts of reincarnation. Corruption of belief, corruption of life, and corruption of passions. We have all these corruptions. And all these corruptions lead us to samsara, life and death. And we'll go over this corruption in another slide. And we call the kalpa corruption of life, of mankind. And we know that the earth is unsafe and fragile. The Buddha says there comes a time after the lapse of thousands of years when it would cease to rain and vegetable and animal life would be destroyed. He also speaks of the times when the earth, including the biggest of mountains, which appear so stable, would go up in flame and smoke. Today we know that sun and stars, if collide, would become cosmic hydrogen bombs, flare up and explode, burning up the planet and affecting neighboring solar systems. That's already spoken by the Buddha 2,600 years ago. The world will coming to a destruction. But I don't think we can see that in this century. Probably we can't see it. We don't want to see it in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. The destruction of the worlds would only come at the end of an epoch or eon called kalpa. So that's why we call it the kalpa. The cosmos undergoes 2 major periods of change in time called the eons of expansion and contraction. The eons of expansion is the period in which the universe unfolds itself, open out, Vedanta kalpa. Kalpa is a Pali word. In the Sanskrit, it's kalpa. The other is the one in which the universe closes in and is destroyed, Samatha kalpa. Also known as the 4 stages of the universe. The kalpa of expansion, the kalpa in which it remains in a state of expansion, the kalpa of contraction, the kalpa in which it stays contracted. So this is the corruption of kalpa, the corruption of time. In terms of time, everything is coming to an end and then it begins again. When it comes to an end, it does not mean that it's an end. When it comes to an end, there's another beginning. It's just like when we die, it does not mean you don't have you anymore. It's not a total destruction of you. It's the beginning of you in your next life. when you carry your karmic energy, when you are not enlightened, when you're not the Buddha yet, you're not enlightened, you carry your karma to the next life. So when a person dies, it's not just the end of you, it's the beginning of another you. But you roll into the next body again, you go through the same suffering again, depends on what you have done. You carry your own karma through. So this is the corruption of the kalpa. Regarding time, there is the past, the present, and the future. The past is already gone. The present, you experience it right now, and every second becomes the past. So there's there's no present, because every present, when I'm talking about here now, every second, it takes to the past. The future hasn't come. So we don't have a future yet. The future hasn't come. How can you have the future if the future hasn't come? The past is gone. The present is becoming the past. So we're in a delusion of time. We think we're living in a time that is stagnant. We think we're living in a time that is almost like impermanent. We don't have a time, actually. The time is just a denomination, a delusory denomination concept. It takes all the time. It goes on and on and on until we finally come to a destruction, and we call it death. But that death is also the beginning of another life. We call it being reborn again, birth. So we're always going in a cycle. Now we've been talking about kalpas. We're talking about the 3 periods of the Dharma. The Buddha's teaching appear in 3 periods. The actual Dharma epic, or the kalpa. This first stage corresponds to the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, when his teachings were easily accessed and people could gain enlightenment in one's lifetime. During the actual Dharma stage, people get enlightened so easily. The arahats, after listening to the Buddhas for a very short time, they could get enlightened very easily at that time. That is the actual Dharma age. For 500 years, since the Sakyamuni Buddha, for 500 years, approximately the length of time for the actual Dharma epic is 500 years. And then there is a second epic, the Dharma resembling epic. The second stage was after Sakyamuni Buddha and all his disciples passed away, when the teachings were harder to access and successfully practice, 2,000 years. For 2,000 years, it's getting more and more difficult to learn and to practice it because of the complexities of life, because of the multiplicity of emotions and passions breeding up in one's mind. And finally, there's the Dharma ending stage, Dharma ending age. This is the last stage when Sakyamuni Buddha's teaching are extremely distant, remote, and difficult to achieve. That's for 10,000 years. Now, where are we now? We are in the beginning of the Dharma ending age. That means the Buddhist teaching is getting more and more remote and distant, getting more and more difficult to learn. More and more people do not have the diligence or the wisdom to learn the Buddhist teaching. What would they be learning? They would be learning materialistic lifestyle. They were learning how to better their senses satisfaction. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the taste, the touch, the body. They are looking for pleasures, sensual pleasures. And in the process of looking for it, they create a lot of karma. They're breeding up a lot of those and carrying them into another round of karmic reincarnations all the time in samsara, in life and death. And that would last for 10,000 years. And then finally, the world will come to a destruction. And then anything that's coming to an end will be going to have a beginning again. And then at that time, Maitreya Buddha will be born in this world to revitalize the teaching. Right now, the historical Buddha in this world is Sakyamuni Buddha, historically, according to human history. As a true Buddha, according to human history, history witnessed it. We have Sakyamuni Buddha. The next Buddha, after thousands of years, will be Maitreya Buddha coming here, coming to this world. Who is this Maitreya Buddha? The laughing Buddha with the big belly. When you enter the temple, In the garden, there is a big belly Buddha laughing, and there will be the next Buddha, the future Buddha. But there will be, after thousands of years, when we're all gone and reincarnate, Maitreya Buddha will be coming out for the next round of the Dharma. So this is the destruction of the Kalpa. We're talking about destruction of mankind, not just the destruction of mankind. When we die, we roll into the next life, with the next karmic body, with our karma that we created ourselves. So it depends on the karmic energy we created when we were alive. We could reincarnate into the animal realm. We could create into the hell realm, hell victims, reincarnate as human beings again. Even as human beings, we're different. Everybody is different. How come? Even in the same realm, how come everybody is different? Because your karma that you created yourself, everybody is different. You watch your karma. Next, let's get to the last sentence now. This is even for me, O Sariputra, an extremely difficult work that, having obtained the transcendent true knowledge in the world Saha, I taught the law which all the world is reluctant to accept. During this corruption of mankind, of belief, of passion, of life, and of this present Kalpa, it is extremely difficult to believe in the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha already said it. Extremely difficult. Next. Thus spoke Bhagavat joyful in his mind, and the Honorable Sariputra, and the bhikshus and bodhisattvas, and the whole world of the gods, men, evil spirits, and jinni applauded the speech of Bhagavat. So that's the end of the sutra. All those were in high spirit after listening to it. All the gods, meaning guardian angels, they're not enlightened as yet, but they're guardian angels, they're gods. And men and evil spirit and good spirit and evil spirit, they all applauded and the speech of the Bhagavat. Bhagavat is Buddha. Oh, this is the end.